At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. The area marked on the map where the helicopter crashed was near a commercial street in downtown Jiangning City. As the convoy gradually approached the city center, the pressure they faced rapidly increased. This was also Jiang Liusher's first time seeing the city center after the apocalypse. Everywhere were vehicles crashed into each other, and the roads were densely packed with zombies. The glass of the mall sightseeing elevator was smeared with blood, and vague human figures could be seen inside. The power outage during the apocalypse had trapped people inside. The same situation probably happened in many places. Roar! A faint, terrifying roar came from the distance. "It's a mutant zombie," Zero said while looking out the car window. At that moment, there was a muffled bang, and a zombie suddenly threw itself against the window. A young woman's distorted face pressed against the outside, her blood-red eyes bulging as she stared at the people inside the car. But her face only appeared for a moment before being flung away by the speeding minibus. Roar! Roar! More and more zombies burst out from other streets and nearby buildings, charging toward the convoy. The Black Panther team was no longer as relaxed as before. Zombies kept clinging to their vehicles. Even when shot, the zombies wouldn't let go in pain. Instead, they became more frenzied and climbed into the cabins, putting the team under great pressure. At this moment, the howler truck at the front suddenly roared like thunder. Thick black smoke spewed from its exhaust pipe, and then with a loud boom, a scorching flame burst out. The whole truck seemed to be engulfed in fire. Bai Jiayan gripped the steering wheel tightly and floored the gas pedal. The howler roared and charged into the densely packed, seemingly endless horde of zombies. The zombie horde was dense and crazed, but the howler tore through them like a mad dog, creating an opening. Amazing! Captain Guan's eyes lit up. No wonder it's called the howler, its power is shocking. So fierce. The zombie horde can't stop it at all. Zhang Haojing exclaimed loudly. He glanced at the last minibus, which had been steadily following behind without any trouble. So comfortable. A trace of gloom flashed in Zhang Haojing's eyes. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to make Ran Xiyu give up on that group of survivors and abandon Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher, sitting in the minibus, also watched the scene. But he already knew that the howler was just a knockoff of the shockwave truck. Even at full firepower, it was far slower than the shockwave truck's 600+ km/h speed. It was even slower than the minibus when sprinting. Boom! Under the lead of the howler, the convoy quickly broke through this section and stopped at a relatively calm spot. "Quickly rest a bit, we can't stay here long," Captain Guan immediately jumped out of the car and shouted. Several Black Panther members also quickly got out and went on watch under the cover of nearby buildings. "Captain Bai, we really owe you for this one," Zhang Haojing walked up, smiling flatteringly. Bai Jiayan nodded with a slight smile, while Min Cheng, who was with him, sat silently in the car, just taking out some dry food to eat. He had fought zombies barehanded the whole way and hadn't even drawn his large blade, making Zhang Haojing involuntarily glance at the weapon on his back. He was already that strong without drawing his weapon. Who knew how powerful he'd be if he used it? "They had it easy the whole way and didn't even say thanks," Zhang Haojing said as he looked toward the minibus. Bai Jiayan also looked over. The minibus was sturdier than he had expected. Despite zombies constantly jumping on it, the body had no damage at all. It looked the same as when they started. "No need for thanks, we were just leading the way," Bai Jiayan replied indifferently. Though the minibus had good defense, it didn't impress him. The Howler was built by him personally, packed with power, and linked to his special ability. After repeated modifications, the Howler was extremely powerful, no ordinary vehicle could compare. Jiang Lushur naturally didn't get out to say thanks. Even without the truck and Captain Guan's team, the minibus could have reached this point. Zhang Haojing thought the minibus got lucky, but Jiang Lushur didn't feel that way at all. Shiyu, keep watching the surroundings, Jiang Lushur said. After all, this was the city center, and Jiang Lushur didn't agree with resting here. But the truck couldn't keep running at high intensity, and the Black Panther members were also taking the chance to rest. Okay, Ran Shiyu replied. Her eyes sparkled like the Milky Way. I also feel it's dangerous, but there are too many zombies to pinpoint the exact threat. I'm still sensing. The light in her eyes grew brighter, her gaze piercing the minibus and scanning the distant dense zombie horde. Hearing Ran Shiyu say this, Jiang Lushur became even more certain they shouldn't stay. Zhang Haojing, Jiang Lushur rolled down the window and called. Zhang Haojing looked over irritably. Jiang Lushur really didn't show him any respect, calling his name directly in front of everyone. He was at least a minor official in the government, not just an ordinary person. In the apocalypse, even a little power meant life or death control. He just didn't usually act on it. But people still needed to respect his position. Jiang Lushur had once pointed a gun at his head. Why would he care about titles? Just calling his name was already polite. Captain Jiang, what is it? Zhang Haojing asked slowly as he walked over. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Lushur now. No matter how arrogant he was, Bai Jiayan and the Black Panther team were here. It's been 5 minutes. Rest time is over. Tell Captain Guan, we're moving out immediately, Jiang Lushur said. Captain Jiang, no need to worry about that. Captain Guan will handle it, Zhang Haojing replied. Captain Guan looked over. He had heard their conversation. This is the city center, and Ran Shiyu's psychic sense doesn't feel right, Jiang Lushur said. The surroundings were quiet, with very little sound. This kind of quiet made Jiang Lushur uneasy. You said it's the city center. It's normal for the sensing to be off. Danger is everywhere. But don't worry, with Captain Bai and the others here, you won't be in danger, Zhang Haojing said. There was a mocking undertone in his expression. I'm not talking about zombies. It's not just Ran Shiyu, I feel something is wrong too. Better safe than sorry. We should leave, Jiang Lushur said with a frown, trying to be patient. He had a vague sense of unease. It reminded him of the danger sensed by the starseed earlier that morning. This current unease was very similar to that feeling. So Jiang Lushur had to take it seriously. These people were from Jiangning's safe zone. Although he disliked Zhang Haojing, he still gave a warning. But he couldn't tell them about the starseed. Come on, Captain Jiang, don't be so jumpy. It's just a bad feeling. Besides, we can't have everyone leave just because of your hunch, Zhang Haojing said with a smile. He was implying Jiang Lushur was paranoid. Jiang Lushur shot him a cold look, then looked at Bai Jiayan and Captain Guan, who were silently watching the drama. Though they said nothing, their expressions showed a hint of amusement. To them, Jiang Lushur's reaction seemed excessive. They should have been ready for danger by now, no need to be this nervous. I've said what I needed to say. Since that's how it is, we'll go our own way, Jiang Lushur said. He had only meant to give a heads up. But seeing their reaction, he gave up on cooperating with them. Might as well part ways. Only then did Captain Guan respond. Captain Jiang, what are you doing? One of his tasks was to lead the scurrying team. If they split off midway, it would be hard to explain. Jiang Lushur calmly replied, we're not cooperating, just traveling the same route. If I leave early, I don't need anyone's permission. Just explain it truthfully if anyone asks. He shut the window, and the minibus hummed to life, driving off onto the street. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, driving the Dongfeng ironclad, glared at Zhang Haojing and Captain Guan, sneering, you two sure are confident. Then Zhang Hai stomped the gas, blasting black exhaust as they drove past the two and followed the minibus. Bad luck. Zhang Haojing waved his hands, brushing away the smoke. Goodwill mistaken for ill intent, Captain Guan muttered angrily. He had tried to persuade Jiang Lushur's team to stay, but they didn't listen at all. Without their and Bai Jiayan's protection, it would be hard for Jiang Lushur's team to move around downtown. But his mission was just to lead the way, not to protect them. If Jiang Lushur insisted on leaving, he couldn't stop them. We'll leave in about 10 more minutes, Captain Guan said. This place wasn't safe, but there was no need to panic. They had plenty of people, even a mutant zombie wouldn't be a big problem. He looked at the minibus and the Dongfeng ironclad, which were already close to leaving the parking lot. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out. In the northeast, a Black Panther team member on watch was suddenly thrown into the air. A black shadow flashed like lightning, and in an instant, that member was torn apart, vanishing in a mist of blood. Captain Guan's expression changed dramatically. Combat. What the hell was that shadow? The Black Panther team members were all powered warriors. How could they have no chance to resist, not even to fire a shot or delay for a second? Bai Jiayan also immediately activated the Howler. At that moment, everyone's attention turned to the minibus and Dongfang Ironclad still driving ahead. While all the other vehicles were clustered near buildings for cover, only the minibus and Dongfang Ironclad were fully exposed in the open. And instead of turning back to regroup, they kept going forward. That shadow is too fast, how can they outrun it? Captain Guan said. He thought Jiang Liusher's group was trying to flee, relying on the minibus's defense. That's foolish. Many survivor teams fail due to poor judgment, Bai Jiayan said. The shadow gave him a very bad feeling. When it appeared, he felt a strong sense of danger. At that moment, a sharp screech rang out, and a black shadow suddenly dove from a tall building, swooping toward the minibus. It's a flying mutant beast. Everyone saw it this time. It was a flying mutant beast, its wings several meters wide. Its long beak was like a steel drill, and its two claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Screech! And it wasn't alone. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen more appeared, circling the minibus. So many. Captain Guan's expression changed drastically. These flying mutant beasts had silently closed in on them, and there was a whole flock. Why are there so many flying mutant beasts here? Zhang Haojing's Adam's apple moved up and down as he spoke with an unpleasant expression. Jiang Liusher was indeed right, there was danger. Below those flying mutant beasts, the minibus and the Dongfang Ironclad were completely unprotected, simply like targets. Seeing this, Zhang Haojing again felt both schadenfreude and relief. Good thing Jiang Liusher lured these monsters out early. Otherwise, if we were suddenly attacked, the damage would be huge. Zhang Haojing thought. Prepare for battle. Captain Guan raised his gun and said. Although he didn't like Jiang Liusher, after all, they had set off together from the Jiangning safe zone. But at this moment, Zhang Haojing quickly stopped him. Captain Guan, wait and see. It's too late for us to rush over there, and it's dangerous. Flying mutant beasts are very tricky. When they run back, we'll cover them. In this situation, Jiang Liusher and his group would surely panic and turn back for support. Bai Jiayan drove the Howler to face the direction of the minibus and said, when they come over, those flying mutant beasts will follow. Then Captain Guan, you all can shoot. If they charge close, I'll drive to distract them. Min Chang, it's up to you. Min Chang nodded. A hint of hesitation flashed in Captain Guan's eyes. To put it bluntly, this meant using Jiang Liusher and the others as bait. Now it was clear Jiang Liusher's warning was right. But when he encountered danger, they just watched and waited for him to draw the mutant beasts over. Of course, this was the safest and most cost-effective method. But Captain Guan's moment of hesitation already made him miss the last chance to give orders. Screech! Those flying mutant beasts suddenly let out sharp cries. The sound was like a needle stabbing into the brain through the ears. Weaker ability users immediately felt dizzy or splitting headaches. If it were ordinary people, just hearing the sound would have made them collapse to the ground, unable to even run. Immediately after, the flying mutant beasts spread their feathers and suddenly dove toward the minibus and Dongfang Ironclad. Their claws were extremely sharp, normal metal couldn't stop them. Combined with the earlier mental impact of their screech, many people wouldn't be able to react in time. Just then, a loud roar came from the minibus. Psychic ability user? Ran Shiyu. Zhang Haojing held his head, staring at the minibus. When the flying beast screeched, Ran Shiyu had already created a domain of mental power around the minibus and Dongfang Ironclad. Ran Shiyu's powerful psychic energy alone blocked the cries of over 10 flying beasts above them. The people inside the minibus, including Jiang Liusher, were completely unaffected. They got lucky, Zhang Haojing thought. Now Jiang Liusher and his group really might make it back. Black smoke spurted from the rear of the minibus, and a mechanical arm suddenly extended, gripping the Dongfang Ironclad's front bumper tightly. Then, boom! Just as the flying beasts were about to strike, the minibus shot forward like an arrow, dragging the Dongfang Ironclad with it, heading straight for the parking lot gate. We're leaving. Jiang Liusher looked back at Captain Guan and the others and said. If they had acted earlier, he wouldn't have made this decision. But they had already made their choice. What is he doing? Captain Guan's eyes widened. Bai Jiayan was also stunned. His truck was ready and waiting for Jiang Liusher to charge through, but what was this? What the, is he crazy? Zhang Haojing was also shocked. But this is good too. Hopefully, they run fast and lure all those mutant beasts away. Zhang Haojing thought with a cold smile. The minibus did not disappoint. It really was fast, surprisingly so. Yes, just like that, run faster, lure them farther away, Zhang Haojing thought. However, at that moment, the minibus let out another roar and suddenly accelerated again. Sprint mode. In sprint mode, the minibus burned through a massive amount of fuel and its speed instantly reached a terrifying level. Even the howler at full power couldn't compare to the minibus in sprint mode. Only the real shockwave truck could surpass it in speed. Boom! The minibus let out a roar like a top sports car and, even while dragging the Dongfeng ironclad, charged out like crazy. Seeing this, Zhang Haojing's eyes nearly popped out. Bai Jiayan was also stunned. What kind of speed was this? He had used an airplane engine to make the howler that fast, consuming terrifying amounts of fuel. That's why his truck only had 2 seats, the rest was for fuel storage. He knew that the minibus was an RV inside, but how could an RV be faster than the howler? What kind of joke was this? Screech! Screech! The flying beasts also had terrifying speed. They furiously chased the minibus, their sharp beaks and claws itching to tear it apart. Their figures became almost blurry, leaving black lightning trails in the air. Jiang Lushir was probably planning to force his way out using the minibus's speed, right? That's what Captain Guan and the others thought. But the flying beasts were too fast. At that moment, 2 of them caught up to the minibus. In a flash, their claws slashed toward the roof. Screech! Sparks flew, but to Zhang Haojing's disbelief, the minibus's shell was still intact. This defense. Bai Jiayan muttered. He had known the minibus had good defense, but not this good. Warning, base vehicle shell damaged. Damage level, 3%. Jiang Liushir's eyes narrowed, raised the combat module. In front of everyone's eyes, a round, sci-fi-looking object suddenly rose from the minibus's roof. Jiang Lushir appeared inside, holding a sniper rifle, aiming into the sky. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. One of the charging flying mutant beasts was instantly blasted into a cloud of blood, letting out a wretched screech as it staggered and fell. But before it hit the ground, the other flying beasts had already rushed over. In a blink, the air was filled with bones, chunks of meat, and splattered blood. At the same time, the minibus's engine roared and disappeared from Captain Guan's and the others' view. Captain Guan and the others were stunned. In just a few seconds, the minibus had completely overturned their expectations. Faced with so many flying monsters, Jiang Lushir actually escaped unharmed. His last shot was terrifying. He had hit a beast moving too fast to see with the naked eye. Captain Guan realized he had underestimated Jiang Lushir. That vehicle, really surprising. Bai Jiayan still stared at the gate of the parking lot. The minibus was long gone, but its image remained in his mind. He tightly gripped the howler steering wheel, but he no longer felt proud or excited. His mind was filled with the minibus. The monsters are coming for us! Zhang Haojing suddenly shouted. Captain Guan and Bai Jiayan looked. Those monsters had already devoured the one Jiang Lushir shot down and were now heading their way. Flying like fighter jets, their huge wings nearly blocked out the sky. Their sharp claws and blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen. Everyone felt a chill, like prey being targeted by predators. Prepare for battle! Captain Guan shouted. But just then, a screech sharper than before pierced their ears. The previous distance had lessened the effect, but this time, many people couldn't help but cry out in pain. Don't just stand there. Shoot! Captain Guan yelled, enduring the splitting pain. In a blink, over 10 flying mutant beasts, like black lightning bolts, swooped down. Only by facing them could one truly understand how terrifying their speed was, how much fear they induced when diving. But the soldiers were battle-hardened. Even with fear and pain, they could still fight. Their gun barrels all pointed at the sky and fired wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, the flying mutant beasts were too fast. Bullets couldn't hit them. Even if they struck a wing, it wasn't enough to inflict fatal damage. Ah! Ah! Help! Help! Ah! Several ground soldiers were like helpless rabbits, instantly snatched up by flying beasts. Their sharp claws pierced their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. Their guns fell to the ground. Crack! The howler's exhaust pipe snapped as a flying beast swept past. The roof was torn open instantly. Under those claws, the reinforced howler and Black Panther trucks were like paper. What the hell? Captain Guan hadn't expected that after just starting the fight, they'd already be overwhelmed. Retreat! Retreat! Captain Guan roared. Everyone fought while retreating, running toward the buildings. Bai Jiayan also had to abandon the howler. As they rushed into the building, the flying beast still savagely struck at the windows, shattering the glass. But at least the building gave them some protection. Wait for me! Wait for me! Zhang Haojing fired a few shots frantically. He had been tripped by a severed limb and was a step behind Captain Guan and the others. Terrified, he looked up at the circling beasts. He no longer had the courage to run to the building. He crazily crawled under a truck. But just then, a piercing pain shot from his calf, and his body was lifted into the air. No! No! Zhang Haojing grabbed the truck's undercarriage. At the edge of death, he exploded with strength, desperately hanging on. In pain, he felt something tear away from his body. The huge force vanished. Ah! Ah! Zhang Haojing screamed, crawling under the truck, his face pale as he looked at his lower body. My leg! My leg! His calf had been torn off. The minibus sped far away before gradually slowing down. Along the way, zombies hadn't even managed to attack before being bowled over like pins by the minibus. Damn! That was wild. Really wild. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan sat in the Dongfeng ironclad, still stunned. All they heard was the wind howling and the sound of zombies slamming into the vehicle. Even the steel bars used for protection had been dented. But the minibus ahead, after even more impacts, was completely fine. The mechanical arm was also strong, still tightly holding the Dongfeng ironclad until just now. There are actually flying mutant beasts in the city, Li Yusen said with lingering fear. She sat in the car. Though she knew the vehicle wouldn't be torn apart easily, the screeching and the shaking had still scared her, an instinctive human reaction. I guess the two helicopters we're looking for were taken down by those flying beasts? Jiang Zhuing blinked and said. With how terrifying those beasts were, even helicopters could be shredded in the sky, it wasn't surprising. The only fortunate thing was that they didn't eat metal. And the minibus only needed the materials, whether the helicopters were intact didn't matter. Jiang Lushur nodded. When he shot that beast earlier, he confirmed it was just a mutant beast, nothing special. But that familiar unease still existed. Was the threat that triggered the starseed really these flying mutant beasts? If so, that would be good, Jiang Lushur thought. These beasts were scary, but still manageable. Inside the minibus, they could resist their attacks. The real fear was that this wasn't it. I wonder how those people are doing, Ran Shiyu looked out the window and said. But she wasn't worried or sympathetic. Jiang Lushur had already warned them, and when danger came, they chose to do nothing. So driving away now wasn't heartless. Forget them. Let's find the helicopters first. Since the starseed's threat had already appeared, Jiang Lushur felt even more urgency. The helicopters were ahead. Getting materials for the base vehicle upgrade was the top priority. As they drove, Jiang Lushur also repaired the damage to the minibus. 2 claw strikes from the beasts had damaged the outer shell. These new mutant beasts were terrifyingly strong. Screech! As the final screech faded away, inside the small building, Captain Guan and the others all felt their bodies go limp. The sounds of gunfire and the flapping of the flying mutant beast's wings had disappeared, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. However, the shattered glass all over the ground and the terrifying claw marks at the windows made people feel lingering fear. At this moment, Zhang Haojing also scrambled and crawled into the small building. His chest heaved violently, his face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was covered in blood, dust, and dirt. I'm alive. He actually survived. But one of his legs was gone forever. Zhang Haojing looked defeated. He had originally thought this would be a chance to get promoted and make a fortune, but he ended up losing a leg. How many comrades were lost? Captain Guan asked. 7 people, a soldier answered. Just one encounter with flying mutant beasts, and 7 people died. Their vehicles were also badly damaged. The roofs were shredded, and one of the cars had its glass crushed. Where did those flying beasts come from? Bai Jiayan walked to the window and looked outside. Ability users had excellent eyesight. Bai Jiayan could still faintly see some black dots in the distance, flying toward a certain direction in the city. Screech! Screech! These flying mutant beasts swept across the sky and arrived above a ruined area of the city, then landed one after another, stopping on electric poles and rooftops. Their blood-red eyes seemed intelligent, silently staring at the ruins below. This place had once been a bustling part of the city, but now the buildings had collapsed, the roads cracked, and among the ruins was a beehive-like thing the size of a truck. This hive didn't seem to be made of dirt, but of wriggling flesh, covered with layers of black hard shell. Under the shell, there were open and closed movements like mouths. From afar, it looked like a giant wasp nest. Even more bizarrely, this hive was slowly moving. It crawled over several fresh corpses on the ground, and as it passed, the flesh on those bodies vanished completely, leaving only a few white bones. There were also a few living people, survivors and soldiers from the Jiangning safe zone. No. No. Watching the hive move toward them, the survivors and soldiers looked desperate and terrified. They were the team that Captain Guan had mentioned earlier, sent to scout the city center in advance. But beneath them, the ground had cracked open, and their bodies were stuck to the black flesh, completely unable to break free. They watched the hive approach with open eyes. Some of them still had guns, but bullets were useless against it, they couldn't penetrate the black shell. The flesh dented slightly but quickly returned to normal. Ah! Ah! The hive reached them, and the black mass of flesh dragged them in like a swamp. The screams immediately stopped. The hive kept moving forward. Crack, crack, a car was crushed flat, as if it had been burned away, leaving only a flattened frame. With every move, the hive size grew larger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. From the ruins, more mutant beasts emerged. Like the flying mutant beasts, they quietly watched the hive. A pack of dog-sized mutant rats, mutant cats with glowing eyes hiding in the shadows, hair like steel needles, exposed fangs, and mutant dogs with drooling mouths. The most common types of mutant beasts in the city had all gathered near the hive. Screech! One of the flying mutant beasts suddenly flew down and lightly landed on the hive. Its claws held a broken corpse. Like making an offering, it dropped the body. The corpse was instantly devoured by the hive. Other flying mutant beasts did the same. Not only them, those mutant beasts from the ruins also came dragging zombie corpses. The hive continued devouring these bodies, growing larger and larger. Its direction, the Jiangning safe zone. This bizarre and terrifying scene was hidden in the city. No one noticed it. Everyone who saw the hive had already turned into bones. "Brother, are you okay?" Jiang Zhuiying suddenly asked. Since sensing danger earlier, she had felt something was wrong with Jiang Lushi. She had lived with Jiang Lushi for 20 years and knew her brother well. He seemed calm on the surface, but that was because he carried all the pressure alone. "I'm fine," Jiang Lushi said. But after thinking, he added, "Zhuiying, don't keep watching anime on your tablet these days. Get yourself into top form." Among all the members of the Shuriying squad, his sister Jiang Zhuiying was the strongest fighter. Jiang Zhuiying was briefly stunned, then smiled and nodded. "Got it, bro. Then I'll take care of Luo for the next 2 days." "Luo? Okay," Jiang Lushi nodded. Luo was still very timid, hiding in the minibus all day. Although special, she hadn't shown any usefulness yet. But Jiang Lushi had no time to worry about that little mutant beast. He was still thinking about those flying mutant beasts. The more he thought, the less simple it seemed. Those flying mutant beasts seemed to be targeting him. "Brother Jiang, we're here," Li Yusin said, comparing the map to the street signs and landmarks. The map only marked the general crash area of the helicopters, not the exact spot, so the Shuriying squad had to find them. But when Jiang Lushi looked around from the command room, he saw they didn't need to search. "There they are," Jiang Lushi pointed to a building. The helicopter was buried in the building. Both helicopters looked like they had been thrown down one after the other, with the rotor blades twisted like braids. There were no corpses left inside, only blood all over the cockpit, silently showing the brutality of the crash. "Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, go fight over there. Zero and Ing, and Zhuiying will handle the other side. Shiyu, stay alert, make it quick," Jiang Lushi ordered. They were on a main street. As soon as they stopped, a swarm of zombies surrounded them, pressing against the minibus. Hideous faces stuck to the glass, mouths wide open, exposing sharp teeth, trying to bite through the windows. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying and Zero emerged from the command room, jumping down from the roof one after the other. Electric sparks flashed instantly. While the zombies were stunned by electricity, Zero darted among them. A flash of cold light, and in a blink, zombies dropped to the ground one by one. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also began charging in the Dongfeng ironclad, with machine guns roaring across the street. As the zombies were split apart by Jiang Zhuiying and the others, creating a brief calm for the minibus, Jiang Lushi immediately said, "Let's move." The helicopters weren't too high up. After adjusting the angle, the minibus extended its mechanical arm. Under Jiang Lushi's control, the arm accurately latched onto one of the helicopters and yanked it down. Boom boom boom, thud. With a loud muffled crash, a large cloud of dust rose as the helicopter slammed onto several cars below. A smile appeared on Jiang Lushi's face. The minibus drove over to the two completely deformed helicopters. They were 2-ton-class light helicopters, with rotor blades made of composite materials. Though both looked like junk now and nearly fell apart after crashing, Jiang Lushi felt excited. Both helicopters are intact. We should get a good amount of material, Jiang Lushi thought. "Starseed, activate auto-absorption function," Jiang Lushi said. The minibus could use particle beams to automatically absorb materials. After activating this function, Jiang Lushi only needed to wait. Once the function activated, an interface showing absorbable targets appeared in his mind. The surrounding vehicles and helicopters were all within the range. Jiang Lushi directly selected the two helicopters. Flash, one of the helicopters instantly vanished. In the next moment, its dismantled materials appeared neatly in Jiang Liusher's storage space. The other helicopter followed suit and disappeared in a blink. Now, only dust and crushed cars remained where the helicopters had been, as if they'd never existed. Squeak squeak. Luo Luo lay by the window, watching the scene, ears perked up, fluffy tail twitching. All right, let's go, Jiang Liusher said, satisfied. After scanning the stored materials, the starseed showed only a few more materials were needed. He Junhong and Hejiang Town should be nearly ready. So fast? Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen were both surprised. They had closed their eyes when the helicopters crashed and were covered in dust afterward, unable to see clearly. They hadn't expected it to be so quick, they thought it would take a long time here. Where's the helicopter? Aren't we taking it? Ran Shiyu turned and looked, her beautiful eyes flashed. The helicopters were gone. Modification ability. Ran Shiyu glanced at Jiang Liusher. If that was really an ability, it was way too sci-fi. Not just Jiang Liusher's ability, even the minibus was becoming more and more unbelievable. But Ran Shiyu wouldn't dwell on such things, and neither would Li Yusen. The minibus soon drove to Zero and Jiang Zhuing's side. Ing was also helping, using only a military tri-edged dagger. With pure strength and precision, she fought zombies hand to hand. Both she and Zero were swift, accurate, and deadly killing machines. Jiang Zhuing stood among them, releasing electricity. Wherever her long blade went, everything turned black and scorched. But the more zombies they killed, the more kept coming. In the city center, zombies were endless. A city of over 10 million people, the number of zombies was unimaginable. Get in the car. We're leaving. Jiang Liusher stomped the brake, and the door opened instantly. Jiang Zhuing and the others quickly killed the nearest zombies and jumped in. Bang! As they entered, zombies crashed into the closed door, wildly slapping it. Let's go, Jiang Liusher said with a slight smile. Before the apocalypse began, Jiang Liusher had already obtained the starseed. With the base vehicle bound to the starseed, Jiang Liusher had been able to make it this far. Now, he had to protect the starseed in return. After collecting the helicopter materials, Jiang Liusher immediately headed straight for Hejiang Town without delay. Only 2 days have passed. Could that He Junhong really have gathered all the materials? Li Yusen was still a bit worried. I've already found the hardest part. Besides, he'll definitely be motivated to work hard to save his own skin, Jiang Liusher said. He Junhong was now the boss of Hejiang Town, but at the same time, Jiang Liusher held a blade over his head. Not only could he be kicked off the boss's seat at any moment, but he could also lose his head. In any case, Jiang Liusher had spared his life and even made him the boss. If he couldn't even gather the materials, then he had no value at all. The minibus and the Dongfang ironclad drove along the same road, then turned onto the path to Hejiang Town. Hejiang Town was on the outskirts of Jiangning City, not far away. Very soon, Jiang Liusher and his group approached Hejiang Town. However, looking from afar, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Jiang Liusher's heart. Hejiang Town appeared like a mass of black shadows at the end of the road. At first glance, it didn't seem any different from usual. But once the minibus entered the town, that strange feeling in Jiang Liusher's heart was confirmed. Buildings in Hejiang Town were tilted and collapsed, roads were cracked all over, as if the place had been plowed by something. Jiang Liusher got off the vehicle, staying alert as he walked into the town. The vehicles parked at the entrance looked like they had been burned by fire, leaving only some remains. The guards and survivors who were supposed to be at the town's entrance, not only were there no people in sight, not even corpses could be seen. Only after walking a distance did Jiang Liusher finally see some white bones among the ruins. What happened here? Jiang Liusher's heart kept sinking. Ran Shiyu gently closed her eyes, then opened them again. With a shocked expression, she said, "No one's here. Not a single living thing." In her psychic sense, the entire Hejiang Town was completely empty, absolutely nothing. A small town once full of survivors had suddenly become more dead and silent than a post-apocalyptic ruin. Not even a single zombie remained. Just thinking about it was terrifying. And not only were there no humans or zombies, not even insects or plants. Looking closely, the plants on the roadside had become bare, as if it were the aftermath of a forest fire. These traces extended along the roadside and ended at a crack in the ground. Whatever caused all this, whatever it was, must have left Hejiang Town through that crack. Was it a mutant beast tide? Jiang Liusher stood in the middle of the road in the town, his face grim. But the traces didn't look like those left by a mutant beast tide, although it was clear the survivors had once fought desperately. Even mutant beasts wouldn't carry away all the corpses. They'd just eat them all here, Jiang Liusher thought. And here, there were only scattered bones. Jiang Liusher checked them and didn't see any signs of gnawing or breaking. Instead, the bones were all intact. Is everyone really dead? Jiang Lushur felt heavy-hearted. He searched all around and came to the place He Junhong had arranged for them to stay when they were last in Hejiang town. In Wei Feifei's room, Jiang Lushur unexpectedly found a note pressed under a table. Not sure if you'll see this, Captain Jiang. Some weird thing appeared, along with a large number of mutant beasts. We're fleeing. She left this note before escaping. I didn't expect I'd actually see it. Luckily, he had checked everywhere. It seemed not everyone in Hejiang town had died. Quite a few had probably escaped. A large number of mutant beasts was understandable, but what was that weird thing? Jiang Lushur couldn't help but think of the flying mutant beasts that appeared today. Maybe that weird thing was the source of the danger sensed by the starseed? Since Wei Feifei referred to it as a thing and not a monster, that meant it wasn't a mutant beast, at least not an ordinary one. Squeak squeak squeak. Luo, while in the town, seemed to sense some residual aura and remained curled up nervously, letting out low cries. The materials are gone, Jiang Lushur said gloomily after walking through the town. He had no idea where He Junhong might have stored the materials, and many buildings in the town were in ruins. If they could drive in and activate the auto-absorption function, they might slowly search for it. But the roads were too ruined, not even the vehicle could get in. Moreover, Jiang Lushur felt they shouldn't stay here long. That weird thing might come back at any time. What Jiang Lushur didn't understand was why that thing hadn't come for him, or for the starseed yet. If it's targeting the starseed, why not come after it? Why attack Hejiang town instead? Jiang Lushur was puzzled. Brother Jiang, what now? Zhang Hai had gotten out of the car and followed over. Seeing the state of things, he guessed Jiang Lushur didn't find anything and must be in a bad mood now. Let's return to Jiangning's safe zone for now, Jiang Lushur said. If it really didn't work out, he'd have to ask General Zhang for help. At this point, only the Jiangning safe zone could help him collect those materials. Boom boom. It was as if a train was rumbling underground. With a dull sound, the ground cracked open, and masses of black objects crawled out from various cracks. These black-scaled objects emerged and quickly merged together. In front of them, another mass of black matter emerged from the ruins of a building. The two merged, and together, their size became like a two-story building. This black object was covered in scales, and the cracks between the scales opened and closed like giant mouths. On closer look, it seemed like flesh, but also not quite. Then this building-sized black mass began slowly moving forward. In the distance, a group of flying mutant beasts was circling in the sky. Below them was another black object, already as large as a house. This black mass no longer looked like a mere hive. The constantly opening and closing black slits looked like bottomless darkness. The two black masses seemed to sense each other and continued to approach. Every car they rolled over, every zombie they touched, became part of them. Their bodies grew larger and larger. When they finally fused, they had become as big as an actual high-rise building. This huge black hive moved slowly but steadily through the city, continuously growing. What the hell is that thing? In a certain direction of Jiangning City, a group of people watched the moving shadow from afar. One of them was Wei Feifei, and this group was the survivors who had barely escaped Hejiang town. They stared at the shadow in horror. Is that really a living creature? They had shot and attacked it wildly, but nothing worked against the shadow. On the contrary, the shadow just kept moving, devouring everything it touched. Besides that, it brought along a large number of mutant beasts. The mutant beasts, regardless of type, were all under its control. In front of it, the mutant beasts seemed like they were being commanded in unison. This was even scarier than the mother beast in a beast nest. A mother beast could only control a group of mutant beasts. But the mutant beasts controlled by the hive would deliver prey to it, even offer themselves to be devoured. Only the cannons at Jiangning's safe zone can destroy it. We're going to the Jiangning safe zone. That thing in Jiangning is like a second apocalypse. We can't survive here, Wei Feifei said grimly. In her team, only she, Taozi, and two other members had escaped, and that was only because Taozi was a psychic ability user. But even so, the rest were all dead. That hive was more terrifying than zombies or mutant beasts. In front of it, all the escape routes for survivors struggling in the apocalypse were cut off. That's right, we have to go to the safe zone. There, they had an army and a large amount of firepower. In the apocalypse, artillery and bullets still provided the most security. The safe zone used to reject survivor groups easily, but now that an even greater danger had arrived, they couldn't be turned away again. As for escaping Jiangning, migration during the apocalypse wasn't that easy. Besides, they were Jiangning locals, and after surviving this long, they didn't want to flee again. I don't know if Captain Jiang and his people are still safe. Wei Feifei looked one last time at the distant black shadow, her heart heavy. Jiangning safe zone. Inside the command center. Beep beep beep. A landline suddenly rang. A female soldier quickly picked it up. This is the Central Command, please speak. Connect me to Commander Jiang immediately? No, connect me to the military commission, to the general, an excited voice shouted. What's your ID and position? The female soldier frowned slightly and asked. I'm with the Dragon Tiger squad. I just escaped. Tell the military commission and the general, I have something important to report, the man on the phone shouted. Understood. The female soldier immediately dialed another number. She had a faint feeling that something unusual had happened. At the same time, a soldier covered in blood had just put down the phone inside the safe zone gates. His face was pale, as if he had bled dry. Comrade, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital first? A soldier at the gate asked in surprise. No need. Please give me a vehicle. I need to go to command, the soldier said. His mind was still elsewhere. What about your comrades? And your captain? Did you get separated from your team? The soldier asked again. No, the soldier shook his head. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. They're all dead. What happened? Did you encounter mutant zombies? Or advanced mutant beasts? A beast horde? The soldier asked in shock. But the soldier shook his head again. None of those. It was something even more terrifying. Inside the command center of Jiangning Safe Zone. Several members of the military commission of Jiangning Safe Zone had gathered in the conference hall. These military commissioners only appeared together like this when something urgent happened. On the screen in the hall, a video and some photos were playing. At first, the expressions of these commissioners were calm, but as the video played, their expressions gradually became serious. The video started with some ordinary street scenes, showing the current situation in Jiangning City. You could see a large number of zombies fighting with the army, and the army was holding a building, sealing the windows and doors to fight the zombies. Everything seemed normal. But at that moment, a building ahead suddenly began to collapse. A truck-sized black object emerged from within the ruins. What is that? A mutant beast? Voices of the soldiers could be heard in the video. Rat-a-tat. The sound of machine gun fire rang out. However, in the video, the black object kept approaching the army. Snow, distortion, and heavy shaking appeared in the footage. Then, screams erupted one after another in the video. Ah! No! Help! The video ended there. Two photos appeared on the screen. The first showed several soldiers being chased by that black object. In the next photo, those soldiers had disappeared, leaving only fragments of clothing on the ground, no blood at all. The black object appeared slightly larger. Silence. Even the usually composed leaders were stunned at this moment. This thing, even from just watching the video and photos, gave people a strange and eerie feeling. And every time the video or photo captured the black object, the image was affected. It reminded people of the ghost photos that had been popular before the apocalypse. What is that thing? One of the military commissioners asked. Did it lurk underground? It exists in the city, and it looks like it will interfere with our safe zone development plan, another commissioner frowned. Their top priority now was building the large district, but they hadn't expected to encounter such an unknown creature just as they started. It is indeed a troublesome thing, and doesn't look easy to eliminate. How many are there? As the commissioners discussed, a white-haired old man standing beside the screen, General Zhang, spoke in a deep voice. There's only one of this creature. HM? Only one? Then it's not a big deal. Right, are we still afraid of monsters? The commanders all breathed a sigh of relief. If there was only one creature, it wouldn't cause too much loss. Their greatest fear was loss. The number of zombies had generally decreased, but so had the number of living people. On the other hand, the number of mutant beasts had been increasing. Among the zombies, the proportion of mutant zombies was also rising. But, General Zhang said sternly, this one creature is made up of who knows how many parts. What you saw in the video was just one part of it. What do you mean? General Zhang, what exactly is going on? General Zhang said, this thing has split into many different parts, devouring things in different places, and then merging together one by one. Just now, survivors from Hejiang Town escaped to the safe zone. One part of this thing appeared in Hejiang Town, destroyed the entire town, and devoured many people. These survivors saw it merging with other parts. At the same time, our army was attacked. That proves it has been split into several parts. At this point, General Zhang took a deep breath. And furthermore, this is not some kind of monster. The soldier who sent this footage escaped from right in front of it. He saw it with his own eyes. That thing wasn't made of flesh and blood. At least not in the way we understand flesh and blood. When it got close, the radio began emitting chaotic noises, and human thoughts were affected. It can summon many mutant beasts. All of them are under its command and help it hunt. We don't yet know why. Maybe it has strong psychic power. Maybe it emits special radio waves that interfere with radios. This is a completely new thing. And it keeps growing and merging. What exactly its form is, how many parts it has split into, and how far it has developed, all of it is unknown. But no matter what, one part of it already destroyed and devoured Hejiang Town. That proves how serious the threat is. After devouring Hejiang Town, its next target might be the safe zone. General Zhang looked at everyone in the meeting room. This is a major crisis for the Jiangning safe zone. Having experienced beast tides and the fall of Zhonghai safe zone, General Zhang knew just how terrifying the apocalypse was. A solid fortress could be destroyed in an instant. Temporary safety meant nothing at all. If a spark of disaster appeared, it could become a raging wildfire. All the military commissioners were shocked after hearing this. They were stunned at first, then immediately began discussing. Jiangning safe zone currently had nearly 400,000 people. Everyone was contributing to the building of the safe zone. This place couldn't be destroyed, and so many lives couldn't be wiped out just like that. First, strengthen defenses. Second, recall all teams on missions outside immediately. At the same time, dispatch a special team to investigate and eliminate that thing. General Zhang said. What if it can't be eliminated? A military commissioner asked. That was also possible. If it can't be eliminated, then prepare for everything and defend the safe zone. General Zhang clenched his fist and gave a firm swing. He had already watched the Zhonghai safe zone fall. No one knew how many survivors died. During their escape, people kept dying every day. This time, he absolutely could not watch the same tragedy happen again in the Jiangning safe zone. Humanity needed to build regions, not be destroyed and wiped out one by one. Since the survivors from Hejiang Town are already here, let's just open the safe zone completely. Let all survivor teams come in. If they want to live, then they must defend the safe zone with us. Boom boom. A minibus and a Dongfang ironclad rushed at full speed to the gate of the Jiangning safe zone. Before the soldiers at the gate could ask questions, the window of the minibus was already rolled down. Shuriying squad, Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur gripped the steering wheel and stuck his head out from the driver's seat. They had raced back from Hejiang Town without wasting a single moment, arriving directly at the Jiangning safe zone. Time was everything. General Zhang had already issued passes to the Shuriying squad. He reported his name, and with the instantly recognizable minibus, the soldiers quickly let them through. Entering the safe zone, as they passed the parking lot, Jiang Lushur noticed something different today. Many more vehicles had appeared, clearly modified by survivors themselves. There were also many survivors walking and talking. They must be survivors from Hejiang Town, Jiang Lushur thought. He scanned quickly and didn't see He Junhong or his mistress. It seemed they either died or didn't make it to the safe zone. Besides the Hejiang survivors, Jiang Lushur also heard some survivors say they were from other places. That hive had appeared suddenly, and in several different locations at once. But Jiang Lushur only glanced around, then drove straight through the parking lot. After returning to the Jiangning safe zone, Jiang Lushur immediately went to the command center. However, he did not meet General Zhang. At that moment, all the high-level officials of the Jiangning safe zone were extremely busy, and the reception desk wouldn't even report his arrival. Jiang Lushur had no choice but to leave the command center for now. Just as he stepped out, he ran into some acquaintances. Captain Guan and Bai Jiayan were at the entrance talking to some people. After escaping from the mutated bird beast, they immediately rushed back to the Jiangning safe zone, even arriving a bit earlier than Jiang Lushur. Now they were here to report the situation to the command center. Since the appearance of the hive, many people had come to the command center, mostly to gather information. The true situation was only known to the top officials of the safe zone. Among the hundreds of thousands in Jiangning safe zone, the vast majority had no idea about the hive incident. Some people had only heard vague rumors, knowing that the Jiangning safe zone was tightening its security, mobilizing troops, as if something big was about to happen. As a team that had just returned from the city, Captain Guan's group naturally attracted attention. Captain Bai, what exactly is that thing? Did you see it up close? I heard your team suffered heavy losses, but just now I heard a team was completely wiped out, with only one survivor. People were scrambling to ask questions. I heard you set out together with a survivor team? What happened to them? Probably gone. The survivor team's strength obviously couldn't match the army's. Even the Black Panther squad suffered heavy losses, so it was normal if the survivor team was completely wiped out. Captain Guan spoke with a gloomy expression. No, they left earlier. I don't know their situation now. Left earlier? Did they run away? One man in military uniform raised his eyebrows and said. Next to him, a female officer also sneered, the Shadow Squad, right? I knew they were unreliable, scared stiff the moment something happened. This female officer was Wan Lan, the one responsible for newcomer evaluation when Jiang Liusher's team first arrived at the Jiangning safe zone. Because of Jiang Liusher, Wan Lan had been punished and transferred to logistics. As soon as she heard the words Shadow Squad, her anger surged. Excuse me, did this Shadow Squad drive a mid-sized bus? Another younger female officer hesitantly asked. How do you know? Wan Lan turned her head and asked in confusion. The young female officer looked surprised and said, I knew them from the Zhonghai safe zone. But they're not like that, they? Enough, what do you know? Are you close to them? How do you know they're not like that? The facts are right here. That Jiang Liusher, just by looking at him, I know he's no good, Wan Lan interrupted coldly. Again with the Zhonghai safe zone, just hearing that made Wan Lan even angrier. She had to obey when General Zhang said it, but this young officer was a nobody, why should she tolerate her? The young officer, yelled at in public, blushed. After hesitating, she asked again, where is the Shadow Squad now? I don't know, Captain Guan shook his head. Why even ask? They probably won't be coming back. Wan Lan said gleefully. She wished the Shadow Squad would never appear again, just seeing them annoyed her. But just then, she felt a sudden chill behind her. Wan Lan was startled and quickly turned her head. And was shocked again. She stared in astonishment at Jiang Liusher. Say that again? Jiang Liusher said. Wan Lan's heart pounded, why was he here? Being stared at like that, Wan Lan felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. But then she remembered, this was the entrance to the command center. She wasn't afraid of Jiang Liusher at all. Even though General Zhang had protected Jiang Liusher, now Jiang Liusher had abandoned the army team and fled alone. Even if he wasn't punished, he definitely wouldn't be protected anymore. It was even possible that Captain Guan would stir things up and drive the Shadow Squad out of the safe zone. Wan Lan wasn't afraid, she even felt elated. Facts proved that her previous judgment had been correct. Survivor teams like them were nothing but parasites. Why does your mouth stink so much? Didn't you brush your teeth? Jiang Zhuiying frowned. She had rushed over, puffing with anger, the moment she heard Wan Lan's words, even faster than Jiang Liusher. Wan Lan was stunned for a moment, then retorted, being protected by our team, and yet fleeing at the first sign of danger. If it were me, I'd find a place to hide in shame. Just how thick-skinned must one be to show up here again? Is that so? Captain Guan, is that what you said? Jiang Liusher looked at Captain Guan and Bai Jiayan. Captain Guan opened his mouth but looked uncomfortable. You've already returned, he finally managed to say. He hadn't expected Jiang Liusher's team to return so soon. Weren't they looking for a helicopter? Earlier, Captain Guan hadn't actually said that Jiang Liusher's group had fled, but he also didn't reveal the truth in front of the crowd. Because the truth was too embarrassing. Seeing Jiang Liusher again reminded him of the stark contrast between them, and the shock when they fought the mutated bird beast. Captain Jiang didn't flee, he just acted separately from us, Captain Guan said. Actually, Captain Jiang sensed the danger first, but I didn't listen. So he left first, and as soon as he moved, the danger struck. I bear undeniable responsibility for our losses. Captain Guan said gravely. Everyone was stunned and started talking at once. The Black Panther squad was a renowned special team in the safe zone. Why were they yielding to a survivor team? Wan Lan was especially incredulous. She froze for a moment, then pointed at the bus behind them and said, that can't be right. If danger came right after he moved, shouldn't he have run into danger too? Why are you all battered, while he's perfectly fine? The minibus was undamaged, and Jiang Liusher seemed unharmed. But the Black Panther squad's vehicle was a wreck, even Bai Jiayan's flashy roarer was torn to shreds. Wan Lan's question made many others curious too. At that moment, Bai Jiayan let out a breath and said solemnly, Captain Zhang's vehicle is just too powerful. With that, Bai Jiayan had already answered Wan Lan's question. It wasn't that Jiang Liusher didn't face danger, nor did he use any tricks, it was simply a difference in strength. Facing the same danger, Jiang Liusher's team suffered no damage, while the Black Panther squad suffered heavy losses. Wan Lan was dumbfounded. She felt like her brain couldn't process it all. Just moments ago, she had gleefully thought Jiang Liusher's team was done for. And now she was hearing this? Not only Captain Guan, but even Bai Jiayan from the Huaxia region fully respected Jiang Liusher. And Captain Guan had admitted his own mistake. Jiang Liusher wouldn't be punished. He had sensed the danger first, it was Captain Guan who didn't listen. In fact, they should be thanking Jiang Liusher, even apologizing to him. Sure enough, Captain Guan bowed to Jiang Liusher, This incident happened because I was arrogant. I owe an apology to my team and to Captain Jiang. We still have intelligence to report, so let's talk later. Surrounded by gazes, Captain Guan no longer wanted to stay. He and Bai Jiayan entered the command center building. People murmured all around, and at this moment, Jiang Lushur looked at the pale-faced Wan Lan. You have nothing to say? Jiang Lushur asked. Wan Lan's face turned slightly pale. She glared at him and said, What's there to say? Don't be so unforgiving. If you're that strong, why didn't you save people? They died because of you. What are you doing? Being stared at coldly by Jiang Lushur, Wan Lan took a frightened step back. Just then, the male officer from earlier stepped in front of Wan Lan. This is the safe zone. You want to fight here? The officer frowned. Lin Yuan? Wan Lan, feeling flustered under Jiang Lushur's cold gaze, hid behind Lin Yuan and didn't dare show her face. It's just a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that, Lin Yuan said stiffly. Jiang Lushur looked at them coldly and suddenly smiled. Zhuing, let's go, Jiang Lushur said. Lin Yuan maintained his expression, watching Jiang Lushur's group walk away. That slight smile from Jiang Lushur gave him an eerie chill. But this was the safe zone, heavily guarded, what could Jiang Lushur do? Besides, it wasn't such a big deal. Even if Jiang Lushur was upset, he wouldn't risk everything over something like this. Don't worry, it's fine now. Just don't mess with him again, he's not someone to provoke, Lin Yuan turned to Wan Lan and said. Wan Lan rolled her eyes, I'm supposed to be scared of him in the safe zone? And how was I supposed to know he'd be here? But thanks anyway, Lin Yuan. You don't need to thank me, I'm only looking after you because of your sister. But if she finds out you're causing trouble like this, she'll scold you, Lin Yuan said. Why would she scold me? Did I say anything wrong? Even if I misunderstood that Jiang guy before, it's a fact that he didn't save anyone, Wan Lan snorted. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Wan Lan was too arrogant without having the strength to back it up, she was bound to offend the wrong person eventually. It was only because Jiang Lushur was a survivor, if he had been a high-ranking officer, this wouldn't have ended so easily. As Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing walked away, someone suddenly came running after them, the sound of footsteps approaching. Before the person could speak, Jiang Lushur stopped and turned his head. Who is it? Jiang Lushur's sudden turn startled the girl. She had been hesitating whether or not to greet him. It's you? Jiang Lushur looked closely at the girl and was momentarily surprised. This girl was Wang Shiqi, Li Yusin's best friend in the Zhonghai safe zone. Her parents had also been sent to the safe zone early, and she herself was a nurse. Of course, Jiang Lushur remembered her, and also remembered that she had a rather arrogant personality. But this time when he saw her, she was wearing a military uniform and looked a bit haggard. You came to Jiangning too? Why are you dressed like this? Jiang Lushur asked. Well, I'm a nurse with the military, usually helping out in logistics, Wang Shiqi said. With the military? That was still quite dangerous. Doing such a risky job and still helping out in logistics? Jiang Zhuing looked at her curiously, then her eyes lit up and she pulled on Jiang Lushur, saying, Brother, she's the one who spoke up for us just now. Earlier, when Jiang Zhuing stormed over, she had overheard part of the conversation between this girl and Wan Lan. So it's someone we know. Jiang Zhuing smiled at Wang Shiqi in a friendly way and said. Jiang Lushur was also a little surprised that Wang Shiqi had actually spoken in their favor. I was just telling the truth? Major Wan Lan is too arbitrary. But that's just her personality, Wang Shiqi said softly. Jiang Lushur felt that Wang Shiqi had changed a lot. She used to be spoiled and pampered, but now she looked very tired. Her way of speaking had also changed, not sharp and aggressive like a little wild cat anymore, but rather timid. But I didn't expect you guys to come to Jiangning's safe zone too. That's great, Wang Shiqi said with a faint smile. How is Yusin? She's doing well. She's in the car. Go talk to her, Jiang Lushur said. All right then, Wang Shiqi nodded. By the way, I wanted to ask, does the Jiangning safe zone have a stockpile of metal materials? All kinds of different ones. While walking toward the minibus, Jiang Lushur suddenly asked. He didn't know when he'd be able to meet General Zhang, and right now Jiangning's safe zone was in chaos. If there were other ways to solve the problem, that would be even better. Jiang Lushur was racing against time, he couldn't afford to wait. Metal materials? Wang Shiqi thought for a moment. There should be. Food, clothing, all kinds of construction materials, all are managed by logistics. I'll go check for you. If there are any, can they be sold externally? Jiang Lushur's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to ask the right person just by chance. Well, these things were usually managed by logistics anyway. Sold? That should be possible, Wang Shiqi was certain. Some categories are not for sale, but as long as it's not particularly rare, most materials should be available. They're not anything rare, Jiang Lushur was reassured. Luckily, he had retrieved the helicopter, the hard-to-find materials were already in hand. The rest were easier to get. Then thank you, Jiang Lushur said. Wang Shiqi smiled faintly. She really had changed a lot. The fall of Zhonghai safe zone had probably reshaped her character. In fact, her nature was always good, it was just her personality that was too arrogant. Now, with a change in character, she was a good girl. Yusin, guess who's here? Jiang Lushur said as he got in the car. Li Yusin asked curiously, what's going on? She looked toward the door, and when she saw Wang Shiqi coming aboard, her expression turned to shock, then delight as she rushed over. Shiqi! Li Yusin grabbed Wang Shiqi's hand tightly. After the collapse of Zhonghai safe zone, Li Yusin hadn't just worried about her own family, she had also worried about Wang Shiqi. She had asked her grandfather and mother about Wang Shiqi, but they didn't know where she was or where her family had gone. Now, seeing Wang Shiqi safe and sound, Li Yusin was overjoyed. I'm so glad you're okay. What about your family? Are they all right? Li Yusin asked. Yes, they're all fine. You seem even prettier now, Wang Shiqi said, her eyes gleaming with tears as she looked Li Yusin over. Do you want to come over to my place for a bit? Li Yusin asked hopefully. I can't, I still have work, Wang Shiqi said awkwardly. Then Jiang Ji, let's take Shiqi back, Li Yusin said. Okay. Jiang Lushur nodded, and immediately started the minibus, driving toward the logistics department of Jiangning safe zone. Li Yusin pulled Wang Shiqi to sit on the bed. The two girls held hands and talked about everything from the time Li Yusin left the safe zone up until now. They were both full of emotions as they shared their experiences. During this time, Li Yusin's abilities had improved significantly, and Wang Shiqi had become more mature than before. Jiang Lushur sat on the sofa and took Luoluo from Ran Shiyu's arms. As soon as this mutant beast was in his hands, it became as docile as a plush toy, almost completely still. GG. Luoluo trembled under Jiang Lushur's gentle petting. Why are you trembling? Jiang Lushur asked calmly. Gee. Luoluo froze and didn't even dare to tremble anymore, its long ears drooping down. Ah, we're here. Wang Shiqi glanced out the window and quickly stood up. Jiang Lushur, I'll check for you once I'm back. You can make a list for me, and I'll prepare it. I'll let you know when it's ready. All right. Jiang Lushur nodded and quickly wrote down the materials he needed, handing the list to Wang Shiqi. Yusin, I'll go now. See you next time, Wang Shiqi said, hugging Li Yusin before reluctantly getting off the bus. Jiang Lushur looked outside. The logistics department was in an old shopping mall building. Many people were coming and going, and lots of vehicles were parked in front. Some were delivering coal, others delivering clothes. Wang Shiqi walked past these vehicles and headed for the entrance. Just before entering, she turned and waved at them. HM? Jiang Xiaochu? Jiang Lushur suddenly noticed a delicate figure struggling to move coal briquettes. Her clothes and exposed skin were covered in coal dust. At that moment, Jiang Xiaochu seemed to sense his gaze and looked up. When she saw the minibus, she showed a surprised expression. Distracted, she stepped on a coal briquette and lost her balance. But before she could fall, a hand caught her. What are you doing here? Jiang Lushur asked. Ran Shiyu also got out of the car. She looked at Jiang Xiaochu and frowned, as if she had guessed something. Where's Zhang Haojing? Ran Shiyu asked coldly. Jiang Lushur's expression also turned grim. Just how bold was Zhang Haojing? He kicked us out of the house. We found a place ourselves. It's nothing really, just the work is a bit tiring, Jiang Xiaochu said. What about the food we gave you? Ran Shiyu asked. Jiang Xiaochu hesitated and said, we're still eating it. You don't need to cover for him when he treated you like that, Ran Shiyu said. As a psychic, she could tell right away when Jiang Xiaochu lied. Where is he now? Jiang Lushur asked calmly. He lost a leg and is in the hospital, Jiang Xiaochu said. Jiang Lushur raised an eyebrow. So Zhang Haojing had lost a leg. But why did he still dare act this way? Was he asking to lose the other one too? It's okay. We have a place to stay now. The hospital is heavily guarded. Let's just let this go, alright, Shiyu? Jiang Xiaochu said nervously. When Zhang Haojing returned, his crazy behavior made her anxious. She was afraid that her problems would drag Jiang Lushur and the others into trouble. Unfortunately, the only job she could find that paid well and she could do was coal briquette work. Otherwise, she would have rather stayed hidden somewhere than be seen by Ran Shiyu like this. Alright, Shiyu? Let it go. We just won't have contact anymore. We're self-reliant now, Jiang Xiaochu pleaded. Ran Shiyu's gaze was cold, and after a moment she said, you've been self-reliant all along. But seeing Jiang Xiaochu so worried, Ran Shiyu nodded. I understand. But this is too exhausting. Exhausting? I heard the major region will be fully established soon. Then we'll return to life before the apocalypse. That gives me hope. Even if it won't be exactly the same, at least life will be stable. When schools reopen, I'll go be a teacher, Jiang Xiaochu said with some anticipation. Once the major region is built, schools and other institutions will reopen. As a returned overseas elite, Jiang Xiaochu could easily become a teacher. A lot of people are like me. We're just ordinary people suffering the most right now. But being alive and able to look forward to the future already makes me feel very content, Jiang Xiaochu said with a sweet smile, her face still covered in coal dust. Jiang Lushi said nothing. Ordinary people still didn't know about the hive. The safe zone, now bustling with activity, could be destroyed in an instant. I'll get back to work. Shiyu, let's talk again next time. Jiang Xiaochu smiled and went back to unloading coal. There were still 2 truckloads of coal briquettes to unload and distribute. But for ordinary people like Jiang Xiaochu who worked with coal, there was no chance of getting any. Supplies were limited, and few could be provided for. Though ordinary people could buy coal briquettes, they earned so little that they couldn't afford to buy them. This is really infuriating, Ran Shiyu said with a slight frown. Jiang Lushi rarely saw her get angry, so it seemed she was truly upset this time. They had driven Jiang Xiaochu's family out and even taken the things she had given them. Those items were spoils Ran Shiyu had obtained after numerous battles, saying she had exchanged them with her life wouldn't be an exaggeration. But such things were openly snatched by that disgusting Zhang Haojing. Just thinking about it made Ran Shiyu feel sick. But we can't get into that hospital, Ran Shiyu said unwillingly. It was exactly because Zhang Haojing was lying in the hospital that he acted so arrogantly. They couldn't barge in directly. On one hand, Jiang Lushi still needed materials from the safe zone. On the other, they had to show respect to General Zhang. General Zhang admired and supported both the Shadow Squad and Jiang Lushi. Forget it, Ran Shiyu sighed. But at that moment, Jiang Lushi grabbed her. Then as long as we're not discovered, isn't it fine? Jiang Lushi said. Huh? Ran Shiyu was stunned. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. Zhang Haojing thought they couldn't get in, but in fact, the front door wasn't the only way in. After dinner, night fell. In the Jiangning safe zone, aside from a few buildings still lit, most areas had been swallowed by the night, like patches of deep shadow. Jiangning Hospital. This hospital used to be a city hospital in Jiangning, built only a few years ago. The buildings and facilities were still very new. At the main gate, soldiers stood guard, and a squad of soldiers was patrolling. Next to the hospital was a military camp, giving off an imposing and intimidating atmosphere even from afar. In a nearby alley, a minibus had silently parked. Its headlights were off, and only the interior lights were on, completely invisible from outside. The partition between the driver's seat and the passenger area had been lowered, sealing the light within. In the driver's seat, Ing sat motionless, her bright eyes watching ahead through the windshield. In her mind, the minibus built-in cameras were monitoring the rear, the images projected before her. Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusin, and 5 people were seated on the sofa. At that moment, Jiang Lushi glanced out the window at the sky and said, "It's about time." "Shiyu, let's begin," Jiang Lushi said. "Okay." Ran Shiyu nodded, and her gaze seemed to pierce through the minibus and reach into the distance. Her gray eyes resembled a galaxy, drawing one in. Her mental vision had already entered the hospital, bypassing patrolling soldiers and quickly spreading into the building. Like an invisible shadow darting through unseen paths, Ran Shiyu's mental vision reached the main entrance. "I sense mental energy," Ran Shiyu suddenly said. "Don't push yourself," Jiang Lushi said. Within her spiritual vision, an invisible force was sweeping through the hospital. This force passed through the mental light orbs representing patients, doctors, and nurses, none of whom noticed anything. Ran Shiyu paused briefly, then said, "It's fine." Her mental vision passed through the force like a nimble cat, lightly and gracefully. That mental energy kept scanning but didn't detect Ran Shiyu right beneath its nose. Ran Shiyu concentrated her mental energy into a single stream, slipping through the narrowest of gaps. "He can't detect me," Ran Shiyu said, a trace of confidence flashing on her face. Though she appeared gentle, she had incredibly strong mental power. While speaking, Ran Shiyu had already locked onto the mental type Esper's location. He was in a hospital room, and in the room next door, she detected another mental light orb. "Jiang Ji, I found him," Ran Shiyu said coldly. "Zhang Haojing. Let's go." Jiang Lushi immediately stood up. The vehicle door opened, and Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuiying, and 0 quickly exited, then leapt over the wall in one bound. In an instant, a new visual appeared in the minds of all three. This was Ran Shiyu's shared mental vision. In the visual, they could clearly see a gray-toned environment with glowing mental light orbs, and their relative distances. Huh? Why are there blue light orbs too? Jiang Zhuing said in surprise. There were only 3 blue light orbs. When she moved, she realized they represented her, Jiang Lucier, and 0. That's to avoid confusion. I can even change the shape for you, Ran Shiyu said. With a thought, the 3 blue orbs turned into heart shapes. Wow, I like this, Jiang Zhuing said. The shared mental vision was essentially a projection of Ran Shiyu's spiritual power into their minds. So she could modify it freely. Of course, making such changes consumed mental energy. But since they weren't fighting mutated beasts or zombies tonight, and they were in a safe zone rather than the wild, Ran Shiyu decided to be playful. Brother, you're a beating heart, Jiang Zhuing said with a laugh, seeing the heart that represented Jiang Lucier bounce as he moved forward. Jiang Lucier, quiet. They used various covers to evade patrols and entered the hospital building through a window. Next, I'll wrap the mental Esper's mind with illusions, just ignore him and go straight through, Ran Shiyu said. Project Illusions? You're sharing mental vision with him too? Jiang Lucier said in surprise. Ran Shiyu had never done this before. Yes, I want to try. As long as I control it perfectly, nothing will go wrong, Ran Shiyu said. Sitting on the minibus sofa, she took a deep breath and her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Everyone was evolving, advancing, monsters were rapidly evolving too. Ran Shiyu wanted to do more with her power. Trust me, Ran Shiyu said. All right. Jiang Lucier didn't hesitate anymore. Let's go. Few people were walking the halls at night. The hospital wasn't too crowded either, most patients were wounded soldiers. On the 5th floor inpatient department, 2 young nurses were working at the station. Suddenly, one of them saw a shadow flash before her eyes. She looked up and glanced around. There was nothing in the corridor. Must be seeing things, she rubbed her eyes and went back to work. At that moment, in a room on the 5th floor, Zhang Haojing was lying in bed, with his woman sitting nearby. She was taking out an insulated food container. They've been kicked out, right? Zhang Haojing asked. Don't worry. I locked them out and threw their ragged clothes at the door. They tried to come back for their luggage, but I didn't let them. Didn't you say you didn't want them stepping foot in our house again? The woman said with a smile. That's right. Anyone related to Jiang Lucier, I never want to see them again, Zhang Haojing said coldly. My leg is thanks to him. Zhang Haojing looked down at the blanket. Though there was a bulge near the knee, below that it was limp. That was where his missing lower leg used to be? Seeing it again made Zhang Haojing's eyes turn red. He slammed the bed hard, making it shake. The woman was startled. After returning, Zhang Haojing had received further stitching and bandaging, but his leg was gone forever, it had even been eaten. Not even a bone fragment was left. But he won't have it easy either. I originally just wanted to poach Ran Shiyu, didn't plan to do anything to Jiang Lucier. But this outcome, he brought it on himself, Zhang Haojing said. Is Jiang Lucier's minibus really that amazing? You said that Big Shot was interested in it. Didn't you also say Jiang Lucier has a general backing him? The woman asked, a little worried. She wanted to see Jiang Lucier and Ran Shiyu suffer too, but she was afraid of consequences. Of course he's interested. As for General Zhang, he's the safe zone's general first. He has to think of the bigger picture. Even if he wants to protect Jiang Lucier, he can't do whatever he wants. The safe zone doesn't revolve around him, there's still the commander and the military committee. A sinister look flashed across Zhang Haojing's face. Besides, if he wasn't interested, why would he send someone to protect me? As he spoke, Zhang Haojing glanced toward the neighboring room. That mental-type Esper was also a patient, but had been assigned right next to him, and constantly kept the hospital under spiritual surveillance. In truth, Zhang Haojing was very afraid of Jiang Lucier, so when he betrayed him, he asked for protection as a condition. Now, living in Jiangning Hospital, with guards at the front gate, 2 guards at his room door, and a mental Esper next door. The big shot saw how scared Zhang Haojing was of Jiang Lucier and found it amusing. With this level of security, you can sleep peacefully. Zhang Haojing did feel at ease. He didn't believe Jiang Lucier could barge into his room and hold a gun to his head. Is that braised mutant beast meat with vegetables? Zhang Haojing asked, finally looking at the meal box the woman had taken out. Yeah, and it smells amazing. I told you, giving stuff like this to Jiang Xiaochu's family is a waste. I rushed here to bring it to you. I haven't even eaten yet, the woman said as she opened the box, releasing a delicious aroma. Zhang Haojing chuckled. But before he could say anything, there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. The soft knocking sound made Zhang Haojing's eyes flash instantly. But the psychic Esper in the next room didn't react, and there was no unusual sound from the doorway. Zhang Haojing just tensed up instinctively for a moment, then relaxed. He felt that he was just being overly nervous. The knock had made his heart skip a beat. "Who is it?" the woman asked as she got up and walked toward the door. But the moment she opened it, she froze. Zhang Haojing was holding his meal box, just about to put a piece of stewed meat into his mouth, when he sensed something was wrong. "What is it?" Zhang Haojing asked as he looked toward the door. The woman stood there stiffly, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at the person in front of her. Jiang Lushi. The two guards at the door were still standing on either side, but they seemed completely unaware of Jiang Liushi's group. Naturally, they were under the influence of Ran Shiyu's psychic power. Short-term control like this wasn't a problem for her. At that moment, the woman didn't dare to make a sound, because a sharp military dagger was pressed against her throat. The cold blade touched her skin, raising goosebumps all over her. Zero stood next to Jiang Lushi. The moment the woman opened the door, Zero struck, so fast the woman couldn't react at all. Jiang Lushi gave her a cold smile and gestured. "Shoo!" The woman didn't dare to make a sound. The tip of the blade had already cut her skin. At that moment, Zhang Haojing felt a sense of unease. That same feeling of dread he had when the door was knocked now surged back, even stronger than before. He reached for the alarm button beside the bed without hesitation, but at that moment, an intense sense of life or death danger enveloped him. "If you move, I'll shoot you dead right now. You can try and see if you're faster than me," Jiang Liushi's voice sounded beside Zhang Haojing's ear. At the same time, Zhang Haojing felt a prickling pain in his head, and the scream he was about to let out got stuck in his throat. Zhang Haojing vaguely saw Jiang Lushi and the others walk in and gently close the door behind them. The blur only lasted a moment. When Zhang Haojing snapped back to his terrified senses, he realized a cold gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Zhang Haojing froze, his body and blood running cold. He had never been a match for the Shadow Squad, but now that he truly stood on the opposite side, he realized how badly he had underestimated their terror. In the VIP ward of Jiangning Hospital, next to a military camp, a place ordinary people couldn't enter, his enemy had gotten in as if walking through an empty garden. The guards at the door, the psychic esper in the next room, none of them had noticed anything. Zhang Haojing's heart sank. He had miscalculated. He had completely failed to realize how insignificant he was in front of Jiang Lushi. "You'd better cooperate. At this distance, no matter what you try, you won't get the chance," Jiang Lushi said. Zhang Haojing tensed up. He realized, not just Jiang Lushi, but also Ran Shiyu, he was still under her psychic surveillance. A sense of despair overwhelmed Zhang Haojing. He couldn't even go all out and take Jiang Lushi down with him. He couldn't even call for help. The hospital still looked peaceful on the outside. Who would imagine that inside this room, someone had a gun to his head? "If you're going to kill me, just do it," Zhang Haojing said in despair. "You're living pretty comfortably. Who gave this to you?" Jiang Lushi asked. Zhang Haojing gave a cold laugh. "Why should I answer you? If I tell you, will you let me go?" He wasn't stupid. Jiang Lushi had snuck into the hospital just to put a gun to his head. How could he possibly let him off? Begging was meaningless now. "If you kill me, you won't live long either. Your end won't be any better than mine," Zhang Haojing said viciously. The thought of Jiang Lushi suffering later gave him twisted pleasure and eased some of his fear of death. "It's not my fault, don't kill me," the woman trembled and pleaded. But with Zero's dagger at her throat, she didn't dare raise her voice. Zhang Haojing glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Jiang Lushi looked at the woman and asked, "What do you know?" "Bitch, you dare betray me," Zhang Haojing suddenly raised his voice. But the moment he spoke, a small electric current passed through his body. Zhang Haojing convulsed, his voice cutting off instantly. The pain from the shock made him collapse onto the bed. His eyeballs bulged in pain as he twitched violently. The woman trembled uncontrollably at the sight. Jiang Zhuiying stood there, a slight smile on her face, fingers crackling with electric currents, like pets dancing around her fingers. She already disliked Zhang Haojing just from what Ran Shiyu had told her. Now that she saw him in person, her disgust grew. Naturally, she wanted him to suffer. "Speak," Jiang Lushi said to the woman. Zhang Haojing had enjoyed such good treatment, dared to drive out Jiang Xiaochu's family, and seized what Ran Shiyu had given them. He must have had powerful backing. Jiang Lushi wanted to know exactly who it was. Zhang Haojing found someone after he returned. "He told that person everything about you, and also about Ran Shiyu's past. But I don't know who that person is. Zhang just said he was powerful, could get him promoted, make him rich, and said I'd live a good life with him too. I was tricked by Zhang Haojing. I'm just a woman, I have no way to make a living. Whatever he said, I had to listen. Kicking out Xiaochu and her parents, he insisted. I had no choice." The woman spoke quickly. While she was talking, Zhang Haojing was still being electrocuted. His face was twisted in pain, eyes fixed on her with hatred. But she ignored him. She didn't want to die with Zhang Haojing. She tried her best to distance herself from him. At this point, she wished she didn't even know him. Bitch, Zhang Haojing squeezed out the words. Why are you scolding me? I'm telling the truth, the woman shouted. If you can betray Zhang Haojing, how do I know you won't betray me? Jiang Lushur asked calmly. I really won't say anything. The woman's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur said nothing, he just stared at her. Suddenly the woman screamed and ran for the door, help. In that instant, she felt a burning heat on her neck. Warm blood gushed from her throat. Her scream turned into a raspy moan that never came out. She clutched her neck, eyes wide in panic, collapsed to the ground twitching, then stopped moving. So, stupid, Zhang Haojing said. That woman clearly couldn't keep secrets. The moment Jiang Lushur looked at her, she panicked. That's why she lost control and did something so suicidal. I'll give you one last chance. Who is that person? If you tell me, your death will be quicker, Jiang Lushur said. Zhang Haojing was already drenched in sweat. His whole body ached. He hesitated for just a moment. Jiang Zhuiying immediately zapped him again. You better think carefully. As an esper, your body should withstand an hour or two. You'll be burned from the inside out, organs destroyed, skin blistered and rotten. You'll look ugly, Jiang Zhuiying added. With her power, she could instantly turn Zhang Haojing into charcoal, but she could also torture him slowly. The voltage was under her full control. Looks like you want to try, Jiang Zhuiying said with a wicked smile. For someone who tried to harm her brother, Jiang Zhuiying wouldn't show mercy. Zap! Another jolt from head to toe. Zhang Haojing's eyes nearly popped out, his skin flushed red. Numbness, sharp pain, spasms, high blood pressure, shortness of breath, you'll feel them all, Jiang Zhuiying said. Each time she named a symptom, she shocked him again. Zhang Haojing finally broke. I'll talk. Zhang Haojing's heart was full of hatred. He wanted Jiang Lushur to suffer horribly, but the pain was unbearable. His heart was filled with agony. The two guards at the door didn't hear anything. Before Jiang Liushur's group came out, they were still in a daze. They watched Jiang Liushur's group walk out. Jiang Lushur even turned and closed the door behind him. The guards still didn't react. Only after Jiang Liushur's team had left did they come to their senses. But they had no idea what had just happened. Even more so, they didn't know the person they were guarding was now a corpse. Back on the minibus, Jiang Lushur let out a breath. Thanks, everyone, Ran Shiyu said, withdrawing her gaze and looking at the three of them. This time your psychic ability was the most important, Jiang Lushur said with a smile. Without Ran Shiyu, it would have been impossible to infiltrate such a place without being noticed. Psychic powers were eerie and hard to guard against. Even though Zhang Haojing arranged for a psychic esper to guard against Ran Shiyu, it still didn't work. They'll discover the body soon. Let's leave quickly, Ran Shiyu said. She had already withdrawn her spiritual vision. The psychic next door would soon realize that the two nearby psychic light orbs had vanished. There one moment, gone the next. Let's go. As Jiang Lushur spoke, Ying stepped on the gas. The minibus vanished into the night. After the minibus left, sirens suddenly blared in Jiangning Hospital. Soldiers rushed from the nearby military camp, and residents in nearby buildings woke up, staring toward the hospital. What happened? People asked in confusion. This was the core of Jiangning's safe zone. Had a mutated beast or zombie appeared? By the time the military began street patrols, Jiang Lushur and his group had already returned home. Zhang Haojing actually sold us out to someone from the Huaxia region. Now that they're dead, won't that person from the Huaxia region suspect Jiang Ji? Li Yusin asked worriedly. Suspecting is one thing. Without evidence, they can't do anything to us, Jiang Zhuiying said casually, curled up on the sofa, holding a tablet and reading comics. That may be true, Ran Shiyu said, but that person from the Huaxia region, we still need to be cautious. According to what Zhang Haojing had confessed, he wasn't even qualified to meet that person. That person had been sent by the Huaxia region to oversee and guide the construction of the Jiangning safe zone and had a powerful background. Even the commander of the Jiangning safe zone had to show him respect. If soldiers come, we'll block them, Jiang Lushur said calmly. Back in the Zhonghai safe zone, he had offended Commissioner Chu and hadn't been afraid. That person from the Huaxia region couldn't openly mobilize troops to do anything to him either. Zhang Haojing's death didn't even stir up the slightest ripple within the Jiangning safe zone. Until the next morning, when the citywide alarm suddenly blared, and a massive wave truly swept through the entire Jiangning safe zone. The residents of the safe zone were awakened from their sleep and rushed to their windows to look outside. At first, many people couldn't see clearly, but gradually, someone identified a black shadow among the tall buildings. What is that? Some people cried out. A mist covered the Jiangning city area, and in it, a black shadow was moving. The black shadow didn't seem to have a definite shape and kept changing. More and more people noticed the shadow. At first, they looked at it with curiosity, but slowly, panic began to spread. That black shadow was slowly approaching the safe zone. It didn't look like fog or dust, it looked like something real, continuously moving toward them. But it was still too far away, and the thick fog made it hard to see what it was. People could only guess and discuss anxiously. Jiang Lushur was also standing by the window, watching the black shadow. Warning, dangerous energy detected. Danger level, highest. The cold mechanical voice of the starseed suddenly sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. It was that thing. The danger level detected by the starseed had even increased since before. This dangerous energy entity, it was the one that destroyed Hejiang town. What is this thing? Jiang Lushur urgently asked the starseed. Scanning. This dangerous energy entity is a special life form with extremely high growth potential. It can rapidly grow by consuming large quantities of matter. Its targets include living beings, all kinds of metals, and minerals. This type of special life form can stay dormant for long periods, and once awakened, it will consume large amounts of matter and return to its mature state. This energy entity has awakened from dormancy. The starseed quickly gave the scan results. So that was it. Jiang Lushur guessed that when the starseed first sensed the energy entity, it was still very weak, but now it had become much stronger. With his vision, he could see the true form of the black shadow through the gray fog. The surface of the black shadow looked like it was covered in thick layers of scales, but beneath the scales, there was no actual flesh, only darkness, making it impossible to see what it was. Staring too long made his eyes see static, and his vision filled with black dots. Wherever the black shadow passed, zombies and metal were slowly devoured. When it passed by cars, the cars became bare frames. When it passed buildings, even metal window frames and balcony railings vanished. Zombies were much faster than the black shadow and could have escaped, but when it approached, the zombies just stood still, letting it swallow them. The residents couldn't see this, but Jiang Lushur could clearly see everything. And what he saw chilled him to the bone. This thing had just awakened from dormancy. Had it appeared with the apocalypse? After the apocalypse, anything was possible. Even a monster like this wasn't surprising. But ordinary monsters didn't trigger fear from the starseed. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Even though the black shadow hadn't changed, Jiang Lushur immediately sensed it was looking at him. It had noticed him. When the starseed scanned it, it had sensed the starseed's presence too. Immediately after, the black shadow's movement speed seemed to increase. Damn! Jiang Lushur cursed in his heart. The safe zone's population, and the starseed, were all its feeding targets. But the safe zone wouldn't just sit and wait to die. Jiang Lushur certainly wouldn't either. Wang Shiqi should contact me today, Jiang Lushur said. Down on the street, military trucks roared past, and troops ran quickly toward the city wall. At the same time, several vehicles drove through the streets, using loudspeakers to broadcast messages and orders. All residents, remain calm. Daily life and work will continue as usual. Espers and survivor teams, please await instructions. The announcement repeated again and again. After Hejiang town's destruction, many new survivor teams had arrived in the safe zone. Now that the safe zone was in danger, those teams would have to step up and fight. Unless they abandoned the safe zone and fled on their own. I feel very uncomfortable with that thing. It must be an extremely powerful mental energy body, Ran Shiyu said, her face a bit pale. With Ran Shiyu's current psychic power, if just looking at that energy made her feel discomfort, then its psychic strength must be terrifying. Which meant attacking it directly with her psychic powers wasn't possible. Even probing it with her abilities could be dangerous. Shiyu, don't make contact with it. Just monitor its distance from the safe zone, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. Ran Shiyu nodded. Jiang Lushur glanced at the landline phone in the room. He urgently needed those materials now. The closer the shadow got, the more threatened he felt. In the Jiangning Safe Zone Command Center. What's going on? How could something like this appear? On the surveillance footage, the black shadow approaching the safe zone was clearly visible. As it drew nearer, it slowly grew larger at a rate barely noticeable to the naked eye. At this rate, it would become like a massive black mouth, swallowing the safe zone bit by bit. The home where hundreds of thousands lived would be destroyed, without a trace. Inside the conference room sat nearly all the high-ranking officials of the Jiangning safe zone. Those who weren't present were at the city wall, urgently reinforcing defenses at the safe zone's gates. As a human settlement, the safe zone naturally attracted zombie hordes, mutant beasts, and all kinds of monsters. These things came following the scent. Fresh humans were a huge attraction. But none had been as strange as this. From receiving the report to the monster's appearance had taken only a few dozen hours. And the monster had already grown this large. It was now the size of a 2- or 3-story building. Didn't we send a team to eliminate it? Even if they couldn't, they should have reported back. How could? A military committee member shouted in anger. That thing had appeared right in their field of vision. That team was completely wiped out, General Zhang said solemnly. We've named this crisis Black Hole. According to analysis, the black hole seems to have absorbed enough energy and then suddenly completed a fusion. Our team encountered part of the black hole during this process, and when it fully fused, they were swallowed. An entire regiment, nearly 2,000 people, gone in a blink. No fierce resistance, no intense firefight, just gone. Total annihilation. No survivors. The report came from the espers we sent out for reconnaissance. Every word General Zhang spoke made the atmosphere in the conference room even heavier. 2,000 people, gone. The conference hall fell into silence. In past beast tides and zombie waves, although there were sacrifices, there had never been such a huge loss. And what caused this outcome wasn't tens of thousands of zombies, nor a large number of mutant beasts, but just a single black hole. In addition to its devouring and growth, this black hole has extremely high defense. From the current situation, bullets don't have much effect on it, General Zhang continued. If bullets don't work, then we use cannons. This black hole has also attracted many mutant beasts. I suggest we take the initiative to strike, encircle and wipe out this black hole before it can reach the safe zone. General Zhang said passionately. In the conference hall, the many committee members did not immediately respond. A 2,000-strong elite unit was gone just like that. Now asking them to send more people to eliminate the threat made them all uneasy. General Zhang stood by the table, his brow slightly furrowed. Back in Zhonghai, there were already factional struggles, everyone had their own calculations. If it were normal times, that would be one thing, but at a time like this, if no one wants to go, in the end, everyone perishes together. My Third Army, when wiping out the insect nest in Zhonghai, already lost many brothers. When we came to Jiangning, there weren't many left. But I and the brothers of the Third Army are still willing to be the first to step up. General Zhang said in a deep voice. The duty of a soldier is to protect the country and the people. To protect our homeland, to protect the people, even if it means dying in battle, that is what we should do. Ask yourselves, do you still remember who you are? Or have you forgotten already? General Zhang questioned coldly. These words made everyone present fall silent. Old Zhang is right. A committee member over 50 suddenly stood up and said. His gaze was sharp like an eagle's. Although thin, he gave off a sense of immense power, like a lion. I don't have many soldiers either, but most of them are ability users. I myself am a level 2 ability user. If bullets don't work, then we ability users should be able to give it a beating. This committee member, surnamed Luo, had the strongest personal strength among the military committees in Jiangning safe zone. Those 2,000 brothers were under my command, Commander Huang said slowly, in pain. He couldn't bear to let his men suffer heavy casualties again. But if we don't kill that damn thing, how can we face those 2,000 brothers? Commander Huang raised his head and slammed the table. Jiangning safe zone was just a small camp at first. We built it step by step. In this damned apocalypse, this is our home, the place we must defend with our lives. Hundreds of thousands of people rely on us for their safety. No matter how heavy the burden on our shoulders is, we must stand tall. For a moment, passion surged in everyone's hearts. Commander Huang and the others were originally local troops. They had already seen Jiangning turn into hell once. Many people screamed and died while fleeing. They knew many people were still in Jiangning city, but they had no choice but to retreat. Such a tragedy must not happen again. In that case, let's now plan how to eliminate this black hole, Commander Huang said. But just then, the conference hall door opened. All command power and leadership of Jiangning safe zone were gathered in this small room. Even Jiangning officials couldn't just barge in. But facing those who now appeared at the door, Commander Huang and the others straightened up and said, Major General Han Yuan has arrived. The man in his 30s leading the group was followed by 2 women and 3 men, one of whom was Bai Jiayan. But Bai Jiayan, known as Captain Bai, stood silently at the back. Beside Han Yuan stood a bald man and a woman. The bald man's face and body were covered with intersecting scars, looking terrifying. The woman gave off a cold, stay-away aura. These 2 stood on either side of Han Yuan, as if supporting him. But no matter how fierce their presence was, they were overshadowed by Han Yuan at the center. Han Yuan didn't seem fierce. Instead, he looked gentle, but when he stood there, he couldn't be ignored. He wasn't originally from the military but was granted the rank of Major General in the Huaxia region. Now in the Jiangning safe zone, he represented the Huaxia region. The committee members and commanders here, outside the room, were all powerful figures with troops and weapons. But behind Han Yuan stood the entire Huaxia region, making them treat him with caution. Han Yuan also gave off a feeling of deep thought. Even General Zhang didn't know what Han Yuan was thinking after interacting with him. I already know everything, Han Yuan said naturally, sitting on an empty chair. I also heard some things just now when entering. The black hole, right? Then Major General Han must have heard. We've already decided to do whatever it takes to eliminate the black hole and not give it a chance to threaten the safe zone, General Zhang said. Of course. Now that I'm in the safe zone, I should also contribute to defending it. My people will give it their all. I'll also report the situation here to the Huaxia region, Han Yuan nodded. That's great. Everyone felt united against the enemy. With full support from the Huaxia region, they would beat back any black hole. If you want to eliminate the black hole, first you must understand it. I'm willing to take the lead, but I'm a bit short on manpower, Han Yuan said. His willingness to lead the charge earned admiration from those present. The first group to approach the black hole would face the greatest danger. One wrong move, and they might end up like the 2,000-man team, never returning. But Han Yuan volunteered to take the risk. Whatever people you need, I'll give them to you. General Zhang was the first to respond. No need for soldiers. It's better to leave this to ability users, Han Yuan said. Ability users are more flexible and stronger in combat. I'm not leading an army, but a specially made sharp blade, a glint flashed in Han Yuan's eyes. Besides, this black hole might not be what you think. Eliminating it may not be the best solution, Han Yuan added. Everyone was stunned. Don't eliminate it? Haha, don't worry, I was just saying. Everything will depend on what we find out, Han Yuan laughed. Coming out of the conference hall, there was a hint of passionate spirit on General Zhang's aged face, as if the passion of his youth had returned. Although danger was right in front of them, the entire safe zone was of one heart. A safe zone like this wouldn't be easily defeated. General, let the brothers go. You'd better stay in the safe zone to oversee things, the adjutant walking beside General Zhang suggested with some concern. General Zhang was already very old and had been seriously injured during the beast nest battle in Zhonghai. Although he had been rescued in the end, he was not an ability user after all, and his age showed. His body had been left with permanent internal injuries that had never fully healed. Hearing the adjutant's words, General Zhang stopped walking and slowly spoke. In this apocalypse, everyone can ask themselves a question. If you watch your comrades, brothers, loved ones, and friends die miserably or turn into monsters, and you didn't risk your life to save them or fight alongside them, in the end, would you regret it? If the answer is yes, then fight. When I was young, I chose to become a soldier, and I've never feared death. I can't watch my fellow citizens die, can't watch the land I grew up on turn into a lifeless wasteland. If I cling to life cowardly, I'll regret it, I'll hate myself. General Zhang took a light breath, and his gaze became calm and firm. I am old. Precisely because I am old, I should fight even more. Otherwise, if I hide in a safe place and slowly die of old age, what meaning is there? There's a saying, people live not just to survive. The adjutant fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood at attention and gave a formal military salute, saying, willing to live and die with Jiangning. Major General Han Yuan has already given the order to select survivor teams from within the safe zone, right? General Zhang asked. Yes, the order has been issued, the adjutant nodded. Good. That team is still in the safe zone, right? If Major General Han Yuan can persuade him, the operation will be more secure, General Zhang said. You mean that team you have high hopes for? The adjutant asked curiously. He had heard General Zhang mention that team more than once. In that case, wouldn't it be better to directly invite them into the military? The adjutant asked. Currently, both in the Huaxia region and in Jiangning's safe zone, survivor teams were welcome to join the military. Jiangning's safe zone had been implementing this policy for a while, though many were dissatisfied, it had been pushed forward. The biggest issue with survivor teams was their unwillingness to follow orders. But forming a special ability user squad could partially solve that problem. He doesn't want to. Maybe this time he'll agree. When the greater region is established, he'll need to have a foundation, General Zhang said hopefully. If Jiang Lushir and his shadow squad were willing to stay in the Jiangning safe zone, General Zhang would be more than happy. Let's go, tell the brothers to prepare for this battle, General Zhang said. At that moment, a few others who had just come out of the conference hall were looking at General Zhang and his adjutant's backs. They were Han Yuan and the others. This old general is truly admirable, Han Yuan said. They had all heard General Zhang's words. With someone like him here, we don't have to worry about losing the safe zone. Even Commander Huang and others had been moved and reawakened by General Zhang's passion. But after speaking, Han Yuan's expression subtly changed. He asked lightly, that one guy. Zhang Haojing, one of the women, immediately replied. She didn't look as powerful as the others. Wearing thick glasses, she had always stood at the back, inconspicuous. Oh right, I forgot. Thank you, Wan Yiling. Han Yuan nodded gently at her. But that Zhang Haojing is already dead, just last night, Han Yuan said. Bai Jiayan's eyes flickered but she said nothing. Actually, I wasn't really interested in Zhang Haojing. He kept saying he wasn't safe and feared retaliation, which I found a bit strange. That's why I sent people to protect him. I just wanted to see, was the thing he was so afraid of really going to happen? Han Yuan said flatly. If Zhang Haojing could hear this, he would probably feel a chill down his spine. Han Yuan didn't assign protection because he valued the intel, just out of curiosity. In the end, neither the psychic ability user nor those two soldiers noticed anything. He was killed right under their noses. Could you have done that? Han Yuan asked. The strongest man and woman beside him both shook their heads. Wan Yiling pushed her glasses and said, if it was a very powerful psychic ability user, it is possible to kill someone without being detected. Didn't Zhang Haojing say there was a strong psychic user in that team? Han Yuan nodded, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Looks like that team really is as valuable as Zhang Haojing said. Bai Jiayan, you've operated with them. Tell us everything you know in detail. Wan Yiling, record it, Han Yuan said. Okay, Wan Yiling replied. Jiang Lushur waited in his room all day, but never received Wang Shiqi's call. I'll go find Wang Shiqi myself. Jiang Lushur couldn't wait any longer. The logistics office had already been visited once. Ing drove the minibus and quickly brought Jiang Lushur there. With the crisis ongoing, the logistics office had also become busier. Jiang Lushur followed the crowd into the building and came to a desk. Hello, I'm looking for Wang Shiqi, Jiang Lushur said. Wang Shiqi? An office worker looked up at him, about to shake their head, when suddenly Jiang Lushur, amidst the noisy voices, recognized a somewhat familiar voice. Put it here, yes, all of this over here. Wang Shiqi, wearing work clothes, was struggling to move clothing. All of it was packed in large woven bags, each more than a meter high. She could barely push them. Wang Shiqi? Jiang Lushur followed the voice, tapped her on the shoulder, and asked. Wang Shiqi jumped in fright. Turning around and seeing him, her expression became a bit unnatural. Jiang Lushur? Sorry, I've been busy all day, didn't get a chance to call you. Wang Shiqi said. Why are you doing this? Jiang Lushur asked. Not enough people. Wang Shiqi said with her head down. Call Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan to help, Jiang Lushur said directly. He pulled Wang Shiqi aside and asked, did you find the materials I needed? Those materials were all he was missing now. Wang Shiqi looked apologetic and said, the materials were found, but Major Wan said this is wartime, and these things won't be sold to outsiders. I tried to argue, but it was useless. I have no authority, I can't make decisions. Not only did she get no results, she had been sent here to do labor, with the reason being lack of manpower. If she had energy to help outsiders, it was better spent helping their own. Wang Shiqi had tried to hide this from Wan Lan, but Wan Lan found out anyway. That woman Wan Lan? A cold light flashed in Jiang Liushur's eyes. He didn't take Wan Lan seriously, but this woman was like a fly, buzzing around and annoying. Where is she? Jiang Lushur asked. Wang Shiqi was startled by Jiang Liushur's calm tone. She already understood how Jiang Lushur handled things. Jiang Lushur, Wan Lan runs logistics. She has the authority. Even if you do something to her, you still won't get the materials. For now, getting the materials is the priority, right? Wang Shiqi said. She knew Wan Lan had already made Jiang Lushur very annoyed. Jiang Lushur went silent for a moment. If it were a regular fly, he'd just swat it. But Wang Shiqi was right. And even if he didn't care, she still had to live in the safe zone. She was helping him. If he caused her trouble, it wouldn't be good. Don't worry, I'm just making a deal with her, Jiang Lushur said. Really? Wang Shiqi asked cautiously. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Lushur found it a bit funny. Are you that afraid of me? Jiang Lushur asked with a smile. Seeing that he didn't seem to be bluffing, Wang Shiqi let out a breath of relief and patted her chest. Honestly, you don't look like the type to bite, but I'm still a little scared of you. Only Yusen thinks you're super gentle, like you're all good traits. Really? Jiang Lushur touched his nose. Li Yusen praised him like that to her best friend? Yeah, back in Zhonghai safe zone she kept saying that. Otherwise, why would she follow you so firmly? She said being with you felt like a movie, like wandering the world with a sword. Said maybe that way, you'd find a way out, better than just surviving in the safe zone, Wang Shiqi said. Jiang Lushi was surprised. A quiet and gentle girl like Li Yusen actually had such a romantic dream deep down. If Wang Shiqi hadn't said it, he wouldn't have imagined it. Wang Shiqi asked around and came back looking a little guilty. She's busy, can't meet you. Jiang Lushi understood, probably not can't, but won't. But he wasn't angry. Call her, Jiang Lushi said. She also said not to call? She said you let people in the safe zone die without helping, and she won't help someone like you. Also said, since you know General Zhang, go hug the general's thigh and get him to give you the materials. Wang Shiqi said quietly. She was really worried Jiang Lushi might, in a rage, drive the minibus in and destroy the entire logistics building. A surge of anger indeed rose in Jiang Liushi's heart. That Wan Lan didn't have much power in her hands, yet acted as if she had supreme authority. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi had encountered this too, a woman at a local community office, clearly supposed to serve the grassroots people, but relied on her bit of authority to make things difficult for those seeking help, forcing them to do lots of useless tasks. In Jiang Liushi's eyes, Wan Lan was exactly that kind of person. Because her arrogance wasn't met with submission from Jiang Lushi, she deliberately made things difficult and went against him at every turn. Jiang Lushi didn't know where she got the nerve to act so arrogantly, but he had already tolerated her once, yet this woman didn't know her place. Wang Shiqi originally wanted to say a few more words, but seeing the look in Jiang Liushi's eyes, her heart skipped a beat and she didn't dare speak anymore. However, this was the safe zone's government office after all. If anyone caused trouble, the military would arrive immediately. Making a big scene over someone like Wan Lan wasn't worth it. Wang Shiqi felt uneasy and worried about the shadow squad. She tugged at Jiang Liushi's sleeve, looking at him with wide eyes and said, "Let me try again. I'll definitely find a way to get you those materials." "Okay, Jiang Lushi." Just then, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Immediately, a wave of screaming erupted from outside the gate. "What's going on?" Wang Shiqi was startled. Detected mutant energy. At the starseed's alert, Jiang Lushi grabbed Wang Shiqi's shoulder and said, "Wait here. I'll go take a look." With that, he turned and ran toward the gate. "Jiang Lushi!" Wang Shiqi shouted anxiously. Watching Jiang Lushi quickly disappear at the gate, Wang Shiqi hesitated but obediently stayed put, stomping her foot in frustration. They had just discovered that mysterious black hole yesterday, could it already have reached the safe zone? Wang Shiqi thought nervously. This was exactly what Jiang Lushi feared. Logically, it shouldn't be so soon. Although they could see the black hole, it was still quite far from the safe zone. There should have been some time to prepare and respond before the black hole arrived. But if it had suddenly reached the safe zone, then the safe zone was in danger. Even Jiang Lushi wasn't sure, his mobile base hadn't evolved yet, could it withstand the black hole? Jiang Lushi charged out of the building. Outside, many people were screaming in fear and running toward the building. These people had been unloading cargo in the square, busy as ever, but now they were frantically fleeing for their lives. Jiang Lushi looked around, then suddenly heard a sharp shriek from above. The moment the sound rang out, all the fleeing civilians clutched their heads and screamed in pain, even Jiang Lushi felt a buzzing in his ears. Some of the weaker civilians were hit harder, many fell to the ground, rolling and clutching their heads in agony, ignoring the pain from their fall. At that moment, several giant black shadows covered the sky above the square and swooped down. "Ah! Help!" Those still able to run screamed in terror and ran even faster, while those on the ground struggled to get up, crying for help in despair. The black shadows were all grotesque, flying mutant beasts. Once caught, people would be torn apart midair and devoured. "They're the same birds that attacked us before," Jiang Liushi's heart tightened. It now seemed these birds might be under the black hole's command. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The swooping shadows made piercing sounds as they tore through the air. Their speed was so fast that even ability users couldn't resist, let alone normal people. Under the shadows, civilians were like lambs awaiting slaughter, with no way to resist. Just then, a gunshot rang out from the crowded building entrance. With that shot, a black shadow that had just reached two residents suddenly lost balance and crashed to the ground, flapping its wings and spraying blood everywhere. The two residents, saved from certain death, were stunned, staring in disbelief at the flying mutant beast just a few steps away. One of its wings had a gaping, bloody hole. It was the size of a small truck. The terrified residents were stunned. Who fired that shot? "Run!" An angry shout came from the crowd. People finally saw the shooter. It was a young man, his eyes deep like the night, calmly watching the sky, completely fearless. Jiang Lushi had activated his brain domain ability. The flying monsters appeared to move in slow motion. As long as his mental energy held, he could keep tracking them. Their terrifying speed was no longer terrifying to him. Bang! Another shot. Another flying beast slammed into the ground mid-dive. The crowd snapped out of it, scrambled up, and ran toward the building, no longer caring about the beasts above. In a minibus parked in the square, a gun barrel extended, firing at the beasts. Jiang Lushur kept shooting, secretly alarmed. Looking up, the sky was filled with black dots circling above the safe zone. Shadows dove in all directions. Screams and gunfire echoed everywhere. The logistics building was just one attack point. The residential and factory areas had even more black shadows. Bang bang bang. After 3 kills, the birds seemed to realize their assault was failing. They stopped diving and instead charged toward the logistics building's windows. Boom! Several windows were smashed by the birds. Glass shards rained down. Some civilians just reaching the building were cut, bleeding amid screams. Several were badly injured, bleeding heavily as they collapsed. Drag them inside. Jiang Lushur shouted to those nearby. There were only 5 or 6 soldiers at the logistics office. They had been fighting with Jiang Lushur. Hearing his order, they rushed to carry the injured inside, dodging falling glass shards, extremely dangerous. As all civilians retreated into the building, the minibus screeched and swerved to the entrance, its rear door facing the building, blocking most of the entrance with its body. A roof section above the bus provided extra cover. Now the raptors couldn't attack the crowd. Screech! Screech! The birds screeched endlessly above, the sound clearly heard inside the building, making survivors shiver with fear. We survived. I'm still alive. Many murmured in disbelief. Brother, we owe you. Thank you. A soldier approached and saluted Jiang Lushur emotionally. The raptor attack had been so sudden, he was completely stunned. But this young man was calm and accurate with his shots, unlike him. This soldier was the squad leader in charge of security here. His men had gone upstairs to assist. Upstairs had been attacked too. People were screaming as they rushed down. Most were now crammed into the lobby. The civilians gratefully looked at Jiang Lushur, but seeing him speaking with the squad leader, they didn't interrupt. Wang Shiqi also came over. Though she had stayed put earlier, she had seen those black shadows strike like lightning, monsters so fast they couldn't be seen, yet Jiang Lushur shot them down. Though standing far away, her heart had raced and she still hadn't calmed down. Every time a shadow appeared, her eyes strained in vain, yet Jiang Lushur hit them every time. She feared a single missed shot could cause bloody disaster and many deaths. Looking at Jiang Lushur now, Wang Shiqi still hadn't recovered. How could he stay so calm? No need for thanks. You've done your best too. But those birds still surround this place. When will your reinforcements arrive? Jiang Lushur asked, waving it off. We've already sent for help. By the way, may I ask your name? The squad leader asked. Jiang Lushur, from the Shadow Squad, Jiang Lushur replied. At this time, the first-floor lobby was packed with people, most of whom were unarmed civilians with no ability to resist those raptors. Everyone stay here for now, keep away from the windows, and you should be fine. But right now, many people are injured, the squad leader said. However, at that moment, a loud boom rang out. The entire building seemed to shake slightly, and a wave of terrified screams erupted in the lobby. What now? Jiang Lushur immediately looked at the ground and shouted, spread out. As dozens of residents quickly scattered, the marble-covered concrete floor suddenly bulged and split open with a loud crack. Bang! A sniper bullet instantly shot into the crack. Everyone stared at the crack in shock and panic. Inside the pitch-black fissure, dirt, broken concrete, and snapped steel bars were all mixed together. After the gunshot, the crack didn't widen further, but many people saw a pair of blood-red eyes flicker in the darkness, then suddenly vanish. Even underground there were mutant beasts? There were many kinds of burrowing mutant beasts. Although the Jiangning safe zone had laid deep foundations when building the walls, and ability users were usually on guard, the raptors in the sky had drawn attention away, allowing these beasts to sneak in from outside. These mutant beasts could follow scent, detect signals, or even coordinate with the raptors above, heading directly to the most crowded areas. Not just under the logistics building, these beasts were likely appearing in many other places too. What do we do now? The residents were terrified. They had just escaped into the building, away from the raptors, and now mutant beasts appeared underground. There was nowhere to go. Everyone feared the ground beneath them would suddenly crack open and drag them in. With nowhere to hide, many stood on chairs and tables, pale and trembling. Even with Jiang Lushur preventing the monsters from emerging, the fear remained. And now, strange noises were coming from underground again. What are those mutant beasts doing? The squad leader asked in panic. Ran Shiyu's voice entered Jiang Liusher's mind. About 10 mutant beasts are gnawing on the underground steel bars and such, damaging the building's foundation. The mutant beasts had become more intelligent. After realizing Jiang Liusher was a threat, they switched to targeting the foundation. Now the people in the building faced a choice: either flee and be killed by the raptors, or stay and wait for the building to collapse and bury them alive. A wave of despair immediately spread. Many couldn't help but sob. The residential area is under heavy attack, and a large number of mutant beasts and zombies have appeared outside the wall. There's no way to support us. We've been told to hold out and wait for reinforcements, a soldier who had gone to request help reported. With hundreds of thousands of people in the residential area, whether the wall could hold concerned the entire safe zone. Compared to that, one building with a few hundred people wasn't a priority. The squad leader's face immediately turned grim. Hold out? How? If we try to break out, the losses will be huge. And these mutant beasts are underground, we can't attack them. The squad leader felt increasingly hopeless. Even with a sharpshooter like Jiang Liusher, he couldn't shoot through thick reinforced concrete to kill those beasts. We can only fight with all we've got. Let's break out, the squad leader said sadly. Breaking out was better than waiting to be buried alive, but it was still a desperate move. Break out? That's too dangerous. At this moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and said anxiously. Jiang Liusher's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw this person. It was Wan Lan. Wan Lan had rejected Jiang Liusher earlier and had been feeling smug, until disaster struck suddenly. Because of the raptor attack upstairs, she had fled in a panic. After seeing Jiang Liusher shoot and repel the beasts from underground, she hid quietly in a corner. Now Jiang Liusher was everyone's pillar of hope. Since she had a bad relationship with him, she didn't want to show herself unnecessarily. But when she overheard the squad leader saying no support was coming, she couldn't stay quiet anymore. No reinforcements? That meant waiting here to die. As for breaking out, it was too risky, and she didn't want that either. The squad leader said heavily, "There's no other way now." How could there be no way? Solutions come from thinking. We have you, and a survivor team, Wan Lan said. She didn't want to die and didn't want to take huge risks. Hearing that Wan Lan mentioned him, Jiang Liusher was briefly stunned. He couldn't help but feel amused. Then, Wan Lan looked at Jiang Liusher and said, "Captain Jiang, everyone here is a civilian. You wouldn't want them to face that kind of danger, right? In their eyes, you're a hero now, their only hope. On behalf of everyone, I thank you and your team, truly." Wan Lan now had a sincere look, but Jiang Liusher felt utterly disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. He could accept thanks from others, but hearing it from Wan Lan made him nauseous. "You're pretty quick at switching faces," Jiang Liusher said coldly. Wan Lan's expression stiffened slightly, then she smiled and said, "Captain Jiang, I was just following procedure. The materials needed approval before they could leave the warehouse, it's my duty." Although she strongly disliked Jiang Liusher, she had no choice. She needed him now too. "Actually, I've already been expediting the approval. I originally planned to notify Wang Shiqi in a couple of days so you could come pick them up. The process just can't be skipped," Wan Lan said. Seeing Jiang Liusher still looking at her with a mocking expression, Wan Lan bit her lip and said, "How about this? I'll take responsibility and release the materials to you early. Even if I get punished, I'm willing. You saved everyone earlier. Compared to that, I'm just breaking a rule." "Someone, go get the materials from warehouse number 3, Wan Lan shouted immediately. She felt bitter inside. She hadn't wanted to give those materials to Jiang Liusher, but now she had to hand them over herself. But there was no choice. For the sake of safety, she had to yield, for now. Jiang Liusher calmly watched as Wan Lan hurriedly organized people to move the materials. Soon, 4 large boxes stacked on a handcart were pushed out from the warehouse. "Captain Jiang, all the materials you needed are here, not a single item missing. I personally counted them to ensure everything is correct," Wan Lan said with a smile. Wang Shiqi, standing to the side, rolled her eyes. She was the one who had gathered all the materials. As for the counting, Wan Lan did check, but only to make sure Wang Shiqi hadn't secretly taken anything to give to Jiang Liusher. Now she was shamelessly taking credit for it. Seeing Wan Lan trying to flatter Jiang Liusher, Wang Shiqi found it all a bit theatrical. Wan Lan, once arrogant and overbearing, now had to rely on Jiang Liusher to ensure her own safety. In a place like this, only Jiang Liusher's team was strong enough to hold back these monsters. Without backup, Wan Lan had no more arrogance to stand on. Jiang Liusher glanced at Wan Lan and said calmly, "Zhang Hai, help load these onto the vehicle." With the strength of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, the materials were quickly moved into the minibus's cabin. Jiang Liusher remained in place, but the starseed began a silent scan. Metal materials detected, analyzing. The starseed then reported the name and quantity of each type of metal. Okay, check if all upgrade materials for the base vehicle are complete, Jiang Lushur said in his mind. Scanning. Base vehicle upgrade requirements met. Initiate upgrade, the starseed asked. Finally complete. At this critical moment, all materials had been gathered, including the 2 mutant blood cores, which Jiang Lushur had obtained earlier. Upgrading small parts of the base vehicle had been difficult enough, but upgrading the entire base vehicle was even harder. The Type 1 base vehicle, his beginner-level vehicle, had been with Jiang Lushur since the beginning of the apocalypse. Now it was finally time to upgrade the whole vehicle. Upgrade! Jiang Lushur said excitedly in his heart. During the upgrade, all functions of the base vehicle will remain operational. Upgrade time required, 72 hours. Upgrade initiated. Current progress, 0%. In an instant, all the materials Jiang Lushur had accumulated, mutant blood cores, tons of resources, parts from 2 helicopters, vanished. All of it turned into a progress bar on the starseed panel. Next to it were the words, Type 1 base vehicle, primary, Type 2 base vehicle, level 2. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably calm again. From Type 1 to Type 2, he had survived this far. As the base vehicle evolved, he also grew stronger. And now, right after the upgrade, they would have to face the black hole crisis. This felt just like when he first got the base vehicle and stepped into the apocalypse. No one else knew about the vehicle's upgrade, not even Ing. Jiang Lushur's communication with the starseed was completely unnoticed. Wan Lan smiled as she watched Jiang Lushur accept the materials. Captain Jiang, what do you plan to do now? I suggest we hold the stairs on the 2nd floor. We can station 2 soldiers at the windows. As for the underground mutant beasts, we have tear gas in the warehouse. If we throw it into the cracks, the beasts might come out, and then you can shoot them. No. What if many of them rush out at once? And the tear gas might not work underground, it could even leak back and affect the people in the lobby, the squad leader immediately said. Wan Lan thought she was the only one who came up with this, but she didn't actually understand how tear gas worked. And the underground environment was complicated, all dirt. The gas might not irritate the beasts but could affect people instead. Then what do we do? That won't work, and this won't work either. Captain Jiang, please think of something, Wan Lan urged now that she felt more confident after Jiang Lushur took the materials. Just then, rumbling sounds came again from underground. The whole building shook, many people screamed, and some even began to cry. It was terrifying. The building seemed ready to collapse, yet there was no solution. Wan Lan's face turned pale. Even though she had clung to Jiang Lushur, if he couldn't do anything, she'd still be in danger. No choice, we must break out now, or everyone will die, the squad leader said gravely. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly said, I have a way. I can use my vehicle as cover to safely evacuate everyone. Are there more vehicles here? Get everyone on board. Really? The squad leader asked in disbelief. Really? Wan Lan's eyes also lit up. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside. A raptor swooped down and pecked hard at the minibus, but it only wobbled slightly. Instead, blinding electric currents burst from the vehicle like lightning, and several guns fired from inside. The raptor shrieked and stumbled back in midair before crashing to the ground. The air was filled with smoke and the smell of burning flesh. Jiang Zhuiying stepped out of the vehicle, her eyes crackling with silver lightning. What a powerful ability user, the squad leader said, eyes wide with shock. And such a heavily fortified vehicle. So this team didn't just have Jiang Lushur, they had a vehicle and a powerful ability user. This meant a breakout was actually possible. The squad leader had thought of breaking out, but only as a desperate move with high casualties, maybe a few lucky ones would survive. Wan Lan was also excited. She had only hoped to hold on to Jiang Lushur for protection, but hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Great! Let's hurry! With so many beasts underground, this building won't last long, Wan Lan said excitedly. But with so many people, we won't have time to move them all into the vehicles before the building collapses, the squad leader said, turning from excited to anxious again. The beasts underground were too destructive. The building was already close to falling. Zhuiying, you do it, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying nodded and walked toward the crack in the floor. No one dared approach it, but she calmly went right up to the edge. Seeing her approach, many people held their breath in fear for her. But Jiang Zhuiying looked relaxed, even a bit amused. Sister Ran, psychic vision, she said. Okay. Ran Shiyu shared her psychic vision with Jiang Zhuiying. The mutant beasts underground appeared in her mind as glowing psychic lights, clearly visible. They were frantically destroying the building's foundation. At this rate, the building would collapse in minutes. The beasts were hidden underground, tear gas was useless, and they couldn't be attacked. The squad leader, Wan Lan, and the residents didn't know what to expect. Everyone anxiously watched Jiang Zhuiying. Then, she looked at a steel bar in the crack. Dry dirt didn't conduct electricity, but the steel bar did. And she didn't need to kill all the beasts, just stop them from interfering with the evacuation. For a level 2 ability user like her, this wasn't difficult. She smiled slightly, grabbed an exposed steel bar, and quietly waited. Suddenly, electricity burst from her palm. Silver lightning wrapped around the steel bar. Screeches came from underground, loud and intense. Lightning lit up the entire crack. Everyone clearly saw a huge mutant rat appear in the fissure, twitching and screaming in pain. The sight made everyone's scalp tingle. The electricity kept surging along the steel bars underground. The building stopped shaking, and the ground grew still. Seeing this, the squad leader and everyone else froze. When Jiang Zhuiying casually clapped her hands and walked back, they were still staring at the crack. That's it? The crisis that had left them all in despair was just easily dealt with like that? But the still ground and silence from below proved it was real. The building wouldn't collapse, at least not now. And they no longer had to fear a monster suddenly emerging. Wan Lan was also shaken, but felt lucky. Thankfully she had sided with Jiang Lushi in time. Incredible, the squad leader said, thrilled. Now there was enough time to organize a breakout. Wan Lan added enthusiastically, that was amazing. But Jiang Lushi ignored her and said to the squad leader, get the vehicles ready. The beasts are still underground, maybe not all electrocuted, so act quickly. Hearing Jiang Lushi's regretful tone, the squad leader was speechless. Not all electrocuted? That meant a lot were. For them, even one beast was a nightmare. All they could say was, their imagination was limited by their power. I'll go now. Everyone will be ready in 3 minutes, the squad leader said solemnly. They couldn't rely entirely on Jiang Lushi's team. As soldiers, they had to do what they could. The logistics building already had some vehicles for transporting supplies parked at its entrance, but some were too far away, and only 3 were the closest. But these 3 vehicles, plus Zhang Hai's and Sun Kuan's Dongfeng iron armor, were barely enough. Under cover, several soldiers carefully rushed into the vehicles and then drove them to the main gate. Wan Lan was in the hall loudly shouting for the residents to line up and prepare to evacuate. She stood out now, and later the credit for organizing the evacuation would include her portion. She could have her sister report this merit up. Because of Jiang Lushi, she was demoted to this damn place, with endless work every day. But also thanks to Jiang Lushi, she now had another chance for promotion. Maybe even higher than her previous position. No danger, and merit easily gained. In her heart Wan Lan even felt somewhat grateful for the appearance of these monsters. Now you can get on the vehicles, but aside from the drivers, our soldiers are only 4 people left, and they really can't stop those raptors. We still need Captain Jiang to cover us. The squad leader said sincerely to Jiang Lushi. Those raptors were too fast, their guns might not hit them. Covering is fine. But I have one condition. Jiang Lushi said. Another condition? Wan Lan rolled her eyes subtly. It was just covering, and Jiang Lushi still brought up a condition. Of course she would not say it out loud now, she was still organizing the residents to line up properly. The squad leader nodded repeatedly, of course. Captain Jiang actually has no obligation to help us, but has already provided us great help, and now is willing to escort us. I will definitely report this and request merit for the Shuring squad. Captain Jiang, if you have any requirements, just say. My requirement is simple. Jiang Lushi said and suddenly looked at Wan Lan, I don't want to escort this woman. Ah? The squad leader froze for a moment. The residents around also froze, and many eyes gathered on Wan Lan. Wan Lan herself was even more shocked. What do you mean? You can't do this. Wan Lan blurted out. Not wanting to escort her, that basically meant leaving her behind. Jiang Zhuiying sneered from the side, why can't I do this? I'm an officer. I even gave you the materials. Even if we had a little misunderstanding before, must you as a man be so petty with me? You're not just refusing to help, you actually want to get me killed. Wan Lan said excitedly. Everyone judge this. Why does he get to leave me behind? I have helped everyone, I even helped him, right? Wan Lan asked. You helped everyone? Jiang Zhuiying almost laughed as if hearing a joke. Wan Lan clearly was just seeking benefit and avoiding harm, did nothing, only said a couple of words. As for organizing the evacuation, was it necessary? In this situation, she was basically not needed. Whether she had done anything, others were not idiots, it could be seen from the reactions of the soldiers. As an officer, Wan Lan was the last to escape from upstairs, and did not fight with them. So when Wan Lan claimed her role here, these soldiers did not speak. How have I not helped everyone? I have been wholeheartedly directing the evacuation. Wan Lan said sharply. Oh, so you think you were directing? Jiang Zhuiying accurately caught the word and said with no small mockery. I didn't mean that. Wan Lan said angrily. Hearing she was going to be left behind, Wan Lan angrily lost control of her words. And Jiang Zhuiying's one sentence fully revealed her thoughts. Wan Lan felt the soldiers were looking at her strangely. Although she did indeed think that, with her sister there, getting most of this credit for herself was not difficult. After Wan Lan finished speaking, she felt a chill in her back. No one said anything, she looked around, and the residents quietly looked away, not one speaking for her. Without Jiang Liusher's escort, they could not break through safely. Jiang Liusher, are you even a man? Why would you do this? Wan Lan became more and more desperate, shouting at Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher said calmly, because I don't want to. He wanted to save whoever he wanted to save, and not save whoever he didn't want to save, all depended on his willingness. For this woman Wan Lan, Jiang Liusher had no good impression at all. If it weren't for an accident before, he would have directly rushed upstairs to drag this woman out. Now how could he feel sick and go save her? The squad leader glanced at Wan Lan. He also understood Wan Lan somewhat. It now seemed Wan Lan had finally rubbed people the wrong way, and worse, she just happened to fall into the hands of the others. After all, this was Wan Lan's own fault. To save Wan Lan, or to save so many more? Hurry and get on the vehicles. First send the wounded up. The squad leader yelled and no longer looked at Wan Lan. You can't do this. You cannot treat me like this. Wan Lan ran out wildly, but was stopped by the crowd. She tried to rush toward Jiang Liusher, but when she saw Jiang Liusher's cold eyes, she was frightened and had no courage to rush forward. Wan Lan ran around in chaos, watching in despair as people got on the vehicles. I hope you all get killed by mutant beasts and by those raptors. Wan Lan screamed hysterically, and rushed toward the ground crack, screaming loudly, come out. They're all leaving. Jiang Liusher watched Wan Lan's actions and shook his head. If you now ran upstairs to hide, maybe you could wait until rescue arrived, but what you are doing now is like giving up your last chance of life. Wan Lan's body stiffened, she vaguely sensed a tremor coming from under the ground. At this time, Jiang Liusher had already pulled Wang Shiqi onto the minibus and then closed the doors. Depart. Ah? Wan Lan screamed hysterically again. Amid Wan Lan's screams, the minibus had already driven onto the square. And in front of the minibus were 3 military trucks and a jeep. These vehicles were full of living people, immediately attracting the attention of the raptors in the air, and instantly sharp whistles came from the sky, chilling to the bone. All vehicles full speed ahead, don't worry about those raptors. Ran Shiyu transmitted the mental order. The squad leader and other soldiers who received the order felt uneasy. Their vehicles might not withstand under the claws of those raptors. Should they really not worry about those raptors? Listen to Captain Jiang and the others. The squad leader made the decision. Without Captain Jiang, they would have already suffered huge casualties. Now they should trust the Shering squad. Open the operations room. Zhuiying, come with me. Inside the minibus, Jiang Liusher said. At the same time, Ying stomped the accelerator to the floor, and with the loud engine sound, they deftly and swiftly weaved through the convoy. Roar! Several raptors howled and rushed down. Bang bang! Gunshots sounded, 2 raptors fell, but 2 others had already pounced onto the roof of one of the vehicles. The soldier driving was sweating all over. He really wanted to lose control of the steering wheel to try to avoid the 2 raptors. But the earlier mental order, that cool female voice, still echoed in his mind. Full speed ahead, don't worry about anything. Could they really not worry? Hearing various sounds from inside the vehicle, cries and prayers, the soldier gritted his teeth. He believed. He pressed hard on the accelerator, hands gripping the wheel, eyes staring straight ahead. Leave everything to the Shering squad. Shoo! A dazzling electric current suddenly lit above his head. As the minibus quickly approached this vehicle, an electric net suddenly appeared, and at this moment, Jiang Liusher also had the chance to fire again. Bang! A huge ferocious black shadow fell on the roof of this truck, then was heavily thrown off the vehicle. Through the rear of the vehicle, everyone saw this scene. So thrilling, their hearts almost jumped out. It really was a critical moment. With just a slight error, the people inside would be in deadly danger. The minibus and the people inside were both fast and accurate. At this moment the squad leader also understood. Jiang Liusher was using the minibus as a mobile fortress and fire point, and their vehicles only needed to keep going forward, and the minibus would weave among them, constantly helping to block the raptors' attacks. This required extremely high driving skill and accurate judgment of the battle. And the Shering squad had all these. Under the raptors' attacks, they could only run for their lives, while the shearing squad could not only not run for their lives but also help this big group of people escape. Meeting the shearing squad at the logistics place today was truly an extremely lucky thing. Not only the squad leader thought so, the residents did as well. They found that instead of praying and crying, it was better to cheer for the shearing squad. Someone shouted the first voice, and many began shouting, "Shearing squad! Kill these monsters!" The squad leader's vehicle led at the front, and within minutes brought the convoy to an underground parking lot. As the vehicles drove into the underground parking lot one by one, the raptors made unwilling roars and then returned to the high sky. This underground parking lot had been converted into a refuge after the safe zone was established, and the army was on guard here. As soon as the convoy stopped, people immediately came up to ask about the situation and let these residents move upstairs through the stairs. The windows upstairs were already all urgently sealed, and many residents were sheltered above. But how did you escape? An officer asked in surprise. Now emergencies have been reported everywhere, many places are struggling to hold on, and only these people managed to break out and escape to the refuge, and there are very few soldiers. But judging by their condition, they did not suffer major casualties. It was the shearing squad that escorted us out, the squad leader quickly said. Shearing squad? The officer was momentarily stunned, then his eyes brightened slightly. Where are they? The squad leader pointed in the direction of the minibus. Yes, the minibus. The officer slapped his head. Speaking of the shearing squad sign, it was the minibus, and he had actually forgotten. This minibus was unique in the safe zone. At this moment on that minibus, it was stained with the blood of mutant birds and looked even more eye-catching. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur came back to the compartment from the operations room and looked outside. Many parts of the car window were covered with blood, and the thick blood was dripping down the vehicle bit by bit. Through the relatively clean parts of the window, Jiang Lushur observed this refuge. The ground of the refuge was covered with steel plates, thickened with cement, and there were many fire points at the entrance. The refuge was full of wounded people, and many crying voices could be heard. At the same time, many soldiers were urgently making battle preparations, and teams were rushing out of the refuge to go support various places. Jiang Lushur's gaze deepened. The black hole had not truly reached the safe zone yet, but it had already dealt a heavy blow to the safe zone. There were many mutant beasts, and they did not fear death. They rampaged in the safe zone, posing a great threat. For example, a nest of rats can produce more than a dozen, and their reproductive ability did not change after mutation. Jiang Lushur already had a premonition that the battle between these mutant beasts and the safe zone would likely become a tug-of-war. And while the mutant beasts continuously consumed the safe zone's combat power, the black hole silently and gradually approached, eventually beginning to slowly swallow the safe zone. Something unknown, and with an inside-outside cooperation awareness, it probably realized that this safe zone was not that easy to take, so it adopted this method. This intelligence was frightening. At this moment, the star seed suddenly reacted. Detected special energy, being absorbed. Huh? Jiang Lushur was stunned. Absorbed? What energy was the star seed absorbing? At this time, he turned his gaze to the blood on the car window. The star seed was absorbing the energy from this blood? What is this special energy? Does it have anything to do with that black hole? Jiang Lushur hurriedly asked. The special energy and the threat source share the same origin, the star seed answered. Jiang Lushur breathed in lightly, that meant it was related. These mutant beasts were controlled by the black hole, so it was not hard to understand that the energy in their bodies was of the same origin as the black hole. But Jiang Lushur had always thought that the black hole was only a great threat to itself and to the star seed. He had never expected that the star seed could actually absorb the black hole's energy. The star seed has absorbed a trace of the special energy. The detected energy is black light. When the black light energy reaches a certain magnitude, it can open the star seed's main control panel. When the star seed's cold electronic voice sounded, Jiang Lushur almost jumped up. What was going on? The star seed also had some main control panel. Jiang Lushur had always thought he had fully understood the role of the star seed. He did not expect that now his base vehicle was going to be upgraded, and he was only now learning that this was not all the star seed could do. Only when the star seed absorbed this black light energy did it activate this function and let Jiang Lushur know about this. After all, what exactly the star seed was, where it came from, Jiang Lushur knew nothing. Now the star seed suddenly revealed a new function, which was not surprising. So it's like a car burning fuel, this black light energy is the energy the star seed needs? Jiang Lushur thought. Speaking of it, since the apocalypse, some new energy sources had already appeared. For example, mutant beast meat and evolution crystals extracted from mutant crystal cores, which were the energy source for human ability users. Mutant blood cores could also be used as a one-time energy source for the base vehicle. From ancient times to the present, human civilization's development history was the history of energy development. For example, fire. The birth of fire in human history was epoch-making. Since humans first learned to make fire, they separated from animals. Humans invented the steam engine and entered the steam age, and then more energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, nuclear energy, and so on. Burning gasoline and diesel, compared with those new energy sources that appeared after the apocalypse, was actually a relatively backward energy source. And the black light energy the star seed needed was another newly emerged special energy. Whether living beings or machines, all need energy to drive. As the energy that could drive the black hole, the strength of black light was beyond doubt. If the base vehicle could use black light as its power source, then the base vehicle would be transformed. Unfortunately, the black light energy contained in this blood was too little. Although Jiang Lushur was curiously itching like a cat's claws on his heart, he only got the prompt insufficient energy. We need to absorb more of this energy. Jiang Lushur immediately made a decision. The base vehicle was Jiang Lushur's reliance, but the star seed was even more fundamental. Jiang Lushur was able to know the apocalypse was coming in advance, prepare, then scan and bind the base vehicle, all because he got the star seed. Without the star seed, Jiang Lushur was not an ability user. He might have struggled like those helpless ordinary survivors, struggling amidst various threats, and might have easily died without even a chance to struggle. So the star seed was too important to Jiang Lushur. Since the star seed needed black light energy to recharge, he naturally had to hurry to absorb this black light energy. The mutant beasts that came to the safe zone this time, probably over 1,000, absorbed them all. Jiang Lushur thought excitedly. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the vehicle door. Is Captain Jiang here? I am a subordinate of old General Zhang. The officer from earlier had already taken big strides to the front of the minibus and shouted outside the door. Jiang Lushur walked over and opened the car door, saying, I am Jiang Lushur. Captain Jiang, I am Jiang Feng, I serve as a battalion commander under old General Zhang. Battalion Commander Jiang snapped a military salute, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. Battalion Commander Jiang had heard of the Shering Squad when he was in the Zhonghai safe zone, and knew many of the Shering Squad's deeds. And old General Zhang also greatly appreciated the Shering Squad. A soldier like Battalion Commander Jiang truly admired the Shering Squad and a strong person like Jiang Lushur. Battalion Commander Jiang, can you tell me what the situation is now? Jiang Lushur asked. The situation is bad. These monsters appeared too suddenly, catching us off guard, Battalion Commander Jiang said at once. But now the army has urgently rushed to various places. I believe the situation will soon be under control. The focus now is to evacuate residents to avoid more casualties. Which place is most serious? Jiang Lushur asked again. Without thinking, Battalion Commander Jiang answered, the most serious are accommodation areas 1 to 7, and the factories, and also Camp 4. These places were densely populated. Camp 4 was also the largest in the safe zone. But the garrison was a bit better, because most of the soldiers had already been mobilized, defending the city and preparing for battle. The most serious were the accommodation areas and factories, especially the factories. It was daytime now, and many residents were working overtime in the factories, while there were fewer people in the dorm buildings. The coal plant and auto repair factory have the most people. The situation is very urgent now. We are preparing and will go there soon, Battalion Commander Jiang said. The soldiers under his command were all gathering urgently, and he was seizing this pre-battle moment to express thanks to Jiang Lushur and see what he looked like in person. Actually, Jiang Lushur's appearance somewhat surprised him. He had thought he might be fierce, but he was just a young man with cold eyes. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to speak, another team rushed in. The leading vehicle braked urgently, and 3 people jumped down from it. Jiang Lushur just casually glanced, but unexpectedly found he recognized 2 of them. One was Lu Tianyu, whom he had seen in Hejiang town, and the other was Ji Xiangming, whom he had met when he first came to the safe zone. The other was a woman who looked like a logistics staff, wearing glasses and looking gentle. Jiang Lushur did not know her. Ji Xiangming has joined the Special Ops Team too? Battalion Commander Jiang said in surprise. They rushed here. They should also be going to the auto repair factory. At this time, Lu Tianyu had already seen Battalion Commander Jiang. The 3 walked over briskly. Battalion Commander Jiang quickly greeted them and saluted. Although the special ops team was not large, it was directly under the command of headquarters, so its status was special. After coming out of the special ops team, it was possible to become a general in the future. All members of the special ops team were ability users and also 1 in 1,000 special soldiers. When Jiang Lushi first met Lu Tianyu, they had no confrontation. But now seeing Lu Tianyu in full military gear and fierce aura, he was very different from when they saw him in Hejiang town. Battalion Commander Jiang, the special ops team personnel have assembled, and we will depart immediately. A minute late could mean several more lives lost, Lu Tianyu said. They also saw Jiang Lushi. Lu Tianyu's expression changed slightly. He had witnessed Jiang Lushi's battle with that local strongman. It had been total domination. He also came to the safe zone? But that was normal, because Hejiang town had already been destroyed. Battalion Commander Jiang, I'll go with you, Jiang Lushi suddenly said. Even Ji Xiangming looked at Jiang Lushi. Why would a survivor team voluntarily make such a request? Only Battalion Commander Jiang was overjoyed. That's great. If Jiang Lushi was willing to go, then there was that much more protection. Although they did not know why Jiang Lushi was willing to go with them, this was exactly what they wanted. Battalion Commander Jiang knew old General Zhang really wanted Jiang Lushi to join the army. But when they were in Zhonghai, Commissioner Chu had blocked it. Ji Xiangming's eyes flickered slightly. From what he knew, many people did not want to cooperate with ability user teams, because ability user teams were often extremely arrogant, did not follow orders, and messed around. Battalion Commander Jiang did not know why he was so happy, and Lu Tianyu also uncharacteristically said nothing, simply tacitly agreed. Then let's depart quickly, Jiang Lushi said. He, a survivor, seemed more anxious than the army. This made Ji Xiangming's expression even stranger, and Lu Tianyu's expression was also odd. He had seen Jiang Lushi kill before. To say Jiang Lushi was the kind of person eager to go save others, he did not believe it. If it was just done casually, Jiang Lushi might not refuse, but actively risking himself? Well, let's go, Lu Tianyu said. More than 20 military vehicles, together with Jiang Lushi's minibus and the SUV, drove out of the refuge and headed toward the coal plant and the auto repair factory. Dense black dots in the sky appeared and disappeared, the sharp screaming sounds kept coming, and intense gunfire was heard everywhere. The entire safe zone instantly became a battlefield. Jiang Lushi doesn't know why he wants to go with us. What if they don't follow orders? On the vehicle, Ji Xiangming said with some worry. Lu Tianyu said calmly, don't worry about them, as long as they don't affect us. That's Jiang Lushi? So that minibus is the one from the rumors. The woman wearing glasses suddenly spoke, a trace of interest flashing in her eyes. Rumored? Lu Tianyu asked back with some confusion. You don't know? He already has a reputation in the safe zone. The woman with glasses said, a slight smile on her lips. By the way, Secretary Wan, don't you want to go see the logistics building? We should have asked about the logistics building earlier. Ji Xiangming asked hesitantly. No need, the woman with glasses said lightly. Ji Xiangming wanted to say something more, but he stopped the thought at his lips. This Secretary Wan was originally also someone from the safe zone, but somehow, after the people from the Huaxia region arrived, she suddenly transformed into Major General Han Yuan's personal secretary. Ji Xiangming always felt this woman had an unfathomable temperament. Although she looked harmless, in his heart he felt he should keep his distance from her. Wan Lan was her younger sister. Since she didn't seem to care much, Ji Xiangming, as an outsider, naturally did not persuade her further. The auto repair factory and the coal plant are more important, Wan Yiling said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Ji Xiangming and Lu Tianyu thought Wan Yiling meant rescue, and the two did not speak anymore. The convoy reached the auto repair factory first. Jiang Lushi had already encountered an attack inside the logistics building and was mentally prepared for the situation at the auto repair factory, but when he saw the auto repair factory from afar, he still was stunned. He saw the auto repair factory had already become a ruin, and in the ruins, several huge earthworms with diameters about the same as car tires were wriggling through the rubble. One of them, with a large heap of cement debris, suddenly burst out. Its mouth, covered with sharp teeth after mutation, opened wide and, with a roar, rushed toward the soldiers not far away under a storm of bullets. The soldiers held their guns and shot constantly around the ruins, but the bullets seemed insufficient to threaten these mutant earthworms. Only grenades could explode their flesh and blood. And breaking them apart was not enough, the remaining parts of the mutant earthworms could still continue moving. A mutant earthworm suddenly drilled out from under a soldier's feet, its large mouth directly swallowing a live person. How could it be these things? Ran Shiyu frowned. Jiang Lushi saw that Li Yusin and Ling's expressions also did not look good. It seemed the girls were more afraid of these soft things. Sure enough here. On the military SUV, Wang Yiling's eyes shone. Seeing Wang Yiling suddenly excited, Ji Xiangming and Lu Tianyu both did not understand. Immediately deploy support, Wang Yiling ordered. If it were before, she would not have the authority to command the Special Ops team, but now according to the Superior Meeting Resolution, the Special Ops team was under Han Yuan's unified command, and Wang Yiling was present as his representative to the Special Ops team. Yes. Lu Tianyu immediately replied, and then gave orders through the radio to the other military trucks. Machine guns were immediately set up, and dozens of Special Ops soldiers jumped down from the vehicles and directly charged toward the mutant earthworms. They ran toward the mutant earthworms, flexibly avoiding the mutant earthworms' attacks. At the moment the mutant earthworms opened their mouths to approach, they immediately pulled the pins on grenades and threw them in. The mutant earthworms swallowed the grenades directly. A few seconds later, with a muffled boom, their midsections immediately split into pieces, flesh and blood flying. And these Special Ops soldiers knew how to cooperate with each other. Although it was very dangerous, under mutual support, no mistakes occurred. Lu Tianyu saw this scene and was very satisfied. This was the result of long-term training, and the action was highly unified. Dozens of people were like one person, and since everyone was an ability user, they were even more efficient. He couldn't help but glance at the minibus parked to the side. Lu Tianyu had no grudge with Jiang Lushi, but back then Jiang Lushi had shocked him. Now at last he also let Jiang Lushi be shocked. After all, the survivor team, fighting alone, although strong, still could not match the effect of the regular army on such a large battlefield. Once the Special Ops team took the field, with machine gun covering fire, it was a violent and bloody performance, a one-sided massacre of these mutant earthworms. Through the windshield in front, Lu Tianyu vaguely saw Jiang Lushi sitting in the front passenger seat. Jiang Lushi slightly frowned, as if not paying attention to the battlefield, but rather focusing on something else. This made Lu Tianyu frown as well. What was Jiang Lushi looking at? At this time, Wang Yiling was fully concentrating on the battlefield situation. As the mutant earthworms were struck down one by one, a trace of excitement flashed in Wang Yiling's eyes. It's coming out? As an ability user, Lu Tianyu had keen ears and eyes. Although Wang Yiling was just muttering to herself, Lu Tianyu still heard it. But just as he showed a trace of confusion, not yet having time to ask what "coming out" meant, he suddenly heard a terrible scream. Lu Tianyu's expression instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked toward the battlefield. From the ruins, a huge mutant snake rushed out. This mutant snake opened its mouth and sprayed a large mouthful of dark green venom. In the air it turned into a cloud of mist, directly enveloping several soldiers in front. These soldiers immediately let out miserable screams in the mist. Their exposed skin, once it touched the poisonous fog, began to rot immediately, their eyes turning red and painful, and then they could not open their eyes. Although they rolled away immediately, just a moment of contact was enough to deprive them of the ability to fight. At this moment, the mutant snake had already turned toward the other soldiers rushing to support. With a swing of its long tail, its fierce attack immediately threw those soldiers hard against the wall. Its body then completely emerged from the ruins and was revealed before everyone's eyes. This mutant snake was extremely thick. The thickest part was comparable to a truck tire. Its triangular head was raised high, looking extremely dangerous. All the scales on its body reflected cold light under the sunlight. It coiled there like a huge monstrous mass, making people's hearts feel cold. But what was most concerning was that part of its body looked like it had turned into a void-like black mist, with spots distributed all over its huge body. Black hole. Jiang Lushi's expression immediately changed. Just now, as soon as they arrived here, the star seed sensed that there was a stronger energy here. But that energy was unstable and drifting, and Jiang Lushi could not clearly tell where exactly it was. Now seeing this mutant snake, he understood the reason. This mutant snake was probably always burrowing underground, so it was hard to lock its position. This mutant snake in front of him was completely different in aura from those mutant earthworms. This mutant snake was not only controlled by the black hole, but had already been partially assimilated. What is this? Lu Tianyu glanced at Jiang Lushi. No wonder Jiang Lushi earlier looked like he was waiting for something. He probably sensed the existence of this mutant snake. But whether Jiang Lushi had sensed it was not important. The important thing was? Lu Tianyu suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Yiling. When he saw Wang Yiling's expression, his heart jumped. Although Wang Yiling quickly returned to a calm expression, that trace of excitement was still captured by Lu Tianyu. You knew this monster was here? Then why didn't you give a warning? Lu Tianyu asked angrily. Those were several members of the Special Ops team's lives. If Wang Yiling had warned earlier, they might not have died. Wang Yiling looked at him, pushed her glasses, and said, I didn't know what exactly was here. And if those mutant earthworms weren't killed thoroughly, this thing might not have come out. This thing had a certain degree of intelligence. It knew there were many people above, so it might not show itself. But because those mutant earthworms were slaughtered, in its anger it burrowed out from underground. Lu Tianyu felt even more angry inside. Wasn't this using their people as bait? But now was not the time to argue. The mutant snake was rampaging wildly among the crowd. Its enormous body moved like lightning, and it constantly sprayed out poison. Machine guns fired wildly. Bullets hitting its body spattered sparks from metal collisions, but they only broke its scales and got stuck in its muscles. Not only were the special ops soldiers forced to retreat, but the surrounding soldiers who were shooting also had to fall back. The mutant snake's long tail swept across, and even the parked vehicles by the roadside were cut in half. And wherever it passed, the corpses, including the bodies of the mutant earthworms, were swallowed by the black mist on its body. After swallowing them, the mutant snake's body became even larger, and the area of black mist also grew. At this rate, I wonder if it will turn into that black hole? Ji Xiangming said with fear. Lu Tianyu also felt his heart sink. He knew what that would mean. That would be equivalent to the black hole entering the safe zone ahead of time. And from the current intelligence, the black hole could hardly be destroyed by guns and cannons. The black hole suddenly made so many mutant beasts launch an attack. It seemed it was not only to consume and weaken the safe zone's strength, but also hiding this kind of method. Launching attacks everywhere might only be a disguise. The real danger was hidden underground. Those mutant earthworms came out to attack. The mutant snake hid underground, absorbing energy, gradually growing stronger. The fact that such intelligence appeared in such an unknown monster made people feel even colder at the back of their necks. Even more terrifying was that this creature did not look like a flesh and blood body. How could it have such intelligence? Full attack, the corpse of this mutant snake must be preserved, Wan Yiling ordered. Secretary Wan, do you have more understanding of this mutant snake and that black hole? Lu Tianyu asked coldly. Maybe in the Huaxia region, or other safe zones, this kind of monster had appeared before, and Han Yuan and the others knew? You just attack. No need to pay attention to these questions, Wan Yiling said. Lu Tianyu frowned, and the anger in his heart rose again. At this moment, a sound of an engine suddenly came from the side. Lu Tianyu was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. He saw the minibus's rear spraying out a plume of black exhaust, then it suddenly accelerated and charged forward. No way. Lu Tianyu showed an expression of disbelief. He watched with his eyes wide as the minibus charged forward and then, directly crashed toward the mutant snake. Nobody around the rampaging mutant snake could stand anymore. Only the fire points not far away were still firing crazily. At this time no one dared to approach the mutant snake. But the minibus suddenly charged out at this moment. The minibus was smaller than the surrounding military trucks, and compared with the mutant snake it looked very fragile, like an egg striking a rock. Lu Tianyu had seen the power of that shot the minibus fired earlier. It truly was powerful, but this mutant snake was so agile. Could that shot hit? Charging like this was too reckless. But Lu Tianyu had no time to say anything. The minibus's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it had already rushed within 10 meters of the mutant snake. And the mutant snake also noticed this iron lump suddenly charging over. It was already in a frenzy. With one tail swinging wildly and seeing this iron lump appear, it immediately had a target. Its tail raised high and struck heavily. With the sound of rushing wind, the cement debris of the buildings along the way instantly turned into powder upon contact with its tail. Everyone had no doubt that if the tail struck, the minibus would immediately be deformed and thrown out, and the people inside would either die or be severely injured. Even ability users could not endure it. But this minibus had no intention of dodging at all. Seeing this, Lu Tianyu did not even have time to shout to open fire. Everything happened too fast. Bang! At the moment the mutant snake's tail hit the minibus barely jerked its front once and slid past from beside the tail. Not hit directly? Lu Tianyu finally felt his lifted heart relax a little. Although this minibus had nothing to do with him, as a bystander, seeing the minibus almost hit made him nervous. But this did not mean the minibus was safe. It was now almost touching the mutant snake. Wan Yiling watched this scene, first frowning slightly, then a strange light flashed in her eyes. She had heard about this minibus's power. If this minibus could severely injure this mutant snake, that would also save a lot of effort. And it would also test whether this minibus was really as powerful as the intelligence report said. At that time, the guy surnamed Zhang had exaggerated the minibus, even Bai Jiayan said it was beyond comparison, making Han Yuan curious. Although Wan Yiling had repeatedly analyzed the intelligence and believed its credibility was high, she had never seen with her own eyes what the minibus's abilities really were. Now was a good chance to see it. At this time, the mutant snake that did not hit the minibus seemed momentarily stunned, then became even more furious, raising its head and letting out a hoarse cry. The gunfire beside them did not stop for a moment, and bullets poured crazily onto the mutant snake's body. The body of this mutant snake was not pierced by bullets, not because it was completely not afraid of bullets. It actually felt great pain, and wanted to sweep all those tiny humans into meat paste, but unexpectedly this iron lump suddenly appeared. Not hitting the iron lump, the mutant snake's anger reached its peak. It was already an extremely powerful mutant beast, and it was continuously getting stronger. These living humans were merely its prey, yet they dared to provoke it. Just like a sheep daring to tease a fierce wolf, or a rabbit baring its teeth in front of a male lion, mutant beasts also could not tolerate human provocation. Hearing the mutant snake's hissing roar, Ji Xiangming and the others felt their hearts jump. Those weaker soldiers and ordinary people instinctively felt a surge of fear. What is this minibus charging ahead for? Originally they could have precise fire strikes. Now they are just in the way, Ji Xiangming frowned and said. Earlier they used the ability users first because this was inside the safe zone, and using artillery would cause significant loss. If the situation became untenable, shoulder-fired rocket launchers, grenade launchers, mortars, armor-piercing rounds could all be deployed together. A few more mutant snakes could be blasted into minced meat, and the damage could at worst be rebuilt in that area. Facing hundreds of millions of zombies and countless mutant beasts' encirclement, the safe zone could still stand firm and shelter hundreds of thousands of people, not because of ability users, but because of the terrifying firepower of the modern army. Even those mutant birds in the air, now there were shoulder-fired anti-air missiles, mid-low altitude short-range surface-to-air missiles were launched, and explosions were heard in the sky, raining down blood. If helicopters and fighter jets could take off, the battle would become even more intense. This was also why many people from the army background did not think highly of ability user squads. No matter how strong ability user squads were, in true large-scale combat ability, they could not compare with the modern army. But ability user squads often acted arrogantly, thinking that because they held power, they could do whatever they wanted. Just because of this they did not get along well with the army. Let's watch first, Lu Tianyu said in a deep voice. This minibus was also very agile. The mutant snake might not be able to do anything to the minibus. Perhaps the minibus could find an opportunity to fire that invisible shot. Although the projectile was ready, if it could avoid firing inside the safe zone, achieving the best result with the least loss was naturally the best. At this moment, several mutant earthworms suddenly drilled out from under the minibus. These mutant earthworms opened their mouths and bit toward the minibus's tires, but they were avoided by the minibus in a drift. Suddenly, the mutant snake moved. Its speed was originally very fast, and in its anger it was like a bolt of black lightning, suddenly pouncing toward the minibus. However, this time it did not try again to sweep the minibus. Instead, its body curled around the outside of the minibus, forming a circle. At this moment the mutant snake revealed its true body length, nearly 30 meters. No matter how agile the minibus was, as long as this area around the minibus was surrounded, wherever the minibus tried to drive, it would collide with the mutant snake's body. And at the moment it coiled around the minibus, this mutant snake, as if treating a real prey, abruptly tightened its body, ready to strangle the minibus to death. With the terrifying strength of the mutant snake, if it wrapped around an SUV, it could directly twist both the vehicle and people into a heap of scrap metal. Lu Tianyu originally thought the minibus would fire at this moment, but unexpectedly the minibus did nothing and directly let the mutant snake coil onto it. What is it doing? Lu Tianyu was also confused. He thought the minibus charging up was relying on that one shot. After all, that invisible shot was indeed very large in force and was difficult to guard against without knowing. Yet the minibus actually allowed the mutant snake to coil freely? Under the coiling of a giant mutant snake, the minibus looked extremely fragile. Many people could imagine what would happen next. And no matter how many bullets struck it, the mutant snake showed no sign of loosening. The mutant snake vaguely sensed that inside this minibus was some extremely delicious supreme delicacy attracting it, making it very excited. Only Wan Yiling watched the scene with gleaming eyes, seemingly secretly expecting something. Oh my god. Inside the minibus, Li Yusin covered her small mouth, her face full of fear. The mutant snake's huge body coiled around the entire minibus, sliding slowly outside the windows. Its sharp scales scraped on the car body, making a chilling sound. At the front of the vehicle, the mutant snake suddenly lowered its head. Its pair of blood-red eyes looked through the windshield, bloodthirsty and coldly watching the people inside. Although the people inside had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Lushi, being entwined by such a monster's body, anyone would feel fear in their heart, especially a girl like Li Yusin who was as weak as she was. Ka ka ka. The mutant snake continuously tightened its body, wanting to squeeze the minibus flat. The minibus creaked with sound everywhere, but after multiple reinforcements, how could it be easily deformed by strangling? As the mutant snake's entire body wrapped around the minibus, Jiang Lushur suddenly commanded in a low voice, "Take action." He let the mutant snake wrap onto the minibus. Wouldn't he have already prepared the following attack? Okay, bro. Jiang Zhuiying stood in the operations room, electric light flickering in her eyes. Then her two fair smooth hands gently opened, and electric current immediately gathered. The electricity gathered more and more, gradually seeming like a small spherical lightning. At this time the minibus was already swaying in all directions as the mutant snake wrapped around it, almost being dragged off the ground. At this moment, Lu Tianyu's expression suddenly changed. He saw the white electric light on the round object on the top of the minibus flickering madly, and then streams of electric current poured out from that round object like flowing water. The power of a secondary ability user finally manifested at this moment. The entire minibus seemed to be wrapped in an electric screen. With precise control, these electric currents were maintained on the surface of the minibus without fully touching it. As soon as these electric currents appeared, they naturally flowed toward the mutant snake that was coiling around the minibus. When Jiang Zhuiying first obtained this ability, her electricity was only enough to light a bulb, but now she could not even describe how strong this electricity was. She only felt her endless power surging wildly to her palms, turning into terrifying electric energy and continuously releasing outward. But in the eyes of Lu Tianyu and the others, they could clearly see how frightening the electric current was. Silver-white electric current poured down, instantly completely enveloping the mutant snake's body. At this moment, loud crackling sounds echoed in everyone's ears, and the smell of flesh burning immediately came in the air. Hiss! The mutant snake, which had been going wild under gunfire, at that moment finally suffered a heavy blow. Its body twitched and spasmed, flesh tearing all over. Its scales could stop bullets, but they could not stop electricity. Even if separated by dozens or hundreds of meters, Lu Tianyu and the others inside the vehicle could feel this horrifying electric current that made their hair stand up and skin sting. It was too fierce. If it were a living person in that electricity, they would instantly be burned from inside out. Even 10 or more people would live or die in an instant. Even the mutant earthworms nearby were hit by the electricity. Their life strength was far inferior to the mutant snake. If they were close, most of their bodies were immediately electrified to a state of charred outside and tender inside. The terrifying mutant energy raging in the electric current made all the ability users present feel shaken and alarmed. This was a secondary ability user. No wonder they dared to do this. Ji Xiangming's face suddenly changed, and he put away his original dissatisfaction with the Shering squad. This energy is really astonishing, Lu Tianyu also said in surprise. Only Wan Yiling did not think so. Even with such power, Jiang Lushur doing this was still too risky. She had already heard about the defense of that minibus, and seeing it now with her own eyes, indeed it was very strong. Ji Xiangming and the others thought Jiang Lushur was relying on this secondary ability user, but Wan Yiling believed Jiang Lushur's bottom line was still the minibus. Without the terrifying defense of the minibus, even with such electric current, they would not dare to do this. The minibus swayed continuously in the mutant snake's painful struggle. The people inside had to fasten their seat belts or hold on to fixed places. Why not use the air cannon? Ran Shiyu asked in confusion. That would be too wasteful, Jiang Lushur said with a flash of expectation in his eyes. Wasteful? Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin did not know what Jiang Lushur was talking about. Waste attack power? Even they could not think that what Jiang Lushur meant by waste was the blood of this mutant snake. The flesh and blood of this mutant snake contained black light energy. If it was blown to pieces all at once, blood would splatter everywhere, and the black light energy the minibus and star seed could absorb would be greatly reduced. So Jiang Lushur used this method to let the mutant snake actively bring its blood onto the minibus. This was literally delivering the energy right to them. Detected black light energy, absorbing. As soon as the star seed's voice came, Jiang Lushur was happy inside. After Zhuiying's electric attack, the mutant snake was almost wounded all over, and the energy contained in the flowing blood was being absorbed by the star seed. However, this mutant snake was after all intelligent. After being painfully struck by the electricity, its body began to loosen from the minibus, preparing to open distance. This originally insignificant iron lump made it feel a strong life and death crisis. But the star seed was happily absorbing. How could Jiang Lushur let it go? Shiyu, 0. Jiang Lushur said in a deep voice. Ran Shiyu's mental field was always open. When she heard Jiang Lushur's words, she instantly understood his intention. Her mental power immediately condensed into a line and attacked the mutant snake's triangular head. At the same time, Zero flipped out from the operations room and jumped directly onto the mutant snake's body. She ran wildly along the mutant snake's charred smoking body, and where she passed, the wounds on the mutant snake's surface were deepened by the sharp military boot knife, and blood gushed wildly. The mutant snake wanted to swallow this tiny human immediately, but at this moment, it felt a stabbing pain in its head. Hiss! The mutant snake was injured both inside and out, in great pain. Its blood-red eyes stared at the people inside the vehicle as it suddenly opened its mouth wide. All the venom was mobilized at this moment. It wanted to spray the people inside the vehicle to death in one breath. Its venom was extremely corrosive. Even this iron lump, it wanted to corrode together. At this moment, a black-holed gun barrel extended out from the operations room, aiming at the mutant snake's open mouth, suddenly and forcefully pulling the trigger. Bang! In an instant, a bloody red liquid sprayed from the mutant snake's mouth, instantly staining the entire windshield red. The mutant snake did not have time to spray out its venom when it had already been shot dead with one shot. Is it over? Ji Xiangming was dumbfounded. Just now he was blaming the minibus for acting recklessly and affecting the army's battle. But in the blink of an eye, this mutant snake was quickly killed by the people on the minibus with a thunderous method. Only its corpse still wrapped around the minibus. Its whole body, including the head with a big hole blasted out, was still gushing blood, making the entire minibus bathed in blood. What decisiveness and calmness! Although not a heavy weapon, it was clean and neat, and the sound was not small either. Lu Tianyu was also shocked in his heart. He thought he already understood the power of Jiang Lushi and his group, but the power was even stronger than what he saw that day in Hejiang town. Only Wang Yiling lightly exhaled. Indeed very powerful. Others not only paid attention to the minibus, but also to the two girls who suddenly appeared on the vehicle, and the mutant snake's momentary daze when it suffered the second attack, and finally that decisive shot. But what Wang Yiling mainly focused on was only the minibus. She had seen many individuals with strong personal strength, for example, Han Yuan's strength was very strong. But such a strong vehicle, this was the first time she saw one. That mutant snake's power was very fierce, but the minibus was completely unharmed. Moreover, according to intelligence, this was not even all the power of the minibus, it only showed its defensive capability. Go tell Captain Jiang, Wang Yiling suddenly said. Lu Tianyu immediately came back to his senses from the shock. As the special ops team leader, as the battlefield commander, even if shocked it could only be momentary. He must immediately calm down. Tell him what? Lu Tianyu still harbored resentment toward Wang Yiling's previous attitude. Only because she was Major General Han Yuan's secretary did he not ask more about the previous matters, but in his heart he already did not trust Wang Yiling. Get this mutant snake's corpse, Wang Yiling said with excitement in her eyes. The corpse? Lu Tianyu did not know what Wang Yiling wanted the corpse for. This is Major General Han Yuan's order. I act together with you to kill and even capture these kinds of monsters, and then bring the corpse back, Wang Yiling said. Killing was understandable enough, but capturing, what the heck? The mutant snake was not like those golden pythons from before that could be kept as pets, and it certainly could not be kept to lay eggs or be fattened up to eat. Quickly kill those mutant earthworms. Lu Tianyu ordered through the radio. Jiang Lushi had already dealt with the most troublesome mutant snake. The remaining mutant earthworm army could not dawdle anymore. Otherwise they would lose face. The mutant snake was still hissing incessantly, unwilling to die like this, but the mental piercing, the continuous electric currents, and Ling's intermittent bloodletting left this giant snake powerless to resist anymore. As a fierce beast being toyed with by these tiny humans, hatred shone in the mutant snake's eyes, but that light gradually dimmed. Jiang Lushi drove the minibus, leading the members of the Stone Shadow Squad, having killed more than one level 2 mutant beast before. And this mutant snake wasn't even level 2, it only became powerful due to the energy of black light. Without the black light energy, Jiang Lushi wouldn't even take it seriously. Unknowingly, both the minibus and the Stone Shadow Squad had reached a very strong level. Jiang Zhuiying was a level 2 psychic, and Ran Xiyu and Ling were not far behind. And Ying was originally the base vehicle's steward. With both the minibus and the Stone Shadow Squad joining forces, taking down this mutant snake was no challenge. As the mutant snake's blood continued to gush out, the black light energy within was constantly absorbed by the minibus and the starseed. Black light energy absorbed. Energy required to activate main panel, 89% remaining. It absorbed 11% in one go. Previously, the black light energy from the mutant bird wasn't even enough to count as a percentage, and the energy bar didn't even show up. Killing one mutant snake brought 11%, greatly lifting Jiang Liushi's spirits. That black hole surely sent more than one mutant snake in. Find the next mutant beast immediately. Jiang Lushi said with sharp eyes. The starseed had already sensed that there was more black light energy in the distance. At this time, those mutant earthworms had already been quickly taken care of by the warriors, and Lu Tianyu and others drove up. To resolve the battle this fast and without a scratch, clearly not using full strength. Ji Xiangming looked at Jiang Lushi with flickering eyes. That day, Jiang Lushi had entered the safety zone through knowing General Zhang, causing Wan Lan to be punished. Although Wan Lan was at fault, Ji Xiangming had no good feelings toward the Stone Shadow Squad. In the military, he despised connections and those who gained favors like the Stone Shadow Squad. But just now, the Stone Shadow Squad took down the mutant snake with overwhelming power, shaking Ji Xiangming inside. The strength of the Stone Shadow Squad was comparable to their Special Forces unit. Not only Ji Xiangming, but Lu Tianyu's sense of superiority was also shattered. Seeing the mutant snake already on its last breath, Lu Tianyu quickly ordered the driver to go forward. "Captain Jiang, do you have any use for this corpse? We're willing to pay a reasonable price to purchase it," Lu Tianyu said. This mutant snake was almost entirely killed by the Stone Shadow Squad. If Jiang Lushi weren't strong, perhaps Lu Tianyu would use military authority to pressure him, but now he was negotiating equally. That's the power of strength. This corpse, part of the mutant snake's body, had already black holed. The rest could be used as food, but it wasn't anything special. Jiang Lushi thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but I want 10 level 1 mutant crystal nuclei in exchange." 10? That's too much, a junior officer immediately exclaimed. Though evolution crystals ruled now, mutant crystal nuclei were still valuable as raw materials. For just one mutant beast corpse, Jiang Lushi dared to ask for 10 level 1 mutant crystal nuclei. This mutant beast's difficulty is comparable to a quasi-level 2. Asking for 10 level 1 nuclei is reasonable, Jiang Lushi said. At that moment, Wan Yiling spoke, "Give them to him." Lu Tianyu frowned slightly and then said, "All right, deal. But I don't have the nuclei with me. You can collect them later at the military government." Okay. Jiang Lushi had no objections. The huge Jiangning military zone wouldn't default on 10 level 1 mutant crystal nuclei. At this moment, the last trace of energy from the mutant snake was absorbed. With a final whimper, the snake's body suddenly lost its last bit of strength, and its triangular head crashed to the ground. Its blood-red eyes, as big as copper bells, completely lost their shine. The black holes on its body became faint, but within them was not flesh, but lumps of darkness. Wan Yiling eagerly got out of the vehicle, came before the mutant snake, and examined the black holes closely. "As expected, it's that thing," Wan Yiling whispered excitedly. Lu Tianyu could no longer hold back. "Secretary Wan, you owe me an explanation. What exactly is that thing? Do you know this monster?" After the apocalypse, military ranks were chaotic. Power didn't lie in rank, but in actual force. Lu Tianyu, as captain of the Special Ops team, was under Han Yuan's command but didn't hold much reverence for this secretary. Wan Yiling raised her head, a strange light in her eyes. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." "You!" Lu Tianyu was angered. At this time, the minibus restarted and pushed aside the limp corpse of the mutant snake. "Captain Jiang, where are you going?" Ji Xiangming quickly asked. The minibus had moved just now and dealt with the mutant snake. Now that it was moving again, Ji Xiangming couldn't help but ask. "To the coal plant," Jiang Lushi said, then ordering to drive. Boom! The minibus dashed out, heading to the coal plant. Seems like Jiang Lushi is going after another beast like the mutant snake. Lu Tianyu suddenly had this thought. The Special Ops team couldn't follow right away. They were here to provide aid and still had to handle the aftermath. Wan Yiling, with a glowing expression, continued circling the snake corpse. The black light energy had been fully absorbed by the starseed and the base vehicle. The black holes on the snake's body gradually faded, and even the flesh around them began to rot. In a very short time, the snake became riddled with holes. An hour later, Jiang Lushi killed a mutant rat at the coal plant. A normal mutant rat would be about the size of a big dog, but this one was as big as a compact car. Its terrifying incisors could tear a vehicle apart in one bite, and even concrete was like tofu to it. Its tail had fully turned into a black hole, devouring everything it touched. It could burrow at high speed, disappearing underground now and then. After Jiang Lushi killed it, the people on site realized the underground had been completely hollowed out, and there was even a nest of baby rats. So-called baby rats were still as big as cats and extremely vicious. Lu Tianyu and the others, who arrived afterward, broke out in cold sweat. These mutant rats were already breeding underground. If Jiang Lushi hadn't wiped them out, even if all the surface rats were killed, new ones would soon appear. That would have been a never-ending nightmare. This mutant rat's corpse was also requested by Wan Yiling. After the starseed absorbed it, the energy required to activate the main panel dropped to 77%. These two mutant beasts only had parts of their bodies black holed, yet provided so much black light energy to fully activate the starseed's main panel. Jiang Lushur looked beyond the city wall. In the distant empty high-rises, that black hole was hiding. The battles with these two mutant beasts gave me confidence. Besides, the minibus is about to evolve to level 2. Even against the black hole, we have a fighting chance, Jiang Lushur thought. He already sensed that even if he didn't go looking for the black hole, it would come for him. The reactions of the two mutant beasts proved it. They had strong interest in the minibus and Jiang Lushur himself. That interest came from the black hole. But Jiang Lushur didn't mind, because now, he too was very interested in the black hole. He used to stay away from the black hole, but now, things were different. Captain Jiang, I'm Wan Yiling, Secretary to General Han Yuan of the Huaxia region. I have something to discuss with you. Wan Yiling suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Lushur and spoke. Jiang Lushur looked at Wan Yiling, a strange look in his eyes. Wan Yiling also had the surname Wan, quite a coincidence. Wan Yiling wasn't particularly pretty. She was not as stunning as Ran Shiyu or even Jiang Xiaochu, but she had a unique aura. Even wearing unfashionable black-rimmed glasses, she gave off a special charm. When she spoke, people were unconsciously drawn to her gaze and words. But Jiang Lushur had developed his brain domain. After just one glance at her, he immediately focused himself. What is it? Jiang Lushur asked flatly. Seeing his reaction, a trace of surprise flashed in Wan Yiling's eyes, but she smiled and said, the Jiangning safe zone has passed a resolution. All psychics in the zone will be under General Han Yuan's command. Oh? What's that got to do with me? Jiang Lushur replied. He wasn't a psychic of the safe zone. No matter how powerful that General Han was, he had no authority over him. Captain Jiang, don't get the wrong idea. That's not what I meant. I want to invite you and your Stone Shadow squad to join us in fighting the black hole. We can discuss the reward. Though you're free and unrestricted, as I understand it, Miss Li Yusin from your squad has a close family member working in the safe zone. Once the black hole arrives, no one will be spared. Besides, the safe zone is already preparing for the final battle. You wouldn't want Miss Li Yusin's family member to be in danger, would you? Even for you, Captain Jiang, surviving that battle won't be guaranteed. Seeing Jiang Lushur silent, Wan Yiling thought her words had persuaded him and continued, besides, we know a bit about the black hole. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lushur's expression finally changed slightly. The Huaxia region also understands the black hole? Not sure how much they know, whether they know about the existence of black light energy. Wan Yiling keenly noticed the change in Jiang Lushur's expression. She smiled slightly and said, Captain Jiang, no need to reply right away, you can think it over. We'll be departing tomorrow afternoon. Even Han Yuan's secretary was strongly inviting the Stone Shadow squad. Ji Xiangming sighed inwardly, now fully acknowledging the strength of Jiang Lushur's team. Just a psychic squad, yet already comparable to our special ops team, Ji Xiangming thought. That was already high praise. He hadn't thought beyond that. Above special ops teams were truly powerful military forces. In the post-apocalyptic Jiangning safe zone, one brigade had over 10,000 people, equipped with various powerful modern weapons. No matter what, a psychic squad couldn't compare to the strength of the military. Jiang Lushur nodded, all right, I'll think about it. He was indeed very eager for the black light energy that the black hole possessed. Working with the military wasn't entirely out of the question. Wan Yiling smiled faintly at his response, great. I've got other things to do, so I'll head off first. The hard part is already dealt with, the rest doesn't concern me, Jiang Lushur said. Lu Tianyu's face twitched slightly. What Jiang Lushur said wasn't wrong, the truly difficult part had already been handled by his Stone Shadow squad. Without Jiang Lushur's team, the special ops would have paid a much heavier price. A proper special ops team had ended up benefiting from the psychics. Lu Tianyu felt a bit unhappy. He still held on to one belief, that there was still a gap between psychic teams and real military forces. The army was the truly powerful force in the apocalypse. The minibus left the convoy and temporarily stopped in a hidden spot. At this time, the minibus was still upgrading. After consecutively hunting two mutant beasts controlled by the black hole, the starseed had absorbed about 20% of the black light energy. Keep absorbing, see how much more we can get. Jiang Lushur's eyes were sharp. He activated the starseed to scan the safe zone for black light energy locations. Found it. Aside from the coal plant and the auto repair shop, there was surprisingly another mutant beast lurking in a residential area. While the army was rushing to various places, a minibus suddenly appeared on the streets, and wherever the battle was most intense, it would go there, and with unstoppable force, kill the mutant beasts. Many civilians witnessed the scene, and the army and other psychics were shocked by the combat power the minibus displayed. While they were still in tough fights with the mutant beasts, the minibus would charge straight into the heart of the battlefield without hesitation and directly collide with the mutant beasts. Jiang Lushur drove the minibus, constantly heading to places where the mutant beasts assimilated by the black hole appeared. In his eyes, what he was charging toward wasn't the mutant beasts, but the ever-growing black light energy. 21%, 22%, 23%. With every percent the progress bar increased, Jiang Lushur got more excited. Absorb, keep absorbing. Fei, look quickly, isn't that Captain Jiang Lushur and the others? In one building, a girl with a pure face and a very hot body looked out the window, suddenly pointing at the street below with wide eyes. Behind her, in the room, a cold and elegant girl with delicate features was cleaning her gun. Hearing this, she looked up in surprise. Really? Wei Fei already knew Jiang Lushur and the others were coming to the safe zone, but ever since they arrived, she hadn't seen them and didn't know where they had gone. The safe zone wasn't that big, but it still held hundreds of thousands of people. Now suddenly hearing news of Jiang Lushur, how could the girl not be overjoyed? At that moment, a young male psychic sitting on the sofa said unexpectedly, Jiang Lushur? Is that the powerful psychic you talked about? With the awesome car and teammates? The sweet-faced, sexy-bodied girl Tao nodded with a smile. Captain Jiang is amazing. Even in this situation he dares to go out. He must be highly valued by the army now, probably part of a special ops team doing high-level missions. The young man raised an eyebrow. Tao, your imagination is too wild. The army has so many people, why would they send a psychic team to do high-level missions? But Captain Jiang and his team are really strong. Tao blinked innocently, eyes full of admiration. Jiang Lushur was basically her idol. Yeah. Wei Fei nodded in agreement. Seeing the reaction of the two girls, the young man's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. He really wanted to see whether this Jiang Lushur had 3 heads and 6 arms, and what kind of terrifying monster his car really was. But when the young man came to the window, he saw nothing. Tao, looks like you were mistaken. I don't see any car, the young man said. How could that be? Tao froze, quickly looking outside. Only a few seconds had passed. With all these monsters above and below ground, how could they pass through the street so quickly? But to her surprise, the street was empty, there really was nothing there. Wei Fei also came to the window. Sigh, such a pity. Captain Jiang and the others are just too fast, Tao said with a sigh. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wei Fei's eyes too. Only the young man didn't care, either you saw wrong, or they were just fleeing in panic. Being outside in a situation like this is just asking to die. As for your so-called high-level mission, that's unrealistic. If there really was such a mission, it'd be carried out by military special ops or assault squads. He spoke as someone well-versed in the army situation. We, on the other hand, have received General Han Yuan's favor and were allowed to join his psychic squad. We have a chance to achieve great things. The young man's tone carried a bit of pride. General Han Yuan's psychic assault squad wasn't open to just anyone, you needed strength and had to pass screening. For the squad selection, General Han Yuan had appointed more than 10 officers to set up 3 review stations to examine all the psychics and psychic teams applying. The young man and Wei Fei had already passed the review and become official members of the psychic assault squad. They could live in this remodeled 3-bedroom apartment because of their official member status. Though it was just a dorm, it was near the core of the safe zone, fully furnished, with food provided by the cafeteria. Compared to the large bunk rooms they lived in when they first arrived, it was like the difference between a slum and a luxury apartment. Once someone performed well, they might rise quickly and become officers, entering the very center of power in the safe zone. But the young man's words didn't get any response from Wei Fei or Tao. The two girls still gazed longingly out the window, hoping to catch another glimpse of the minibus. The young man's eyes darkened. If not for valuing Wei Fei and Tao's abilities, this man named Tang Songyun wouldn't have invited them to form a team. Besides, each of the girls had her own charm and was good-looking. In Tang Songyun's heart, they were already like meat on his chopping board, sooner or later to be his. Yet when Jiang Lushur was mentioned, their faces lit up with admiration, showing far more interest in him than in Tang. How could he feel comfortable? When I become a key figure in the military, let's see if you'll still ignore me. Tang Songyun thought resentfully. Boom! Another mutant beast collapsed with a loud crash. At this point, the white exterior of the minibus had been mostly stained red, extremely striking, delivering a strong visual impact that made the surrounding civilians and soldiers feel uneasy. But Jiang Lushi, sitting inside the vehicle, didn't notice the gazes of these people at all. At this moment, he was just like a worker who had just received their first paycheck, happily counting the steadily rising progress bar. So far, the progress bar had risen to 45%. Except for the first mutant snake he killed, the following assimilated mutant beasts were relatively weak and naturally carried less black light energy. Jiang Lushi let the starseed scan, only to discover that all the assimilated mutant beasts nearby had already been killed by him. Sigh. Seems like the idea of relying on killing mutant beasts to gather all the black light energy is not going to work, Jiang Lushi thought. He waited for a while afterward, but no new assimilated mutant beasts appeared. The black hole must have realized the issue and stopped sending assimilated mutant beasts into the safe zone. At the same time, the black hole continued approaching the safe zone. The closer the black hole got to the safe zone, the stronger the sense of crisis Jiang Lushi felt. The black hole wants to devour me and the starseed, and the starseed needs the black light energy from the black hole. In that case, then of course I'll destroy you. A flash of cold light suddenly burst from Jiang Lushi's eyes. The black hole posed a threat to the starseed, but with Jiang Lushi's personality, how could he back down just because there was a threat? Otherwise, at the first moment he sensed danger, he would have driven out of the safe zone long ago. Why would he still be here? Not to mention, with the black hole's speed, escaping with the minibus wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Lushi stayed not only because Li Yusen's relatives were here, and because there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, but also out of a desire to explore the unknown. Today it's a black hole that threatens the starseed, maybe tomorrow there'll be a white hole, a blue hole. Should he keep running? That would only be a temporary escape. That's not Jiang Lushi's style. Since he got the starseed, this was the first time he directly sensed a threat targeting the starseed. If he didn't understand this threat clearly and eliminate it at the root, he wouldn't feel at ease, it would be like a thorn in his back. You threaten me, I'll devour you, turn you into nourishment, then I won't have to fear you anymore. Jiang Lushi's eyes flickered, then he made up his mind, go to the command center. The battle in the safe zone was still ongoing, but with support arriving from the military in various areas, the worst had already passed. In the face of humanity's hot weapons, the mutant beasts had to start retreating. Especially as the assimilated mutant beasts were eliminated one after another, the attacks of the remaining mutant beasts became noticeably less aggressive. Why are there so many people? Did you all also get the assembly order? Inside the command center building, many psychics were gathering in the main hall. As the mutant beast attacks weakened, they received orders from the military to assemble here. Those who came were all individuals who had passed the screening and joined the psychic assault team. Looks like they have a mission for us. Tang Songyun tidied his hair, straightened his back, and said confidently. Behind him were two other psychics, as well as Wei Feifei and Tao Dao. So many psychics, even if there is a mission, so what? And didn't you just say the army wouldn't give important missions to us? Tao Dao stuck out her tongue and said. There were indeed a lot of people here, at least 300. It looked like all the capable psychics had been gathered here. Seeing so many psychics, Tao Dao felt a little scared. Many of them had fierce auras, and she, being a delicate and fragile girl, looked like an easy target among them. Plus, with her beauty and figure, many people's eyes were on her, which made Tao Dao even more uncomfortable. Tang Songyun wanted to stand out among so many people and gain merit. Even Tao Dao, with her small brain, knew it wouldn't be easy. We're not just a psychic team anymore, we're part of the military now, that makes it different. Besides, Tao Dao, you don't understand my abilities. How about this, if I lead the team to achieve good results, how will you reward me? Tang Songyun smiled. Tao Dao saw the seemingly ill-intentioned look in Tang Songyun's eyes and instinctively stepped back half a step, like a frightened rabbit, and softly said, why should I reward you? As a psychic with mental powers, she instinctively felt that the way Tang Songyun looked at her was like a big bad wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. Tang Songyun, you're being too arrogant. That attitude is bad for the team. Don't forget, we only joined forces because both our teams suffered heavy losses. You're not our leader. Besides, if Captain Jiang Lushi's team also joins the psychic assault team, they'll definitely outshine us. Wei Feifei snorted coldly. Seeing Tang Songyun seemingly teasing Tao Dao with his words, Wei Feifei immediately stood in front of her. She was younger than Tao Dao but had always protected her. Her fiery temper often made people forget she was still a minor. When she first met Tang Songyun, Wei Feifei thought cooperating wouldn't hurt, but now she secretly regretted it. Tang Songyun did have some ability, but he was arrogant and treated himself like the boss. Thinking of this made Wei Feifei angry. She was just a high school student and inexperienced. Tao Dao was also naive. Both had been fooled by Tang Songyun's sweet words, believing his talk about mutual support and cooperation. Yeah. Tao Tao hid behind Wei Feifei, poked her head out, and nodded. Feifei, you saying that is just not right. Tang Songyun's face darkened. Even though Wei Feifei said we in Tang Songyun's ears, it clearly meant she thought he was worse than Jiang Lushi. He hadn't even met Jiang Lushi yet, and already he'd been embarrassed twice. Especially seeing Wei Feifei admire Jiang Lushi so much made Tang Songyun very upset. Who the hell was this guy? If he was really so amazing, why hadn't he heard of him before? It was like someone kept saying someone else was way better than you, but that person was a total stranger. No one would buy it. Instead, they'd feel annoyed. Especially someone like Tang Songyun. Just then, Tao Tao suddenly looked toward the door and said softly, "Oh no, Instructor Qi is here." As she spoke, a few soldiers walked in through the door. One of them strode in powerfully, very tall, his uniform stretched tight from his muscles, his expression stern. This was Instructor Qi. He was the deputy supervisor during the psychic evaluations. "Instructor Qi, since we're assembled, is it time for the mission?" "What kind of mission is it?" a psychic asked. Instructor Qi swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "Quiet. Wait, General Han will be here shortly." General Han? The Major General from the Huaxia region? No one expected Han Yuan to show up in person. Almost none of those present had seen him before, so they were very curious. Not just because Han Yuan was a Major General, but because he represented the Huaxia region. These survivors trapped in Jiangning longed for the outside world, especially the Huaxia region, which now symbolized hope. The psychics' voices immediately quieted down. The large hall became very silent. Instructor Qi and the other soldiers stood silently to the side, like guardians at the gate. Major General Han Yuan. Tang Songyun clenched his fist. All thoughts of Jiang Lushi were instantly forgotten. Compared to General Han, those minor things were nothing, not even worth mentioning. If he could establish ties with General Han, whether staying in the Jiangning safe zone or heading to the Huaxia region, his future would be bright. By then, would he still need to worry about whether these two girls looked down on him? They'd be his, no doubt. Tang Songyun waited eagerly, and at that moment, an off-road vehicle pulled up at the command center entrance. Major General Han. The soldier at the entrance immediately stood at attention and saluted. The one stepping out of the off-road vehicle was indeed Han Yuan. Beside him were a man and a woman with strong auras, along with Wang Yiling and Bai Jiayan. "Has everyone been informed?" Han Yuan asked with a smile. The young soldier being asked responded excitedly and loudly, reporting, "Sir, yes. Everyone has been informed and is already inside." "Not bad. Very efficient." Han Yuan nodded in satisfaction. To gather all those psychics so quickly was indeed highly efficient. "Right, what about that Jiang Lushi? What did he say?" Han Yuan suddenly turned to Wang Yiling and asked. Wang Yiling had already told Han Yuan in detail about Jiang Lushi killing the assimilated mutant beasts, and after hearing it, Han Yuan became very interested in Jiang Lushi. "Bai Jiayan, if I gave you enough materials, could you build that kind of vehicle?" Han Yuan asked. Bai Jiayan shook his head without hesitation, "No." Creating a fake shockwave truck was already Bai Jiayan's proudest work. At least before encountering Jiang Lushi, Bai Jiayan believed his shockwave truck represented the top level of vehicle modification in the post-apocalyptic world, part of the first tier. In the apocalypse, vehicle modification was a vital configuration for any team, the military included, and its importance was self-evident. Otherwise, Han Yuan wouldn't have taken an interest in Jiang Lushi and his minibus. A major general wouldn't easily pay attention to a mere psychic. Bai Jiayan's modification skills were already highly valued in the Huaxia region. "Really? Not even Meng Hui or Mo Shiliang?" Han Yuan asked again. Meng Hui and Mo Shiliang were among the top modification experts in the safe zone, stronger than Bai Jiayan. They were low-profile, working only within the military to modify combat vehicles, without works like the fake shockwave truck. Even so, Bai Jiayan admitted he was no match for Meng Hui and Mo Shiliang. "My guess is, they can't do it either," Bai Jiayan said seriously. Han Yuan's expression changed slightly. "Hiss." The male bodyguard took a sharp breath and said in disbelief, "Is it really that powerful?" He had seen a combat vehicle modified by Meng Hui before. It was truly unstoppable. And that was a combat vehicle, already strong to begin with. But the one Jiang Lushi modified was just a minibus. Mentioning a minibus, people first think of pre-apocalyptic short-distance transport between cities and countryside, old and worn out in appearance. No matter what, it's not something you'd associate with being cool or high-end. As for performance, there's nothing remarkable about minibuses. When talking about performance, people mention supercars, off-road vehicles. Even sedans, no one talks about minibuses. The base model of a minibus is just too poor. No matter how good Jiang Liusher's modification skills were, it's like trying to turn a mud hut into a skyscraper. So the male bodyguard's first reaction was doubt. Bai Jiayan gave a bitter smile. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Seems like that minibus really scared you. The male bodyguard shook his head. As Han Yuan's personal guard, Zhao Chenglong only respected those stronger than him, and that strength had to be proven before his eyes for him to believe it. No need to argue, whether it's real or not, we'll know once we see it in action. Han Yuan waved his hand with a smile. Jiang Liusher said he'll consider it, Wang Yiling said. This made the female bodyguard frown. Consider? Who does he think he is? This is an invitation from the general. All the other psychic teams in the safe zone followed the order directly. Only the Stone Shadow Squad was invited instead of ordered. They're not from the safe zone. Wang Yiling adjusted her glasses and replied. So what? They're still Chinese, aren't they? The female bodyguard said coldly. As citizens of China, obeying the military government's orders was only natural. Inviting them was already giving them face, yet Jiang Liusher still acted so high and mighty. Of course, since it was General Han who invited him, they wouldn't say these things in front of Jiang Liusher. By the way, the female bodyguard suddenly said, Secretary Wan, if I remember right, your cousin Wan Lan works in logistics, right? Wang Yiling nodded calmly. Aren't you worried about her? The female bodyguard asked. I have work. Naturally, work comes first. Wang Yiling frowned slightly and said. I asked someone to look into it, but for now, Wan Lan hasn't been found, the female bodyguard said. She glanced at Wang Yiling. Although they were cousins, Wang Yiling seemed too cold. But no matter how indifferent she acted, the relationship between Wan Lan and Wang Yiling couldn't be cut off. The female bodyguard didn't believe Wang Yiling was truly unaffected. The female bodyguard didn't like Wang Yiling. After Major General Han came to the Jiangning safe zone, for some reason, he suddenly kept Wang Yiling by his side. And this woman, Wang Yiling, gave her a very threatening feeling. Speaking of which, I heard something. The female bodyguard's eyes flashed slightly. I heard the Stone Shadow Squad helped the logistics department evacuate. But among the people who evacuated with them, Wan Lan wasn't there. I also heard they had a conflict before, the female bodyguard said meaningfully. Seeing Wang Yiling's expression finally change slightly, the female bodyguard sneered inwardly. Wang Yiling clearly wanted to win over the Stone Shadow Squad. If she could help Han Yuan recruit them, her status beside him would rise again. But how could the female bodyguard let her get her way? Just then, Bai Jiayan's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil, Jiang Liusher is here. A minibus covered in blood pulled up at the entrance of the command center. Recently, many psychic teams had arrived at the command center, most with their own vehicles, but this minibus still drew everyone's attention. Even the guards couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. What had it been through to have blood thick like paint stuck all over it, not even dripping? Wang Yiling? Jiang Liusher spotted Wang Yiling from inside the car. You're here? That's perfect. Jiang Liusher got out of the car and walked up to her. Wang Yiling looked at Jiang Liusher with a somewhat complicated expression. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, she calmly asked, So, has Captain Jiang made up his mind? Yes, I agree to cooperate with you, Jiang Liusher said. Hearing Jiang Liusher's tone, the two bodyguards frowned. Cooperate? Since it's cooperation, you can't give orders to my team. You can only ask for our opinion, Jiang Liusher said. At this moment, Lu Tianlong finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Captain Jiang, are you kidding? We still have to ask your opinion? Lu Tianlong really felt like he had heard a joke that wasn't funny. The person standing in front of you is a general. Since it's cooperation, of course you must respect me. This has nothing to do with status. Jiang Liusher said calmly. So what if it's a major general? When old General Zhang cooperated with him, it wasn't through giving orders either. Jiang Liusher's conclusion was to only accept a cooperative relationship. If he accepted Han Yuan's command, that would mean handing over his own safety to Han Yuan. And that was something Jiang Liusher would never compromise on. Enough. Han Yuan stopped Lu Tianlong from continuing. If it went on like this, it would turn into a real conflict. Captain Jiang, members of the psychic assault team don't need to follow the many rules like soldiers do. They can even keep their own teams. Although the assault team is under my leadership, I, a major general from the Huaxia region, am also a psychic. I never use my status to pressure others. Han Yuan said in a gentle tone. But Captain Jiang, the only team going out to hunt mutant beasts is the psychic assault team under my command. Han Yuan's implied meaning was that if Jiang Liusher wanted to cooperate with the military, he could only choose his team. Jiang Liusher's willingness to go must mean he had his own purpose. Just like those psychics waiting in the hall, without exception, they all wanted to stand out. If Jiang Liusher didn't want to join the military system, then he wasn't seeking power, he must be after wealth and strength. Why else would Jiang Liusher be hunting mutant beasts like crazy today? Isn't it because, for psychics, mutant beasts represent wealth and strength? So in Han Yuan's eyes, this was actually a great deal for Jiang Liusher. Under the military's protection, he could go hunt more mutant beasts. Otherwise, with his limited strength, Jiang Liusher wouldn't even be able to leave the safe zone. Besides, that black hole monster is watching closely, it's too dangerous. Han Yuan said with a cautious expression. He couldn't think of a reason for Jiang Liusher to refuse. Jiang Liusher sneered inwardly. What Han Yuan meant was nothing more than, the army can provide you protection. But how could Han Yuan know, the black hole monster that everyone was terrified of was exactly Jiang Liusher's target? So General Han doesn't agree to cooperate? I only accept a cooperative relationship. Jiang Liusher spread his hands and said. Han Yuan's smile grew colder. Though the Stone Shadow Squad was strong, and the minibus had caught his interest, cooperation? He, a dignified general, had said so much, yet couldn't make Jiang Liusher compromise. This made Han Yuan very displeased. A capable person could of course have some pride, but too much pride was just ignorant arrogance. That's really a pity. Han Yuan looked deeply at Jiang Liusher. I sincerely invited you, Captain Jiang, but it seems you don't have that sincerity. It's understandable for young people to be unruly. If everyone acted like you, how would the army still function? The female bodyguard said coldly. This time, Han Yuan didn't stop her. In Han Yuan's view, as a general, how could he cooperate with a psychic? Besides, Jiang Liusher was just a young brat. In this world, all conversations are based on one premise, whether you have the capital or not. Jiang Liusher smiled faintly. Wan Yiling pushed up her glasses. When she invited Jiang Liusher, she had indeed spoken vaguely, not directly saying that the Stone Shadow Squad would be under Han Yuan's command. But in her view, that was only natural. Just then, another convoy approached from the distance. On one of the combat vehicles, someone saw the minibus from afar. Isn't that the Stone Shadow Squad? Drive over there, the officer immediately said. Huh? I think I just sensed a familiar psychic energy, Cao Dao suddenly said. Really? Han Feifei immediately asked. Where? Right, outside the door. Cao Dao pointed. Let's go take a look, Han Feifei said. She had long stopped wanting to stand next to Tang Songyun. Just looking at his face annoyed her. Now she had an excuse to leave. But Tang Songyun immediately followed. What are you doing? Don't run around, the general is arriving soon. The psychic powers of these two girls were quite special. Especially Cao Dao, who was a mental-type psychic. Tang Songyun was counting on them to attract the general's attention. Now, at such a critical moment, they wanted to run off to confirm some familiar psychic energy? Maybe it's Captain Jiang Liusher and the others, Cao Dao said, her eyes lighting up. Again with Jiang Liusher. You can't go. Tang Songyun said coldly. Han Feifei sneered. Can't? And who are you to say that? Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Seeing Han Feifei's expression, Tang Songyun felt angry inside. He wanted to tear apart her arrogant look, but still forced a smile and said. If Captain Jiang is here, they must be joining the assault team too. So they'll come in soon anyway, hey. Before he finished speaking, Han Feifei had already pulled Cao Dao and walked toward the door. Tang Songyun stared at their backs, face dark as iron. Those two little sluts. His expression changed again and again, then he followed. If these two girls went off with Jiang Liusher, he'd lose big time. Is it really Captain Jiang? Han Feifei asked. Should be. It feels really familiar. Cao Dao giggled and glanced at Han Feifei. You care so much. Why not just confess already? You like him so much anyway. Stop talking nonsense. Han Feifei said angrily, then gently punched Cao Dao with her little fist. Watching from behind, Tang Songyun's eyes were about to spit fire. Han Feifei always gave him the cold shoulder, didn't even look at him properly, completely looked down on him. But when Jiang Liusher was mentioned, her cheeks turned red. It really is Captain Jiang. As they stepped outside the door, Han Feifei and Cao Dao saw Jiang Liusher. And also those soldiers standing in front of him. Who were they? That's Jiang Liusher? Tang Songyun also saw the young man at a glance, just a bit over 20, like a college student who had just graduated. But then Tang Songyun's eyes were drawn to someone else. A golden olive branch and 2 gold stars, a major general. Han Yuan. Tang Songyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Han Yuan to be here already. And he was personally talking with Jiang Liusher? Just as jealousy rose in his heart, the sharp voice of the female bodyguard rang out. You're just a small team, what right do you have to cooperate with the army? Seeing Jiang Liusher's calm smile, the female bodyguard grew even more irritated. Hearing the female bodyguard's voice, Tang Songyun froze for a moment, then a gloating expression appeared on his face. Sounds like this Captain Jiang you all admire is just asking for humiliation. Talking about cooperating with a major general from the Huaxia region? Even if Jiang Liusher joined the assault team now, he'd already been put on Han Yuan's blacklist, so he was no longer a threat to Tang Songyun. Captain Jiang, the joy on Cao Dao's face completely turned into worry. Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not for you to decide. Jiang Liusher shook his head and coldly glanced at the female bodyguard. He had the starseed, and the starseed could absorb those black hole monsters. But these people still didn't even know how to kill a black hole monster. Even if they wanted to kill one, they didn't know how much ammunition or how many casualties it would take. So Jiang Liusher never thought there was any problem with what he said. His proposal for cooperation was entirely reasonable. But how could people like Han Yuan know what cards he was holding? TSK, so young and arrogant? Offending Major General Han like that, he's doomed. Han is from the Huaxia region, and Jiang is just a psychic with a few people and a van, daring to offend a military big shot, truly doesn't know his place. Tang Songyun said sarcastically. With just one word, General Han could kick him out of the safe zone. What's your problem? Wei Feifei glared at Tang Songyun. What? Am I wrong? Tang Songyun said with a grin. Just then, a military vehicle drove over. As soon as it stopped, a soldier jumped out. That guy is General Zhang Tianyu's chief of the guard, also his adjutant, Luo Qiusheng. Tang Songyun's eyes flashed as he recognized the man. When Tang Songyun arrived in Jiangning, the first thing he did was study all the big shots. Some generals and military committee members might have high status but no troops, so they didn't have much say. But those generals who held real power, each one could shake the whole of Jiangning with just a footstep. The safety of Jiangning, its future, and the lives of hundreds of thousands depended on them. It was the power they held that kept back countless zombies and mutant beasts, building an iron wall around Jiangning's safe zone. Zhang Tianyu used to oversee Zhonghai. After the Zhonghai safe zone was destroyed, he came to Jiangning. Though he still had some troops, his foundation wasn't as deep as those who were originally in Jiangning. The real heavyweights here were Commissioner Luo and Commander Huang. Even though Han Yuan had the Huaxia region backing him, on this turf, he couldn't match those two. Of course, Tang Songyun didn't expect to latch onto such top-level power right away. His goal was clear: start with Han Yuan, then slowly move up the military ranks. As long as he could gain some status eventually, he'd be living large. General Han. Captain Jiang, I'm General Zhang's personal guard. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from General Zhang and admire you very much. Luo Qiusheng walked over, saluted Han Yuan, and then spoke to Jiang Liusher. Tang Songyun was stunned. This guy came for Jiang Liusher? Luo Qiusheng's appearance eased the tense atmosphere. Cao Dao quietly let out a sigh of relief. Good thing Captain Jiang knows another general. That way, he shouldn't be kicked out. Cao Dao had really been worried about Jiang Liusher after hearing Tang Songyun's talk. She glared at Tang Songyun. He had been stirring up fear and cursing Captain Jiang the whole time. Heh! Tang Songyun squinted at Cao Dao and said, Cao Dao, are you thinking the situation's turned around? You're overthinking it. General Zhang doesn't have as much influence as General Han. Even if Han doesn't have troops, he has the Huaxia region behind him. Apart from local powerhouses like Commissioner Luo and Commander Huang, who can compete with him? Tang Songyun said smugly. Those two little b*** cheese were still stuck with him. Cao Dao didn't understand all this. Hearing Tang Songyun say that, her face scrunched up and she started worrying about Jiang Liusher again. General Han, so you've already decided to work with Captain Jiang? Luo Qiusheng suddenly asked. Seeing them standing face to face, Luo Qiusheng naturally assumed they had agreed. Unfortunately, our views don't align, Han Yuan said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher simply said, no. Is that so? That's a pity, Luo Qiusheng said, though his face didn't show much regret. Captain Jiang, I'd like to invite you to meet with Commissioner Luo. Are you free now? Luo Qiusheng asked with a smile. Commissioner Luo really hopes to work with you. He heard a lot about you from General Zhang, especially your vehicle, and he's very interested. Luo Qiusheng said. The female bodyguard frowned. Luo Qiusheng had actually come on behalf of Commissioner Luo? And he was here to recruit Jiang? She had just said Jiang Liusher wasn't qualified, and now Luo Qiusheng came running to recruit him. It felt like seeing a ghost. And it wasn't the fading General Zhang doing the recruiting, it was Commissioner Luo. Tang Songyun had the same dumbfounded look. He almost wanted to slap himself. Why had he bragged earlier and mentioned Commissioner Luo at all? Now great, Tao Tao and Wei Feifei, who hadn't known who Commissioner Luo was, immediately lit up with joy when they heard the name. So now Captain Jiang won't be kicked out, right? And working with Commissioner Luo is way better than joining the assault team, Tao Tao said. Tang Songyun's face darkened. If Jiang Lushi worked with Commissioner Luo, that was obviously way better than joining the assault team, no doubt about it. Now everything had flipped. He thought Jiang would be driven out, but it turned out Jiang was on the rise. Tang Songyun was mentally cursing wildly. Those two girls he almost had in his grasp were about to fly away. And what was worse, he had no way to stop it. If Jiang Lushi teamed up with Commissioner Luo, he'd be backed by the military, right at the center of power. What did Tang have to compete with that? Just then, Jiang Lushi spoke. Thanks for the invitation from Commissioner Luo. But please tell him I'm not planning to cooperate. Jiang Lushi said calmly. Han Yuan's attitude had made Jiang Lushi realize he had no need to cooperate with these people. Otherwise, even if everything went smoothly at the beginning, there would be conflicts when it came to the black hole monster. This. Luo Qiuxing was momentarily stunned. Refused? The female bodyguard was also stunned. Even Han Yuan, who had remained calm the whole time, finally showed a trace of surprise. Tang Songyun froze, then looked shocked, and overjoyed. This was a real twist. So childish. He must have felt embarrassed to accept after being rejected earlier. So dumb, what's face worth? Now he's offended even Commissioner Luo. He really won't last in the Jiangning safe zone. Tang Songyun shook his head. He was about to add a few mocking comments when Jiang Lushi spoke again. I plan to go by myself, Jiang Lushi said. Everyone now thought they might have misheard. Outside was so dangerous, and he actually wanted to go alone instead of staying with the army? Han Yuan rejected him precisely because he believed that once Jiang Liushi's team left the army, they wouldn't even be able to get out. But Jiang Lushi already had a plan. He had nothing more to say to these people. Before leaving, he just exchanged a few more words with Luo Qiuxing, then left directly. Luo Qiuxing watched the minibus drive away, his eyes still full of surprise. He glanced back at Han Yuan, not knowing what this Major General Han thought of the situation. Who can't brag? Let's see if he can come back alive first, Lu Tianlong said in a deep voice. Han Yuan said calmly, his vehicle is indeed not bad, but compared to the heavy weapons we have, it's nothing. Luo Qiuxing sighed in his heart. Judging by Jiang Liushi's expression and General Zhang's evaluation of him, Luo Qiuxing didn't think Jiang Lushi was bragging. But considering how dangerous it is outside, Jiangning's safe zone is already on high alert, facing a life-or-death crisis. Jiang Lushi is still just a small team with only one vehicle. But if they're just going out to hunt some mutant beasts and stay away from the black hole, it's relatively safer. Maybe that's what Jiang Lushi is planning, Luo Qiuxing thought. Captain Jiang. Peach and Wei Feifei didn't get a chance to greet Jiang Lushi in the end. The people standing with Jiang Lushi were all from the army, so they hadn't had the chance to approach earlier. By the time the conversation ended, Jiang Lushi had already left. Going out alone, what is that? One last act of stubbornness? Tang Songyun said with a laugh. He thought he had said something clever, but Wei Feifei didn't even look at him this time, just pulled Peach along and walked away. Heh, still don't believe me. When I complete this mission and bring you both to success, will you still act like this? Tang Songyun smiled indifferently. He had thought Jiang Lushi might be a threat, but now that Jiang Lushi had cut off his own path, there was no reason to care. Brother Jiang, are you really not going to cooperate with the army? As soon as Jiang Lushi got in the vehicle, Li Yusin asked worriedly. They had already learned most of the conversation between Jiang Lushi and Han Yuan's group through Ran Shiyu's psychic sensing. Jiang Lushi nodded. Seeing Han Yuan's attitude, even if we worked with them, they'd definitely restrict us. So don't cooperate. Jiang Zhuiying said hotly. She was angry and had almost gotten out of the vehicle earlier to curse someone out. So what if he's a major general? Even if he represents the Huaxia region, this is the apocalypse. At a time when everyone should be united, they still insist on absolute command? Commissioner Luo's attitude was fine, but my goal is the black hole. Cooperating with them is meaningless, Jiang Lushi said. So we're going out on our own now, Ran Shiyu said, looking into the distance, her psychic power already extending far out. But even she didn't dare use her power to scan the black hole, or she'd feel as if her mind was being swallowed. She had no idea what that black hole really was. But since Jiang Lushi had decided, she would silently support him. No matter how dangerous it was, she would go with him. That's right, we'll set off soon, Jiang Lushi said calmly, grabbing the handrail inside the base vehicle, feeling the cold metal. And on the control panel of the starseed, the upgrade progress of the base vehicle was being displayed. Han Yuan thought the minibus was just decent, but he didn't know it was about to evolve. The mutant beast attack on Jiangning's safe zone soon came to an end. The original goal of these beast groups was to cover for those monsters assimilated by the black hole to enter the safe zone. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lushur had discovered and absorbed all those monsters as nutrients. As the remaining mutant beasts in the safe zone were wiped out by the army, for now, no new beasts appeared. But that black shadow over Jiangning City was still growing, slowly approaching the safe zone, like a giant mountain pressing down from above, suffocating the people. In this crisis, all of Jiangning was in emergency war mode. Compared to that, Stone Shadow Squad's rejection of Major General Han wasn't even a ripple, not worth mentioning. Only a few involved people still cared about it. Wan Yiling, however, remembered what happened to her cousin Wan Lan. After some investigation, she wondered, with so many survivors present, how could every single one of them keep quiet? Soon, she learned what had really happened. Although she didn't care much about Wan Lan, she was still family, and a flicker of hatred passed through Wan Yiling's eyes. Jiang Lushur had no obligation to save Wan Lan, but Wan Yiling didn't care about that. If Jiang Lushur had agreed to join the ability user's assault team, I would have had many ways to deal with him slowly inside the military. But now, it's a bit harder. Wan Yiling was thinking. She was a very smart woman. From the moment Han Yuan arrived at Jiangning's safe zone, she had created opportunities and earned his favor. In truth, her ability was weak and she had no background, but she deeply believed that by finding the right patron and proving her value, she could carve out a place for herself. Compared to using beauty to attract attention, the power and status earned this way lasted longer. Now, her only backer was Han Yuan. Unfortunately, Han Yuan had already come to despise Jiang Lushur, so there was no way he'd invite him again, let alone agree to any cooperation, not even on the surface. But just then, Wan Yiling saw a battle report that had just been delivered to her. It included information on Stone Shadow Squad. Her eyes flashed, and a plan immediately formed in her mind. If this works, not only can I get revenge on Jiang Lushur, but I'll also gain more influence and maybe return with Han Yuan to the Huaxia region. I heard it's the place where China's power has been preserved the best after the apocalypse, full of elite fighters and experts. That's the kind of place where I can truly shine. On her always calm face, a hint of fiery ambition flickered behind her glasses. For her, avenging Wan Lan was secondary. The most important thing was her own future. And right now, the key to that future was in Jiang Liushur's hands. Jiang Lushur, I was too polite to you before. But now, it doesn't matter. Things are already out in the open, and I have nothing to hold back. Han Yuan will agree too. You brought this on yourself. Wan Yiling sneered. The day after the mutant beast attack, the minibus headed to the gate of Jiangning's safe zone. But just as the minibus was about to leave, it was stopped by two soldiers. Sorry, you don't have the right to drive the vehicle out of Jiangning's safe zone. These two soldiers were not the gate guards, they had been temporarily transferred from elsewhere, waiting here specifically for the Stone Shadow Squad. What do you mean? You're not letting us leave? Ling asked coldly. One of the soldiers said with a stern face, you can leave, but the vehicle can't. What did you say? Jiang Lushur narrowed his eyes and opened the car window to ask. Seeing Jiang Liushur's gaze, both soldiers became alert and placed their hands on their guns. This is an order from above. At a time like this, everyone should contribute themselves for the hundreds of thousands of people in Jiangning's safe zone. As Huaxia citizens, you should obey orders. Your vehicle has been requisitioned. Not just yours, others' vehicles are also being requisitioned. Please get out of the vehicle and hand it over, the other soldier said. Whose order is this? Jiang Lushur sneered and asked. You don't need to know that, the soldier said seriously. Jiang Lushur looked at the soldier, then said without turning his head, Shiyu. A cold female voice came from inside the vehicle. The two soldiers immediately felt something was wrong. But just as they raised their guns, their expressions froze. Who gave you the order to come? Jiang Lushur asked. It was Secretary Wan conveying General Han's order, one soldier answered blankly. Jiang Liushur's expression darkened, then he said, tell them to open the gate. Okay. The soldier immediately passed the order to the gate guards. As the soldier went to order the gate open, Jiang Lushur fully started the minibus and placed his foot on the accelerator. The gate of Jiangning's safe zone had been heavily reinforced and opened with great difficulty, making loud creaking noises. What's going on? Wan Yiling was sitting in a nearby off-road vehicle. She had originally planned to watch Jiang Lushur get out of the vehicle. If he refused and resisted, that would be defying orders, and she would immediately order the army to eliminate him. Now Han Yuan already had a team of ability users to command, no longer without troops in Jiangning's safe zone. During the meeting, those military bigwigs had agreed to assign the ability users to Han Yuan to suppress the black hole outside the safe zone, not knowing they were actually giving Han Yuan real power. But why was that soldier helping Jiang Lushur open the gate? Wang Yiling suddenly recalled the man named Zhang Haojing who had died suddenly in the hospital, and the psychic ability user next door hadn't noticed anything. That's right, Jiang Liushur's team has a psychic. I didn't expect this psychic to be able to control people's will. Wang Yiling immediately picked up her walkie-talkie. The situation has changed. Have Team 1 and Team 2 come immediately to assist. And close the gate immediately. As long as Jiang Lushur was still inside the safe zone, he was trapped. The reason she hadn't gone straight to his residence to kill him was because Han Yuan still had to consider General Zhang. His place was too close to the command center. But if they stopped Jiang Lushur directly at the gate, no one could say anything. Even General Zhang wouldn't be able to help him then. Jiang Lushur, you won't escape, Wang Yiling thought, staring at the minibus. At that moment, the gate had partially opened, but then one of the gate guards suddenly picked up his walkie-talkie. After a few words, he looked toward the minibus. Jiang Liushur's eyes flashed. He suddenly stepped on the gas. In an instant, he pressed a button next to the dashboard. Boost! V-room. The engine roared like a supercar. The minibus shot toward the gate like an arrow leaving the bow. The guard with the walkie-talkie shouted, "Close the gate. Stop him." But it was too late. Just as the soldiers raised their guns, the minibus had already zoomed past them. The gate was beginning to shut with a loud rumble, but the minibus, now in boost mode and at full speed, hit peak velocity in that moment. In such a short distance, how could anyone stop it? V-room. The minibus charged through the gate's opening and sped off down the road. As it burst through, Jiang Lushur turned his head and glanced back at the gate, his gaze sweeping across and locking onto an off-road vehicle parked in a corner. With his sharp eyesight, he caught a glimpse of Wang Yiling's face behind the windshield. And then the minibus had rushed out, and that off-road vehicle disappeared from Jiang Liushur's view. Jiang Lushur turned back, his gaze fixed on Jiangning City ahead. Wang Yiling, Han Yuan, he had remembered those two names. It had started as just minor conflicts, not even real conflicts, but coveting his minibus, that was something Jiang Lushur would never forgive. Inside the safe zone, Wang Yiling watched the minibus break out with wide eyes, her face full of anger. A moment later, her expression calmed down, and she adjusted her glasses. It's fine. Since he went out, give the order that he's not allowed to return. He disobeyed orders and broke out by force, it's only natural not to let him come back. And maybe, we'll meet again out there. The ability user assault team was about to depart for Jiangning City. Wang Yiling thought it was only a possibility, since their target was the black hole. Ability users like Jiang Lushur, who were small and weak, would avoid the black hole. Why would he go toward it? Let's go, Wang Yiling finally said. Letting Jiang Lushur get away today made her deeply regretful. So disgusting, they actually wanted to steal my brother's car. Jiang Zhuiying said angrily. It's okay. Luckily, we didn't have Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan drive it over today, Jiang Lushur said. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were now both sitting in the driver's cabin. They were heading for the black hole. Only the minibus could operate in such a dangerous environment, their Dongfeng ironclad vehicle couldn't handle it. When did the military become like this? Zhang Hai said, very unhappy. They had previously cooperated with the military, and Zhang Hai had admired the soldiers, but after what just happened. It's not the military, it's Han Yuan and Wang Yiling behind this. If the entire Jiangning military region wanted to do this, how would we have even had a chance to get out? Li Yusen said. Even so, she still looked worried. Han Yuan was a major general. If he really wanted to go after them, the Stone Shadow Squad was at a huge disadvantage. Don't worry. Han Yuan is just a bald commander, only now he's got an ability user squad. Besides, I know they'll be coming out soon too. The mountains and rivers will meet again. What happened just now? I'll settle it with him, Jiang Lushur said coldly. Han Yuan wasn't even really a military man. He was an ability user who, for some reason, had been given the rank of Major General in the Huaxia region, then parachuted into Jiangning's safe zone. And now he was going to eliminate the black hole? Jiang Lushur felt something was off. A general who had no position or power, suddenly made the vanguard and specifically asked to take command of all ability users? With such a ragtag force, what did he plan to do? Was he really going to sacrifice himself to destroy the black hole? Before today, maybe Jiang Lushur would have believed that. But after what happened today, there was no way he'd believe Han Yuan was that kind of person. No matter who he is or what he's planning, daring to go after my base vehicle, this matter won't be over, Jiang Lushur thought coldly. Ever since leaving Jiangning safe zone, the starseed had continuously detected an increasing threat from the black hole, with alerts sounding from time to time. But Jiang Lushur didn't stay away from the danger, he moved closer to the black hole. Starseed absorbing dark light energy, 45%. Base vehicle evolution progress, 36%. Both the starseed and the base vehicle were silently waiting for their final transformation. And it would all happen in this deadly city. After Jiang Lushur left the Jiangning safe zone, the ability user assault team and various military units began gathering and preparing to depart. Many people stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. The massive black shadow was still faintly visible among the tall buildings of Jiangning City, slowly and steadily approaching the Jiangning safe zone. Once it truly arrived, it would swallow the entire safe zone and the hundreds of thousands of people within, destroying this post-apocalyptic home. No one knew how many people were silently praying at this moment, hoping the military could successfully eliminate the black hole. No good news had come during this time. Instead, scout teams and small military units had continuously been lost outside. Now, seeing a long convoy leaving the Jiangning safe zone toward the black hole, many people felt both nervous and hopeful. Hopefully General Han can eliminate the black hole, or at least find a way to do so. Otherwise, we're in for a bitter battle, said a high-ranking officer in the Jiangning safe zone. Let's wait. If it can be destroyed, that's great. If not, we've seen plenty of large-scale battles. A mere black hole, we'll just blow it to hell, said another general. His aura was fierce, it was Commissioner Luo. Maybe this General Han has some understanding of the black hole, said old General Zhang, who was also standing on the city wall, his gaze deeply fixed on the convoy gradually moving away, especially the lead vehicles. The reason they agreed to let Han Yuan lead all the ability users in the safe zone wasn't simply out of trust, but because Han Yuan's attitude made them feel he might have deeper knowledge of the black hole. Since Han Yuan took the initiative to propose resolving the black hole, they just went along with it. Speaking of which, I heard not only the Huaxia district, but several newly established districts are now thriving. Old General Zhang suddenly changed the subject. Starting from the Huaxia district, generals were parachuted into other safe zones to help build new districts. These districts developed rapidly after being established, with the Huaxia district as the leader. Gradually, there were even signs of government restoration. Moreover, many powerful individuals were emerging, evolving even faster than those developed by the military through massive resource investment. The military used intense resources to produce top warriors like war god Li Yinqiang from Shaoyuan Military District and Commissioner Luo from Jiangning Safe Zone. Both were only level 2 ability users. Even the stronger ones were still stuck at level 2. But in those new districts, it was said that there were already ability users beyond level 2. As for the top power level in Huaxia district, it was unimaginable. Besides powerful individuals, technology in those districts was also advancing. For example, Baijiayan pseudo-shockwave truck was one such development. Yes, once this disaster passes, our Jiangning safe zone will also become a new district, developing rapidly. Reclaiming Jiangnan might not be impossible in the future, Commander Huang said with a smile. Despite the looming threat, he remained full of spirit. Old General Zhang looked at him, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. After not seeing him for a few days, it seemed Commander Huang had grown stronger. But that feeling passed in a flash, and old General Zhang wasn't sure if it was a misjudgment. After all, he wasn't an ability user. He only relied on a lifetime of battle experience to feel such things. Speaking of current modification technology, Jiang Liushur's minibus is still superior. Old General Zhang looked into the distance. He had already learned about Jiang Lushur refusing to cooperate with Commissioner Luo and leaving the Jiangning safe zone. Old General Zhang had foresight. The reason he repeatedly reached out to Jiang Lushur was because of his modification ability. Unfortunately, people like Han Yuan, who came from the Huaxia district, were at most interested in Jiang Liushur's modification skills, but did not value them enough. No matter how strong one's personal combat power is, the evolution of zombies and mutant beasts is clearly visible. To compete with these increasingly fierce monsters for resources, bare hands are far from enough. Moreover, on Jiang Liushur's minibus, old General Zhang saw a trace of post-apocalyptic new energy. Post-apocalyptic new energy was a new term now popular on the radio. Currently, humanity's use of this energy focused mainly on evolution crystals, but combining it with technology was still in the early research stage. Sigh, even though I valued him, I've been so overwhelmed with the black hole situation that I only introduced Jiang Lushur to Commissioner Luo. But it was still too late. He was already pushed away by Han Yuan, old General Zhang thought with a shake of his head. Fortunately, it was only a refusal to cooperate, not a real conflict. Once Jiang Lushi returned, there would still be a chance to talk. Old General Zhang, why bother about one survivor? Once we establish a new district and gather all kinds of resources and power, his modifications will be nothing, Commander Huang glanced at him and said. Old General Zhang sighed and said nothing. At the previous meeting, it was Commander Huang who had led the decision to make Han Yuan the vanguard. At the time, Old General Zhang didn't think much of it, but now he faintly sensed that Commander Huang and Han Yuan were growing closer. But now wasn't the time to think about that. What Old General Zhang really needed to focus on was the black hole. If the black hole wasn't eliminated, the Jiangning safe zone would be gone. What was the point of thinking about the future? As for Jiang Lushi, although he also went to Jiangning City, Old General Zhang naturally assumed he was just going to hunt mutant beasts and did not associate him with the black hole. The steel convoy of ability users and soldiers was advancing toward the black hole under everyone's watchful eyes. These ability users and warriors were the hope of the Jiangning safe zone. Jiangning City. This once prosperous city had already become a ruin after the apocalypse. The roads were silent, the buildings on both sides pitch black, and the vehicles on the road were covered in dust. But suddenly, zombies leaping from the dark and the faint red glows in the shadows showed that this place was a deadly trap where the slightest misstep meant being torn apart and eaten. Yet what was difficult for ordinary survivors and even for survivor squads was being crossed at high speed by a minibus, moving as if it were still driving on pre-apocalypse roads. When zombies leapt forward, it was like moths hitting a windshield on the highway, they were swatted aside instantly. Those coming from the side reached out with terrifying screams, only for the minibus to roar past before they could touch it. Inside, pre-apocalypse pop music was playing. Apart from Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan in the driver's cabin, the girls were sitting in the small lounge. Li Yusin was looking at a map, and Ran Shiyu was reading a book intently, occasionally saying, "There's a group of zombies ahead, around 500 to 600. Then take a different road, turn right," Li Yusin immediately said. With her current psychic power, Ran Shiyu could simultaneously scan a small area and multitask. Her gray eyes sparkled like a galaxy hanging in the night sky, and even the pages in her hands turned on their own without her needing to touch them. Jiang Lushi vaguely sensed that Ran Shiyu had reached a new level, though it was unclear when she might break through. Evolving as a psychic ability user was very difficult, it required precise control over mental energy. Even a vast amount of power was only useful if you knew how to use it. Unlike physical strength, which could be expressed with fists and kicks, mental power had to be controlled with intense concentration. Only someone like Ran Shiyu, cold, aloof, and quiet, was perfectly suited to be a psychic ability user. "We'll reach the black hole in about half a day," Ling said, coming down from the operations room. She now looked more like a top assassin hidden in the shadows, her gaze cold, her graceful figure like a dagger, only her innocent-looking baby face made her seem out of place. The black hole, Jiang Zhuiying lay lazily on the bed, but her eyes flashed with electricity. Threads of lightning twined around her palms and fingertips like obedient kittens, clinging to her. Though Jiang Zhuiying looked like a young girl, immense violent power seemed to reside within her. Jiang Lushi faintly felt that the black hole might have sensed his presence, and knew he was approaching. What was the black hole exactly, and how did it suddenly appear? The black hole knew the starseed, but he didn't know the black hole. But whether he knew it or not, the black hole threatened the starseed, and he needed the black hole's vast dark light energy. With this thought, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Jiang Liushi's eyes. From the starseed to the apocalypse to the black hole, the world kept undergoing earth-shaking changes. When the starseed finishes absorbing the black hole, it should be clear what the origin of that black hole is, Jiang Lushi thought. The minibus continued moving forward, avoiding all areas dense with zombies, steadily heading toward the location of the black hole, neither fast nor slow. The base vehicle upgrade was not yet complete, so Jiang Lushi was in no hurry to confront the black hole right away. In Jiangning City, the areas the black hole passed through had become even more desolate ruins. Vehicles on the streets were just empty shells, and many skeletal remains were left on the ground. At this time, on one street, a group of zombies was drifting around. These zombies had blood-red eyes, wandering aimlessly, but their bodies were very strong. Their limbs had evolved to be longer than those of normal humans, and their 10 fingers were unusually long. When curled, their sharp claws gleamed with a cold light, and their open mouths were filled with dense teeth. Although they were still wearing dirty human clothes, they were already a completely different kind of creature from humans. One of the female zombies had dyed golden hair and was wearing a short skirt, but there was meat stuck at the corner of her mouth. Her back was arched like a drawn bow, and the two protruding shoulder blades on her back seemed to be writhing under her muscles, as if something was about to break out from within. Around this female zombie, there was an empty area. The other zombies looked at her with fear and stayed away. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from not far away, like a train approaching, but much slower. Just by the sound, one could tell it was something huge. The group of zombies immediately turned their heads sharply like wolves spotting prey. The female zombie hissed from her throat, the blood in her eyes flashing brightly, staring in the direction of the sound. Soon, along with a large wave of mutant beasts and many zombies rushing over, a huge black shadow appeared behind these monsters that seemed to be clearing the way. The black shadow moved slowly. The scales that once covered its surface had disappeared, leaving only a massive black mass, neither like flesh nor like metal, releasing a cold aura wrapped in mist. As the black shadow gradually approached, the originally ferocious zombies seemed to be drawn in by something and slowly merged into the zombie group surrounding the black shadow. Only the female zombie and a few other zombies that had developed some intelligence showed fierce expressions and roared. But the black shadow only flashed a trace of black light across its surface, and the female zombie and those few semi-intelligent zombies became expressionless and slowly walked toward the black shadow. When they reached it, they were directly swallowed. Their flesh and blood became nutrients for the black shadow. At this moment, the black shadow wasn't much bigger than when Jiangning's safe zone first detected it, but it felt even more terrifying. That's the black hole. At this moment, in a building over 1,000 meters away from the black shadow, a large number of tanks and war vehicles were parked, with many black gun barrels and cannon muzzles all aimed in the direction of the black hole. In front of this area was a public park. In such an open space, the black shadow had nowhere to hide. Inside the building, many ability users were looking out of the windows. Around the public park, several other buildings also hid ability users. Several teams of ability users had been merged into one large team. They would cooperate with the military to find a chance to kill the black hole when it entered the park. It's coming. Tang Songyun was also hiding in one of the buildings, nervously watching the black hole in the distance. Although it was still far away, with the eyesight of ability users, it could already be seen clearly. According to the warriors and ability users who returned, guns are useless against this black hole, and getting close affects the mind. But this time, several psychic ability users were specially brought in. When the time comes, we'll rely on our abilities to get close. With so many people, even ants can bite an elephant to death. Tang Songyun looked at the black hole with a trace of nervousness, but also with excitement. Among these important psychic users, one was from his team. Peach, don't worry about anything. Keep adjusting your mental state. When the time comes, we'll all be counting on you, Tang Songyun turned and said. Peach sat against the wall on a cushion. Her slim figure, dressed in jeans and a wool coat, looked very delicate. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't respond to Tang Songyun's words. Even without actively using her psychic power, just knowing the black hole was approaching, Peach already felt immense pressure. The mental energy was too strong. She simply couldn't handle it. Even if she gave her all, she might only be able to hold it off briefly, just enough to buy a little time for the military and the assault team. Peach thought of that cold, stunning girl beside Jiang Lucier. Her mental power was also very strong. Maybe if she were here, she could stand against the black hole. Too bad the military hadn't cooperated with Captain Jiang, so there was no way Jiang Lucier's team would come here. Peach, don't mind him. We came here to protect Jiangning's safe zone, not to help him earn credit, Wei Feifei said coldly to Peach. The hot-tempered girl didn't care if Tang Songyun heard her, and he didn't care either. Sure enough, Tang Songyun just chuckled. Their team had already been reported as one unit. Since their team had Peach, a psychic user, now all the ability user teams that had been merged were under his command. Even if Wei Feifei regretted it, it was too late to back out. She had to obey him now. His orders were now military orders like mountains. At this moment, Tang Songyun was very pleased with himself. Once this mission was completed and he had military merits, he would be on a smooth path with a bright future. All units, attention. The black hole is approaching. Stay calm and await orders. No one is allowed to fire until the order is given. Han Yuan's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Behind the tanks and vehicles, inside an armored vehicle, Han Yuan and others were sitting. As the commander of this operation, Major General Han Yuan personally came to the front line to boost morale. He had already said, once the battle began, he would not retreat. Even the ability users were influenced by Han Yuan. Besides people like Tang Songyun, more people were like Peach and Wei Feifei. Without Jiangning's safe zone, they had nowhere to go. Swear to protect their home to the death. Beside them, Bai Jiayan's pseudo-shockwave truck was also parked prominently. That's the black hole. Han Yuan held a telescope. Through it, he could see the black hole more clearly than with the naked eye. This was the first time he had seen this monster so close. A flicker of fear appeared in Han Yuan's eyes, but then came a trace of desire and greed. The black hole was slowly approaching, and the atmosphere was growing heavy, like the calm before a storm, with dark clouds pressing down. At this moment, on the other side of People's Park, a mid-sized bus was quietly parked by the roadside. Not far from the vehicle, many zombie corpses were scattered on the ground. If it were normal times, these bodies would have already attracted other zombies. Seems like that black hole really can control zombies and mutant beasts. On top of the bus, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were hiding inside the command room, guns in hand, observing the outside. From their point of view, the black shadow could be faintly seen from time to time, and each sighting made their hearts skip a beat. Inside the bus, Jiang Lucier and the others didn't need to look with their eyes to know roughly where the black hole was. As a level 2 psychic-type ability user, Ran Shiyu could lock onto the black hole's location from a distance without alarming it, and then share the location with Jiang Lucier and the others. What a strong mental light cluster, Jiang Lucier remarked. Compared to the light cluster representing the black hole, everyone else's mental light was dull and dim. They could also see many glowing threads spreading around the black hole's light cluster. These can be called mental tentacles, like an insect's antennae. They are its sensory organs. They help it find food, choose directions, and control prey nearby, Ran Shiyu explained. Looking closely, those glowing threads numbered in the thousands, spreading around the black hole and forming a kind of halo. These threads were connected to the zombies and mutant beasts, making them seem like puppets controlled by the black hole. Everyone shivered at this sight. Besides that, some mutant beasts and zombies were also giving off strong mental waves. They, too, had mental tentacles, linking to other nearby zombies and mutant beasts. These are assimilated mutant beasts, essentially clones created by the black hole, Jiang Lucier thought to himself. Wonder if the ability user assault team can stop it, Ling said with a flicker in her eyes. Ran Shiyu's mental power was extremely strong. None of the psychic-type users in the assault team noticed her presence, yet they were already within her mental vision. Let's wait and see, Jiang Lucier said. Right now, too many mutant beasts and zombies were surrounding the black hole. Even the bus couldn't rush through, it could only wait for the right opportunity. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. The black hole was getting closer and closer to People's Park. It was just passing by the edge of the park, but as it appeared at the edge, its body was fully exposed from behind the buildings. Boom! A loud muffled sound rang out. A cloud of black smoke mixed with fire suddenly burst up in front of the black hole. Along with the explosion, a building collapsed. Zombies and mutant beasts scouting ahead of the black hole, nearly half of them were instantly killed in the blast. Immediately afterward, explosions sounded from both front and back. Open fire! Han Yuan suddenly shouted. At once, the battle formation in front of him spat out long bursts of sparks. Dense bullets and tank-fired shells shot toward the black hole like a storm. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions made the ground tremble. Many nearby buildings had their windows shattered, and hanging chandeliers fell. Buildings around the black hole were destroyed like toy blocks. The whole area looked like it had been through an earthquake and then set on fire, with thick black smoke billowing. With so many bullets and bombs hitting the target at once, even a level 2 mutant beast would be completely annihilated. Was it killed? The soldiers eagerly looked toward the battlefield. The ability users widened their eyes. It must be dead. Tang Songyun said excitedly. This was the power of modern weapons. Thanks to them, humans could still build safe zones. Level 2 zombies and mutant beasts had very strong bodies and quick reactions. Normal guns and grenades couldn't kill them. But hit by a shell, they'd be badly injured. Let alone being hit by this many attacks at once. But this kind of assault used up a massive amount of ammunition. If they did this every time, the military couldn't keep up. Although the Huaxia region had restarted weapons production, most other regions hadn't. Even those that did were only producing on a small scale. So ammo still had to be used sparingly. However, for now, everyone set aside those concerns. All eyes were fixed on the area covered in thick smoke. Was the black hole really dead? Just then, the smoke began to slowly clear, revealing the scene. The first thing they saw were many broken limbs, corpses of zombies and mutant beasts. Then, piles of black, unknown objects appeared in everyone's view. Not just one pile. A second, a third. The black hole's been blown apart, a soldier shouted excitedly. The ability users had already seen it before the soldier spoke. They saw even more black fragments scattered across the ruins. It's really been blown up? Wei Feifei stood up, unable to hide her surprise and excitement. Great! Tauzi also covered her mouth in joy. At that moment, almost everyone was cheering. They didn't expect to handle the black hole this easily. It's not that simple. Jiang Lushur stood inside the bus, looking outside through the window. The star seed inside him could still sense a powerful threat. But at the same time, it also felt an intense desire. Like a beast smelling the blood of a strong opponent, a primal instinct. In the war vehicle, Han Yuan also shook his head in disbelief, seemingly not convinced the black hole was gone that easily. Besides, although the weapons carried by the previous military were not as powerful, they weren't weak either. How did they end up completely wiped out? Suddenly, all sound seemed to be cut off. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching as the scattered black fragments slowly extended, absorbed the broken limbs around them, and began to recombine. A massive black hole reappeared in front of them all. No sign of injury. Still moving slowly and steadily. Even though all this didn't happen fast, everyone felt a chill rush from their feet to the top of their heads, like their necks were being gripped tight. What the hell is this thing? Even bombs can't kill it? This overturned everything they thought they knew. Even Jiang Lushur widened his eyes. This thing. Although he had already sensed it wasn't dead after being blown apart, he didn't expect it to be completely unharmed. Before, when it was scattered in pieces, it was just in a split state, so bombing it only returned it to that form, Jiang Lushur suddenly realized. At that moment, Han Yuan's eyes lit up with a sharp glint. That's it. And it's not low level either. Heh, forget the black hole name, this is a blacklight energy body. I must get it, Han Yuan muttered, clenching his fist. If Jiang Lushur had heard this, he would have been shocked. He knew about the blacklight only because of the star seed. Who would have thought Han Yuan knew it too? Then, a trembling voice came from Tang Songyun. Damn. Damn. It's coming toward us. After reassembling, the black hole had slightly changed direction. Now, it was moving toward the tanks and vehicles on the other side of People's Park. What do we do? Taozi, pale-faced, clutched Wei Feifei's hand, stuttering. She had seen firsthand how those bodies were devoured by the black hole bit by bit. That was even scarier than being torn apart by zombies. She didn't want to end up like that. Thinking about her weak body being slowly swallowed while still conscious made her tremble all over. Wei Feifei held Taozi tightly. She was strong-willed, but even she had no solution against an unkillable monster. This thing had devoured the entire Hejiang town. Don't be afraid. We're here to destroy it. Wei Feifei said, mustering her courage. She was born and raised here. All her family and friends had died in the apocalypse. She would never let the Jiangning safe zone fall, nor let Taozi die. She gripped Taozi's hand. Though only 16 or 17, her delicate young face was full of determination. All ability user squads, prepare. Han Yuan's voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. Hearing the voice, Tang Songyun snapped out of his daze. But his hand holding the walkie-talkie was trembling. Before seeing how terrifying the black hole was, he had been full of ambition. But now, all that pride had vanished. He didn't believe his own powers were stronger than artillery. If bombs couldn't kill the black hole, wasn't he just going to his death? Immediately execute the original plan. Behind you is the Jiangning safe zone. If we retreat today, we'll have no face to return. And even if we do, Jiangning safe zone will fall. Then where will you run to? Han Yuan said passionately over the walkie-talkie. Many of you still have family and friends inside the Jiangning safe zone. Protecting the zone is protecting yourselves. The ability users present were all strong, and their families were back in the safe zone. After hearing Han Yuan's words, many people's faces showed a trace of bloodthirsty resolve. I don't believe it, we, living people, can't take down a big chunk of black mass. Screw it. If once isn't enough, then we'll blast it 10 times. But some, like Tang Songyun, lowered their heads. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. Idiots. Let the tall ones hold the sky when it falls. Why rush to die? Blacklight energy body? Wang Yiling, sitting nearby, looked at Han Yuan with surprise. Han Yuan put down the walkie-talkie, his expression had calmed. Facing Wang Yiling's questioning gaze, he only said indifferently, if this thing can be captured alive and brought back to the Huaxia region, that would be a major achievement. This is no longer just about the Jiangning safe zone. A major achievement? Wang Yiling's eyes suddenly lit up. This strange black hole, no one in the Jiangning safe zone knew what it was, but Han Yuan did. Compared to the Huaxia region, the Jiangning safe zone was just a remote small village, closed off and backward. But to capture it alive. Wang Yiling couldn't imagine how to capture such an indestructible and unkillable thing alive, nor what kind of price would have to be paid. Correct. Since you want to join the Huaxia region, it's fine to tell you these things. Although this is the apocalypse, it's also the arrival of a new era. This blacklight energy body is the key to the new era. What invented the steam engine, and humanity entered the industrial age. Now, whoever obtains the blacklight energy body will enter the new era of the apocalypse, Han Yuan said. This blacklight energy body absorbs energy on its own, but if the energy is insufficient, it will enter a dormant state. Han Yuan's tone was very calm, but to Wang Yiling, it sounded like thunder in her ears. The way to capture it alive was to drain its energy? But the energy within this black hole was so massive, and to drain it, there was only one way. Even Wang Yiling felt a chill in her heart. And so, Han Yuan had already known her intentions. Wang Yiling had indeed wanted to use Han Yuan as a stepping stone to join the Huaxia region. She didn't expect him to see through her at a glance. You don't need to be surprised. We never reject capable people, and in your Jiangning safe zone, there are already some who have become our companions, Han Yuan said, as if seeing through her thoughts, with a slight smile. Huge waves were already rising inside Wang Yiling. She realized that the "we" Han Yuan referred to probably did not only mean the Huaxia region. No wonder someone like Han Yuan had been sent to the Jiangning safe zone. His goal was to make the Jiangning safe zone part of us. After the Huaxia region, many major regions had already been established. Perhaps they were all like this. But now, the hesitation in Wang Yiling's eyes disappeared. Only by following someone like Han Yuan could she truly reach the center of power and strength in the post-apocalyptic world. Compared to that, the little Jiangning safe zone was too small in scope. And compared to the importance of the black hole, the soldiers and ability users present were all too insignificant. Wang Yiling's gaze grew firm, and she gently exhaled. Then let's wait and see. I'm curious what this blacklight energy body really is, Wang Yiling said with a light smile. Han Yuan glanced at her and also smiled faintly. At this time, the black hole had already moved to People's Park. Suddenly, over a dozen figures rushed out from a nearby building and charged at the black hole as soon as they appeared. It's the first squad. Wei Feifei saw from the building and said solemnly. In the ability user assault team, the first squad was the strongest, gathering the most powerful survivor teams. They also had a psychic ability user close to level 2. They were the best to take the lead. Even if they didn't succeed, they could still retreat safely, perfect to test the black hole's strength. We've reached the designated position. The first squad's captain, a man in his early 30s with firm eyes, shouted through the walkie-talkie while charging. We're about to attack. Psychic ability user, act now. With a wave of mental power rushing toward the black hole's movement seemed to pause briefly. Go! The man's face lit up, and he shouted. Over a dozen figures shot toward the black hole like arrows. In an instant, various abilities rained down on the black hole, and a bundle of explosives was also thrown in while the black hole was absorbing nearby objects. Boom! A loud muffled sound rang out, the black hole was blasted in half. What's the result? Wei Feifei and the soldiers watched nervously. Those dozen ability users, who had already dashed away, turned back to the blasted black hole. After being bombed twice, the black hole didn't immediately reform. This gave everyone hope. But the black hole was too strange, no one dared to get too close. Inside the war vehicle, Han Yuan remained expressionless. It's still early. Wang Yiling thought for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said, keep attacking, don't stop. The squad captain hesitated upon hearing Wang Yiling's voice. He had planned to let his team pull back temporarily. But now, he said, keep attacking. The dozen ability users fired wildly at the split black hole at close range. They saw with their own eyes that the bullets hitting the black hole were like hitting cotton, no reaction at all. Just then, one ability user suddenly let out a scream. A black shadow had appeared under his feet at some point. It grabbed him and dragged him into one part of the black hole. No! Hell! The shadow was too fast. People had barely heard his cry for help before he was dragged into the black hole. Gone in an instant. Seeing this horrifying scene, the other ability users immediately turned and ran in panic. But screams followed one after another. Inside the building, the psychic user forced out another wave of power, only to scream, clutch his head, fall to the ground shaking, nose bleeding. That earlier attack had used up all his strength. He no longer had the power to strike again. The black hole kept devouring the ability users. One of them, just before being swallowed, pulled the pin on a bundle of grenades, and was swallowed with them. Boom! The black hole swelled up like a balloon, then deflated like nothing had happened. Too brutal. Tang Songyun trembled at the sight. Just then, Wang Yiling's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. The black hole's energy is decreasing. Victory is in sight, don't back down now. The sacrifice of the first squad must not be in vain. But, maybe let the military fire again, like last time, one ability user captain said. No. Han Yuan firmly refused. We don't have enough ammunition. Last time there were many zombies and mutant beasts, now it's just one. Precision strikes are more effective. Explosives inside its body work well. Also, more zombies and beasts will come soon. That'll be another danger. We absolutely can't use up all our ammo. If the black hole recovers again, we're all already within its mental control range. No one will escape, Wan Yiling added. The black hole's mental control was terrifying, it could lure people to walk into it on their own. Hearing her words, even the frightened ability users fell silent. The black hole had clearly weakened. Though it reformed again, it was slower than before. Let's go! The second squad of ability users appeared on the square. They were in charge of delivering explosives, blast after blast, they might really kill the black hole. Han Yuan watched calmly. What he wanted wasn't the black hole dead, but weakened. Blasting it again and again, this was exactly his plan. On the side of People's Park, Jiang Lushur stared at the black hole, listening to the warnings from the star seed. Is the black hole going to be blown to death? Jiang Zhuiying looked out the window. Jiang Lushur stayed silent. Through the star seed signals, he sensed something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, another explosion rang out. The black hole was again blasted into several pieces. But the ability users had learned, after hitting the target, they immediately retreated. Such cowardly people, Wan Yiling frowned. Han Yuan shook his head, it's fine, as long as we hit the blacklight energy body. This time, the black hole took even longer to reform. It's our turn, Wei Feifei said. She stood tall, a cold glint flashing across her young face. I'll do my best, Taozi also clasped her hands and nodded. Just moments ago, Tang Songyun had been considering running away. Now, he jumped up 3 feet, let's go. Blow this freak up. Seeing the black hole weaken, Tang Songyun wasn't scared anymore. He saw a chance to earn credit. Of course, the biggest credit belonged to the first squad, but they were all dead. Now's the time for me to pick the fruit, Tang Songyun thought. Wei Feifei ignored him completely. She carried her gun and followed him down the stairs. Once downstairs, they felt much closer to the black hole. That shadow seemed just a short distance away. Looking carefully, the blackness looked like static on a broken TV screen, making people dizzy. Seeing it, Wei Feifei felt even more that this wasn't a living thing. But she didn't have time to think more. Wan Yiling's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Third squad, move. Tang Songyun grinned and waved, go. The same Tang Songyun who had looked at the black hole like a mouse seeing a cat was now looking at it like a washed, waiting young lady. His grin looked disgusting. Inside the bus, Jiang Lushur finally realized what was wrong. Star seed alert, detected danger source, threat level, unknown, high risk. Inside the armored vehicle, Wan Yiling said with a smile, looks like this blacklight energy body is almost completely drained. Han Yuan also showed a confident smile, once I obtain the blacklight energy body, I'll definitely receive recognition from above. At that point, I'll truly move up to the next level. Thinking of this, Han Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He glanced at Wan Yiling, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. What is power worth? One's own strength is what matters most. As long as one has enough power, what kind of authority can't be held in hand? This woman just thinks she's clever. On the side of the ability user assault team, Tang Songyun was already impatiently charging toward the black hole. High danger. High danger. Detected massive blacklight energy. Detected leaking blacklight energy. The star seed continuously gave alerts. At first, Jiang Lushur looked serious, but upon hearing this, his expression turned strange. Blacklight energy had started to leak. Looks like the black hole also sensed danger and was preparing to fully explode. Once it erupts, it will absorb energy again and return stronger. It might go back to how it was when it first appeared, splitting into parts, each absorbing energy separately, then fusing again once it's strong enough. But if that happens, it will be useless to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur couldn't just follow it around, waiting for it to gather enough energy and then convert it into blacklight energy that he could use, could he? That was impossible. And according to the star seed sensing, once the black hole explodes, even Jiang Lushur and his team will be within its attack range. What to do? Jiang Lushur rapidly thought it through. Suddenly, his gaze became determined. Start the car. Fortune favors the bold. Now was the perfect chance. While the assault team had the black hole's attention, the minibus had the opportunity to attack. If they missed it, it would be gone. At this moment, Tang Songyun had already brought his people to the black hole. Tang Songyun's face was full of excitement, as if victory was right in front of him, within easy reach. He had already imagined his future, rising smoothly, entering the power center of Jiangning's safe zone. At that time, whether it was Wei Feifei or Taozi, would those two girls still reject him? Old Zhang 5, it's on you. Tang Songyun shouted. Old Zhang 5 was a thin, small man with upturned eyes and an ugly face. But no one looked down on him, because he was also the leader of a survivor team, very fast and excellent at escaping. Old Zhang 5 let out a strange yell. Somehow a shiny long machete appeared in his hand, and he slashed down hard at the black hole with terrifying force. Behind him followed someone carrying explosives. As soon as old Zhang 5 cut into the black hole, they would throw the explosives in. Even if the blade didn't split it, it didn't matter, so many others were ready to throw their attacks at the same spot right away. So old Zhang 5 didn't feel much pressure. He just needed to strike once and immediately dodge. But the moment the special steel blade hit the black hole, old Zhang 5's expression suddenly changed. This is bad. The blade was instantly stuck tight inside the black hole, and a powerful force came from within. With rich survival experience, old Zhang 5 let go of the weapon without hesitation and turned to run. But as soon as he turned, his expression froze. Help! Boom! Right in front of Tang Songyun and the others, the black hole suddenly swelled and instantly swallowed old Zhang 5 and several ability users. They didn't even have time to scream, probably didn't even react, completely devoured. The black hole, originally the size of a truck, suddenly ballooned like it was inflated. During the devouring, a stray bullet from one ability user's gun grazed Tang Songyun's thigh. But Tang Songyun didn't care about that now. Run! Run fast! Tang Songyun was the first to turn and flee. He only wished he had been born with 4 legs. He was also grateful he had let old Zhang 5 act first and had kept some distance, otherwise, he'd be dead now. Meanwhile, the black hole kept expanding, and a powerful mental wave spread out invisibly around it. Wei Feifei reacted immediately, but unlike Tang Songyun, she didn't run right away. Holding her gun, she hesitated, should she fire to buy time for the ability users closer to the black hole? But that hesitation cost her the chance to escape. As the mental wave spread, she felt her body freeze. Her mind was clear, but her nerves could no longer send signals to her limbs, or even her eyes. This chilled her to the bone. Not only her, the ability users around her, even Tang Songyun who had started running toward the army, were all frozen in place. He couldn't even turn his head, but fear filled his eyes. Warm blood kept flowing down Tang Songyun's leg. Whether it was all blood, even he didn't know. At this moment, Wei Feifei was watching the black hole slowly approach her. Its speed wasn't fast, and that had been the main reason the assault team dared to attack. But now, that slow speed became a torture. It was getting closer, but she couldn't move at all. Before the apocalypse, Wei Feifei had experienced sleep paralysis. In those moments, her mind was awake, but her body couldn't move. It had scared her even after waking up. But compared to this, that was nothing. This was hundreds, thousands of times more terrifying. Despair rose in Wei Feifei's heart. Something's wrong. Taozi, still inside the building and a psychic ability user, sensed it right away. She clenched her teeth and focused all her mental power. But compared to the massive mental energy of the black hole, Taozi's power was like a tiny boat in a raging sea. Feifei, I'm coming to save you. Run! Taozi shouted. Her face turned paper white, and she immediately collapsed, unable to move even a finger. Taozi's nearly life-draining mental attack only gave Wei Feifei and the others a brief moment of control over their bodies. Run! Wei Feifei suddenly bolted forward. Feifei! Help me! Tang Songyun grabbed Wei Feifei. His leg had been grazed by a stray bullet earlier, not a serious injury. But when his body froze, his tense muscles relaxed, and the bleeding worsened. To be honest, his legs were weak now. Seeing Wei Feifei run so fast, he clung to her like a drowning man to a lifeline. And with Taozi protecting Wei Feifei, staying close to her meant he wouldn't have to just wait to die like before. Wei Feifei's expression changed. Her arm was grabbed. If she had not just regained control of her body, she wouldn't have been caught so sluggishly by Tang Songyun. That moment of delay allowed the black hole to resume moving, and Wei Feifei instantly felt her body becoming stiff again. Wei Feifei's heart skipped a beat. She anxiously glanced at Tang Songyun. After all, she was still a young girl. Even though she felt this man wasn't worth saving? Feifei, you can't leave me behind. We've been through life and death together. Tang Songyun also felt his control slipping away. His eyes widened in fear as he shouted, Taozi. Taozi, hurry and save us. As a psychic ability user, he believed Taozi would definitely hear them and know that Wei Feifei was now tied together with him. Inside the building, Taozi lay paralyzed on the floor. She sensed Tang Songyun. She also sensed Wei Feifei. A look of despair flashed in Taozi's eyes. With her abilities, even just using mental power on Wei Feifei alone, to cut off the black hole's control over her, was already extremely difficult. Adding Tang Songyun made it nearly impossible. And that's assuming she ignored the consequences. In fact, in her current condition, using her mental power again would definitely cause serious aftereffects. At worst, it would permanently damage her psychic abilities. At worst, she could become mentally disabled or a vegetable. But since the apocalypse, it had always been Wei Feifei protecting her. For Wei Feifei, Taozi closed her eyes and struggled to focus her mental power, even though it felt like someone was drilling into her brain. But just then, a powerful wave of mental energy suddenly surged from afar like a tsunami. This mental energy was gentle and strong, making Taozi gasp in shock. After the surprise, her body suddenly trembled, falling into even greater shock. It's them? But, how could it be? The black hole's rampage fell into everyone's eyes. Zhang Laowu and others were suddenly swallowed. The remaining Tang Songyun was the first to flee. In the blink of an eye, the black hole swelled even larger than before. The soldiers' faces all changed. One by one, they watched in horror. The black hole went from near death to suddenly expanding and devouring people, all in just a moment. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill throughout their body. All that intense bombardment earlier didn't destroy the black hole. Now, after being exploded twice from the inside, it actually grew stronger, bringing a deep sense of despair. How could they fight this? It was impossible to resist. The smile and ease on Wang Yiling's face also froze. Major General Han, what's going on? Han Yuan's face turned dark. He only knew of the blacklight energy body and how to recover it. After the black hole appeared, based on various traits, he had determined it was a blacklight energy body. But what the black hole would actually do, he had no idea. However, Han Yuan was still someone with Major General status, a big figure. He quickly calmed down and said, "This is just its final counterattack. Hold the line. Fire. Open fire." Han Yuan said coldly. "But those ability users are still." Wang Yiling had just opened her mouth, but quickly shut it. From Han Yuan's look, she knew what must not be said. Still, even with guns and cannons, this black hole might not die. Wang Yiling picked up the walkie-talkie, just about to issue the command, when she suddenly felt her body freeze. Crap. The black hole's mental energy had already reached here, it had started affecting them. Some soldiers couldn't control themselves. The chaotic sound of gunfire erupted. In an instant, who knew how many died in the confusion? Wang Yiling forced herself to stay calm, speaking slowly and clearly, "Stay calm. Everyone to your positions, prepare." Buzz. A sudden sharp sound pierced the air. It interrupted Wang Yiling. Shocked, she looked around. What was that sound? Even Han Yuan felt it was strange. He immediately judged that the sound wasn't from the black hole's direction, but from the side. Could there be another black hole, or some terrifying mutant beast under its control? Han Yuan's alarm bells rang. His whole body tensed. Trouble. Their firepower was already struggling with just the black hole. If things really got out of hand, Han Yuan was already considering retreat. He wasn't originally military and didn't have the mindset to live or die with the army. With his power, escaping from the black hole alone wasn't too hard. But if another monster showed up? And for Han Yuan to just give up on the black hole now, he was extremely unwilling. The blacklight energy body was extremely important. He remembered it ranked very highly, within the top 3. Any of the top 3, once obtained, would grant immediate entry into the core. Han Yuan had reached Major General thanks to them, but he was still some distance from the core. If Wang Yiling knew these things, she probably wouldn't believe them. But only after joining them would one understand the vastness of the whole thing. Han Yuan was just a small piece. If I give up now, I might never get another chance. Even all I've built in the Jiangning safe zone could vanish. Before Han Yuan could think further, a shout suddenly came from the troops. Han Yuan's pupils shrank instantly. In disbelief, he looked at a white shadow speeding out from the side. That metallic reflecting vehicle body, what else could it be but the minibus? And at that moment, the minibus was charging forward at a terrifying speed. Even more unbelievable, its target was? The black hole? Wang Yiling's eyes also widened. Wasn't this Jiang Liusher's vehicle? How could they be here? And why charge out at a time like this? But very quickly, Wang Yiling thought of a possibility. The driver on the minibus was affected by the black hole, lost control. Wang Yiling was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with joy. She had wanted to deal with Jiang Liusher before but failed. She had said she wouldn't spare him if she met him again outside, but that was just talk. She didn't expect to really run into Jiang Liusher. And to see him charging straight to his death. This was simply a road to heaven you didn't take, but you crashed into the gate of hell. The black hole had grown even larger than its peak size, like a 3-story building. It was like a gate to hell. The minibus, moving at high speed, under everyone's shocked and terrified gaze, rushed straight toward the black hole without hesitation. Bang! It crashed directly into this gate of hell. This scene happened so fast that many people were still wondering if they saw it wrong. Wei Feifei widened her eyes in shock. That minibus rushed right past her, and the gust of wind it stirred up messed up her beautiful hair. Captain Jiang? Wei Feifei said in disbelief. Tang Songyun was also stunned for a moment, but then reacted sharply and said, "Fuck. I've seen people seeking death, but never like this. Let's take this chance and run." Wei Feifei stood there without moving. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. If he is seeking death, do you want to die with him? Running into a black hole, they would be gone without even bones remaining. Are you going to save them?" Tang Songyun said viciously. Wei Feifei's body swayed, her face became pale, and her eyes showed sorrow. She knew Tang Songyun was right. Anyone or anything, once swallowed by a black hole, would disappear forever. Even a big minibus would be finished if it rushed in. "You saved me again," Wei Feifei unconsciously shed tears. "Hurry up and go." Tang Songyun shouted again. Seeing Wei Feifei standing there in a daze, his eyes flashed with cold light. He limped painfully and turned his head to run toward the direction of the army. "Damn it. If you want to be buried with them, go ahead." Although he hadn't gotten Wei Feifei yet and letting her die would be a pity, compared to that, Tang Songyun still cherished his own life more. Inside the combat vehicle, Wan Yiling couldn't help showing a faint smile. "Well deserved. Sigh, it's just a pity about that vehicle." Wan Yiling shook her head. Han Yuan also nodded from the side, indeed a pity. But he didn't really care much, it was just a vehicle. Compared with obtaining the black hole, it didn't count as anything. After gobbling up the minibus, the black hole paused its movement for a moment. This was an opportunity. "Concentrate fire attack," Han Yuan said coldly. He even wanted to thank Jiang Lushi and the others for their sacrifice. Without them, this opportunity wouldn't have been created. The role of the psychic assault team was originally this, but these psychics were all afraid of death. They were not as good as Jiang Lushi, who appeared out of nowhere. When we go back to report, we should also mention the Shadowstone squad and thank them for their fearless spirit, Han Yuan said calmly. Wan Yiling immediately picked up the radio and shouted, "Concentrate fire attack." At this moment, the black hole suddenly stiffened, and then a huge muffled explosion sounded inside it. In an instant, a terrifying airflow tore its body and rushed out. Everyone saw with their own eyes that a big hole suddenly appeared on the black hole. The entire black hole trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. What is going on?" Everyone, including Han Yuan and Wan Yiling, was stunned. Could it be that the minibus was fine? Jiang Lushi and the others had not died? But how was that possible? This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Only Bai Jiayan's eyes flickered. Other things die when they approach a black hole, but this vehicle, maybe they are really still alive. That minibus brought him quite a shock. Boom! After one strike from the air cannon, Jiang Lushi immediately pressed another button. Puff! The violent flames instantly raged inside the black hole. Through the large hole just blasted by the air cannon, people outside saw the roaring flames burning inside the black hole. They even vaguely saw the minibus in the flames. Sure enough, Bai Jiayan took a deep breath. Wei Feifei was first shocked, then showed an ecstatic look. "What's happening?" Wan Yiling was also heavily shocked. After rushing into the black hole, Jiang Lushi should have died along with the vehicle, so how could this be? And it looked like the disadvantaged one was the black hole? Wan Yiling could not have imagined that Jiang Lushi possessed a star seed, and his minibus was not just a modified vehicle, but a base vehicle. At the moment Jiang Lushi ordered to rush in, the air cannon had already begun to charge. He had previously felt that this black hole was not a true life form, and its body was not flesh and blood, but a collection of black light energy. This kind of energy could assimilate other beings and objects, breaking them down into new black light energy as part of the black hole. At the moment the minibus rushed in, the star seed immediately sounded a warning of shell damage. And Jiang Lushi, hearing the prompt by his ear, showed a bit of madness in his calm expression. Air cannon fired. Flamethrower activated. Outside the base vehicle, Ran Shiyu's spiritual energy formed an invisible shield, protecting everyone. "Zhuiying." Jiang Lushi called. Jiang Zhuiying was already prepared in the combat room. Hearing Jiang Liushi's voice, she opened her hands without hesitation, releasing the maximum amount of electric current. Terrifying electric current instantly rampaged inside the black hole, looking from the outside like huge black clouds with electric snakes dancing. With both fire and electricity, those psychics and soldiers felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie with dazzling special effects. And the black hole constantly deformed, as if struggling in pain. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. They wondered if they were seeing a fake black hole. Since the appearance of the black hole, it had been crushing everything in its path. Even just now, they were struck hard by the black hole. They thought victory was near, only to fall into despair again in the blink of an eye. Even Han Yuan himself had already begun to consider escaping. But at this moment, this minibus appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the black hole with thunderous force, then poked a hole from inside, and set fire and electricity inside. Many people couldn't help feeling their blood boil, wanting to shout, so satisfying. These days, because of this black hole, they didn't know how oppressed they felt. The entire Jiangning safe zone had become precarious because of the black hole. Jiang Lushur, Shadowstone Squad, with just one vehicle, accomplished something they couldn't. Han Yuan could no longer maintain calm on his face. He looked shocked at this scene, at the minibus faintly visible inside the black hole. The blazing fire and electric light here even spread to the Jiangning safe zone. After the psychic assault team set out, Commander Huang, Commissioner Luo, General Zhang and other rulers of the Jiangning safe zone stood on the city wall, watching the battle through telescopes. Commissioner Luo did not use a telescope, but his gaze was sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto the distant black hole. They also witnessed the scene of the black hole continuously dispersing and then going berserk again. Seeing this, Commander Huang's expression sank, and he put down the telescope. General Zhang let out a sigh. Commissioner Luo closed his eyes and shook his head. The psychic assault team's interception raid had failed, which was a heavy blow to the Jiangning safe zone. From previous experience, this black hole had intelligence. After one sneak attack failed, it would probably make more thorough preparations and would not easily approach the Jiangning safe zone exposed to gunfire again. It might drive more mutant beasts to constantly drain the Jiangning safe zone's forces. Sai, prepare. We must keep the black hole outside the Jiangning safe zone, General Zhang said gravely. At this moment, General Zhang suddenly stiffened his voice, and a shocked expression appeared on his weathered face. Then his hands trembled excitedly. Look at that black hole. A runaway black hole is indeed terrifying, and the psychic assault team along with the accompanying soldiers, we don't know how many will return, Commissioner Luo said in a low voice. His first reaction was that General Zhang's cry was caused by the terrifying scene of the runaway black hole. But then he felt something was wrong, because General Zhang laughed out loud. Good explosion. So good. Commissioner Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light exploded in his eyes as he looked toward where the black hole was. He saw the fire explode from the black hole, and electric light flashed within. The black hole looked like it was going to be blasted into flying ash. Good. 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 Commissioner Luo said 3 good in a row. Let me see. Commander Huang hurriedly raised his telescope, and then also burst into loud laughter. General Han is indeed powerful. Commander Huang praised, no wonder he was sent by the Huaxia region. He's got skill. We also sent teams to eradicate the black hole, but to no avail. When General Han took charge, it was immediately different. Commissioner Luo and General Zhang also nodded. Although they had reservations about Han Yuan and did not trust him, facing such a great achievement, they genuinely felt admiration and gratitude toward Han Yuan. Power struggles were after all secondary. In the apocalypse, fighting came first. We will wait here for General Han's triumphant return. Commander Huang shouted. This scene inspired the entire Jiangning safe zone. For a while, countless gazes focused on that distant dark shape. Hundreds of thousands of survivors and military officers and soldiers all watched intently, their hearts tied to the battle. Inside various shelters and outposts, voices cheering and encouragement spontaneously came out. At this time, in the People's Park which had almost become ruins, the psychic assault team and the soldiers were also staring unblinkingly at the black hole and the minibus inside. Inside the black hole, thunder and lightning shot. And the minibus stood firm. Jiang Lushur rushing into the black hole was almost a gamble. But the smooth chain attacks, the minibus's sturdy defense, and the powerful forces in the team turned this gamble into an even contest. Now, it was the critical step to tip the scales of victory. Jiang Lushur knew that although this black hole looked unstable, even after being blasted into countless pieces it could still recombine, so this damage was not fatal to it. Han Yuan also knew this. He quickly came back to his senses from the shock. This minibus is indeed very strong, but unfortunately, Jiang Lushur doesn't understand how terrifying this black hole is. Han Yuan shook his head. The combat power and defense of this minibus were comparable to a small war fortress, but it could only weaken the black hole, not truly eliminate it. However, this exactly fit Han Yuan's plan. I didn't expect it was you who helped me complete this. I will not forget Jiang Lushur and those team members' contributions for this great merit, Han Yuan said in a low voice. Then he personally picked up the radio and loudly said, "Shadowstone Squad created the opportunity for us according to plan. Do not miss this chance, don't let their sacrifice be in vain, open fire." Some soldiers hesitated in their hearts. They had seen that in despair, the minibus turned the situation around. And now, the minibus, the Shadowstone Squad, Jiang Lushur, they were still fighting the black hole. At this moment opening fire, wouldn't that destroy the minibus? Open fire! Han Yuan roared. These soldiers were after all not under his command, indeed they were hard to lead. But he was a general. With one roar, although many soldiers still had doubts, they did not dare to disobey orders. At this time, Han Yuan stood up and pointed the submachine gun on the combat vehicle at the black hole. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fire tongues sprayed wildly, bullets poured out. Shell received damage. "Brother Jiang," they opened fire. Ling Wang looked out the window and said. Jiang Liushur's face was as tenru shui, as calm as still water, not saying a word. In his mind, a shout came out. "Star Seed!" The star seed transmitted wave after wave of alarm tones, and on the surface of the minibus, it seemed a burst of light flashed. In front of Jiang Lushur, a projection image suddenly appeared. He saw clearly that the minibus seemed to suddenly turn into a big mouth, and the surrounding black light energy, like a giant whale sucking water, crazily poured toward the minibus. 50%. 60%. 70%. The star seed's absorption of black light energy increased crazily. This massive absorption seemed to even make the minibus a bit unbearable. The shell came the sound of creak creak. But Jiang Lushur knew that this was the minibus's excited shout. At the same time, angry roars came from inside the black hole. Although this black hole was not a life form, it was not just an energy body. Jiang Lushur knew that this black hole, like the star seed, did not belong to a known concept of life, but whether it was an object, it was hard to say. They might have existed before the apocalypse, just like star seeds. Now that the apocalypse had come, everything turned upside down, and these things emerged. The star seed's absorption finally made this black hole feel threatened. Without the star seed and more black light energy, like a storm, it more crazily rushed over. This black hole originally coveted the star seed, and now it was launching a counterattack. By absorbing the star seed, not only could it make up for its losses, it could also obtain terrifying energy. After this, those artillery shots would really no longer harm it. But since Jiang Lushur dared to rush in, how could he not have thought of this point? "Shiyu, coordinate with me," Jiang Lushur said, picking up the sniper rifle. In an instant, his sight seemed to penetrate through layers of black shadows, probing toward the depths of the black hole. The raging energy, flashing electric light, burning firelight, all solidified at this moment. In this still space, only Jiang Liushur's eyes remained, and the muzzle of a black hole gun. In that 1,000th of a second, Jiang Liushur's gaze locked onto a small black glowing object inside the black hole. "Shiyu!" Jiang Lushur shouted. In an instant, Ran Shiyu's psychic power condensed into a spear-like beam that pierced into the black hole. This attack was Ran Shiyu's full effort. Her vast psychic energy was even sensed by other nearby psychics, who all looked over in surprise. Ran Shiyu's psychic abilities had always been evolving. A large amount of mutant beast meat, and the high-purity evolution crystals produced by the base vehicle's energy extraction lab, these resources had been supplied almost without interruption. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had significantly evolved. Let alone Ran Shiyu, who had extraordinary talent to begin with. So, after maintaining a high-intensity psychic shield for nearly 10 seconds, Ran Shiyu still had enough strength left to perform a psychic strike on the black hole. But even so, after the strike, Ran Shiyu's face turned pale, and her body swayed slightly. Li Yusin immediately held her hand gently, and a warm feeling flowed through Ran Shiyu's whole body, quickly easing her headache. And after being pierced by Ran Shiyu's psychic strike, the originally violent black hole seemed to have really been pricked by a needle and suddenly stiffened. Now was the time. Bang! The people outside didn't even catch the black hole's moment of stiffness, they only heard a loud gunshot suddenly come from within the black hole. A shot was fired? It's a sniper rifle. But aren't bullets useless against black holes? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Many people couldn't help but sigh. The minibus was fierce, but it still hadn't taken out the black hole in one blow. The Shadowstone Squad had used all their means, and now could only rely on guns. But against the black hole, guns were no more than tickles. At that moment, the black hole shook violently, then suddenly looked like a vortex had appeared inside. It started madly drawing the black shadows toward the minibus. Damn, Zhang Hai's eyes widened like a bull's, feeling the fierce shaking of the minibus, and outside the windshield, everything had turned pitch black. Jiang Lushur, on the other hand, was excited inside. These black shadows were all black light energy, and now, this energy was being crazily absorbed by the star seed and the minibus. The black hole was an energy body, but inside, like a living being, it had a heart, a core. But this core was always hidden in the deepest part of the black hole and couldn't be blasted out even with bombs. After the black hole split, the core would remain in one of the black hole's body parts. If the core wasn't destroyed, the black hole would keep regenerating. The core stored immense power. Just now, the black hole's last violent struggle was due to the release of its core's power. Jiang Lushi, having entered the black hole and possessing the star seed, was able to find the black hole's core after it was heavily damaged. The core was shot by a sniper bullet, and the black light energy immediately lost control and could no longer resist the absorption by the star seed and base vehicle. The star seed drank it all greedily, like a wild beast having a feast, devouring the prey clean. 100%. Yet the star seed's absorption continued. The remaining black light energy could still be stored by the star seed and the base vehicle. The black hole is shrinking. It's shrinking fast. Looks like the black hole can't hold on anymore. After the shock, people began cheering. They felt like their hearts had just ridden a roller coaster, several ups and downs within just 10 seconds. Now everyone stared excitedly at that mass of darkness. It looked like a black storm, with the eye of the storm being the minibus standing unmoved in the center. Clearly just an ordinary-looking minibus, but now in everyone's eyes, it shone brightly. Unconsciously, without any command from Han Yuan, the soldiers had already stopped shooting on their own. How could they still pull the trigger now? That minibus, and the people inside it, were like heroes in their eyes. How could they shoot at heroes? Jiang Lushi actually took down the black hole. Wan Yiling's face turned a bit pale, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Why, in such a desperate situation, did they not only survive, but also resolve this huge crisis? Now Jiang Lushi would definitely be seen as a savior in the Jiangning safe zone, with great merit. How could she still deal with Jiang Lushi? And such a great achievement had now landed in Jiang Liushi's hands. She had basically worked for nothing. At this moment, she looked at Han Yuan and saw that his expression was also extremely unpleasant. How could a black light energy body be taken down by a group of survivors? This was the first time Han Yuan realized that besides them, there were others who knew how to deal with black light energy bodies. But how was that possible? They were just a bunch of survivors, ordinary people before the apocalypse. Even after the apocalypse, in the eyes of those truly in power, they were just ants. Yet now, these ants had done what he couldn't do. As for why the black light energy rushed toward the minibus, Han Yuan didn't know either. In his eyes, it seemed the black light energy simply dissipated after touching the minibus. Jiang Lushi, you're not bad, but the black light energy body is not something you can have, Han Yuan said in a deep voice. In a blink, the black hole had shrunk to the size of a room, and was still getting smaller. A black crystal faintly appeared inside. The minibus extended a mechanical arm and grabbed that black crystal, bringing it back into the minibus's storage space. Seeing this, Han Yuan's pupils shrank, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Captain Jiang. Wei Feifei waved excitedly. Now the black hole no longer had any effect on the people around it. Tang Songyun had also stopped running. Seeing this scene, a trace of regret arose in his heart. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should have stayed with Wei Feifei. He never imagined Jiang Lushi and his team would be this powerful. Since Wei Feifei was Jiang Liushi's friend, if he had stayed with her, he surely would have benefited too. But now, it was too late for anything. At this moment, Han Yuan approached with his people, driving armored vehicles and tanks. As the last trace of black light energy was absorbed by the minibus, a look of pain flashed in Han Yuan's eyes, but he still got off the vehicle, put on a spring-like smile, and said loudly, "Captain Jiang Lushi, Shadowstone Squad, you were outstanding. Truly impressive. Thank you for capturing the black hole's core. This thing is extremely dangerous and must be immediately sent to the Huaxia Region's Research Institute for expert analysis. The origin of this black hole is mysterious, and its core is the only way humanity can conquer it. You've done a great service not only for Huaxia, but for all mankind." Han Yuan said sincerely. Hearing Han Yuan's words, many soldiers looked at each other. They didn't have Han Yuan's sharp eyes and hadn't noticed the mechanical arm grabbing the core. Now hearing him talk about some dangerous core, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They couldn't help it, the black hole had left too much of a shadow in people's minds. Even now, some still couldn't believe it, looking around nervously. Was the black hole really gone? Inside the minibus, after hearing Han Yuan's words, Jiang Lushi let out a cold laugh. They had driven into the black hole, taken enormous risks to destroy it, and retrieved the core, and now Han Yuan, after saying a few nice-sounding words, wanted him to hand over the core? Not much good at fighting, but pretty good at dreaming. But he knows about the core too. Jiang Lushi frowned. Sure enough, Han Yuan wasn't simple. Jiang Lushi had only learned about the core through the star seed. How did Han Yuan know? As for Han Yuan's talk of taking it to the Huaxia Region's Research Institute, Jiang Lushi didn't believe it at all. Captain Jiang, quickly give me the core. That thing is very unstable and could cause the black hole to erupt again, Han Yuan said again with urgency. The armored vehicle he was in also moved forward a bit. However, at that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! This shot hit right in front of the armored vehicle's tire. Zhang Hai was holding a gun, looking openly at Han Yuan, spitting a mouthful of saliva out the window. Dare to come any closer, and I won't be shooting the ground. Han Yuan's face stiffened, and Wang Yiling beside him suddenly changed expression. A mere survivor dared to threaten a general with a gun in broad daylight. Zhang Hai, the one who fired, looked calm. He didn't care about the other person's identity. Whoever Jiang Gu told him to shoot, that's who he shot. In his eyes, there was only brother Jiang, no generals. So what if he was a general? Not to mention a fake like Han Yuan, even the real military commission, they weren't ones they hadn't killed before. Chu from Zhonghai, a big boss, holed up in a safe zone, was still chased by their vehicles for 1,000 miles and had his head taken. Compared to that, what was Han Yuan? Wang Yiling looked down on them, thinking they were just a survivor team. But she didn't know that the Shadowstone squad also didn't put her and Han Yuan in their eyes. Han Yuan's gaze turned cold. What does the Shadowstone squad mean by this? Do you want to keep the core for yourselves? Holding the core is like holding a ticking time bomb. It could affect everyone around you, and it is of no use to you. If you hand it over now, we'll act like this never happened, and I'll help you claim credit. Han Yuan was full of confidence about this. The development of black light energy was beyond current technology, and only they could make use of black light energy. A useless thing, under threat and temptation, Han Yuan thought Jiang Lushi should know how to choose. If he didn't hand it over, then he was putting the safety of those around him at risk, making himself the target of public criticism. Even the soldiers and officers who felt grateful and admired Jiang Lushi hesitated at this moment. Some psychics were wavering even more. Captain Jiang, you should hand the core over to General Han to deal with. General Han is also considering everyone's best interest. Besides, without all our hard fighting and sacrifice, you wouldn't have killed the black hole, right? Tang Songyun suddenly shouted loudly. Anyone with eyes could see that if it weren't for the minibus during the black hole's rampage, they would have been in extreme danger. Now hearing Tang Songyun's shameless words, everyone hesitated without speaking. Some embarrassed officers looked awkward. Tang Songyun's eyes flashed with a cold laugh. He had originally been a bit worried that once Jiang Lushi and company gained power, it might be bad for him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lushi was too arrogant and even threatened a general. With such a good chance to show off, of course Tang Songyun wouldn't miss it. Captain Jiang, the core doesn't belong to you personally. You have no right to keep it, Tang Songyun said with some excitement. By speaking out now, he was sure to leave a deep impression on Han Yuan. Just thinking about it made Tang Songyun feel excited. Wei Feifei looked angrily at Tang Songyun. This person was really a wind vane, extremely disgusting. At this moment, Zhang Hai suddenly pointed his gun at Tang Songyun. Tang Songyun instinctively felt a strong life-or-death threat, shouted, and tried to dodge. Han Yuan's aura exploded and he roared angrily, "How dare you!" Bang! The gunshot sounded instantly. Just as Tang Songyun was about to dodge, his body froze, and he watched Zhang Hai pull the trigger. The bullet hit Tang Songyun's chest, directly tearing apart his heart, sending him flying back like a bloody rag bag, crashing to the ground. Tang Songyun's eyes were wide open. He twitched twice on the ground and then stopped breathing. He never expected that in front of so many people, the Shadowstone squad would kill someone just like that. Han Yuan's expression was grim as he coldly stared at the minibus. You actually killed someone from my team in front of a general, Han Yuan said word by word. Tang Songyun's death felt like a hard slap to Han Yuan's face, slapping loudly. Han Yuan could have saved Tang Songyun just now, but Han Yuan's vulture-like gaze locked tightly onto the round object protruding from the top of the minibus. A black gun barrel was extending out of it, aimed at Han Yuan. Behind the gun barrel was a calm face. Jiang Lushi, Han Yuan said coldly. Han Yuan knew that if he had made even the slightest move earlier, Jiang Lushi would have shot without hesitation. Between saving Tang Songyun and his own safety, it was obvious what choice Han Yuan would make. But because of this, Han Yuan was even angrier. It had been a long time since anyone dared to point a gun at him and threaten him like this. Especially now, while he was wearing the guise of a general. A major general from the Huaxia region, even if parachuted in, who wouldn't give him face? Jiang Lushur was just a survivor, yet so bold. At this time, Jiang Lushur spoke. He looked at Han Yuan mockingly and asked, "Do you want this core? Dream on." Han Yuan's pupils shrank. This Jiang Lushur was too arrogant. Only now did Wei Feifei react from Tang Congyan's death. She turned her head suddenly and worriedly looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur's words had completely torn apart his relationship with Han Yuan. Although the psychic assault team led by Han Yuan had suffered heavy losses, they still had the army and many weapons. No matter how you said it, Jiang Lushur was just a small survivor team. Facing Han Yuan, the consequences were worrisome. Not only Wei Feifei thought so, some officers and psychics who had good impressions of Jiang Lushur also believed this. One by one they sighed in their hearts. Jiang Lushur was too strong-willed, and sometimes that strength was not a good thing. If he had bowed his head here first, Han Yuan would not have dared to kill the donkey after using it in front of so many people. After returning to the safe zone and reporting merits, the Shadowstone squad would have received a lot of compensation, and Han Yuan would at least not openly act against them anymore. But now, it was as if he had handed the knife directly into Han Yuan's hands. Despite everyone's worries, Jiang Lushur's face showed a careless expression. If we talk about breaking ties, that had already happened when they tried to take the minibus. Jiang Lushur knew that Wang Yiling alone couldn't decide. That matter must have already had Han Yuan's approval. For someone daring to covet the minibus, even if Han Yuan hadn't rushed out at this moment, Jiang Lushur would not have let him go. Moreover, Han Yuan was now asking him to hand over the core he had risked his life to get? In Jiang Lushur's eyes, Han Yuan was already a dead man. He wasn't dead yet, but today he would be. Seems like you don't understand good talk. Han Yuan shook his head, pitying Jiang Lushur. He signaled to Wang Yiling. Wang Yiling immediately picked up the radio and issued the command to prepare to attack. Tank after tank rolled forward, and under the cover of the tanks, countless gun barrels pointed at the lone minibus. Jiang Lushur acted as if he didn't see any of this, and slightly smiled. "I can understand human speech, of course. But your dog barking makes me sick." Talk of considering humanity was nauseating to Jiang Lushur. If Han Yuan really had such broad mind, he would respect him. But a person with hidden intentions waving this banner made people feel disgusted and chilled all over. "And you?" Jiang Lushur looked coldly at Wang Yiling. At the contact of Jiang Lushur's gaze, Wang Yiling actually felt a chill in her heart. Jiang Lushur's eyes didn't know how many targets he had killed with that stare. Wang Yiling instinctively felt afraid. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried to shake off the feeling. Just a survivor, no matter how strong, was still a powerless commoner in her eyes. How could she tremble all over just from a look? "You killed my cousin Wan Lan. You should be shot," Wang Yiling shouted angrily. Jiang Lushur coldly laughed, not bothering to respond to this woman. "Jiang Lushur, it seems I can only arrest you first," Han Yuan said, showing a hint of sorrow on his face. "You're talented. I wanted to communicate with you properly, but unfortunately, too bad, really too bad," he said, but already a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wei Feifei's face turned pale. In front of so many guns and cannons, the minibus was too fragile. "Run!" Wei Feifei hesitated, then suddenly shouted. At worst, she would leave the Jiangning safe zone and continue to wander with Taozi. Jiang Lushur saved her. She might not be able to help him, but she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. At this moment, Jiang Lushur heard her voice, but not only did he not run, he looked at her with a faint smile. "Go!" Wei Feifei was almost frantic. Why wasn't Jiang Lushur running? Compared to Wei Feifei's panic, Jiang Lushur looked calm. "I'm fine. You go to the side first," Jiang Lushur said gently. Wei Feifei's mouth opened slightly. From Jiang Lushur's eyes, she saw a calm confidence. "Han Yuan, you should worry about yourself first. Do you think that by hiding there and using the army as a shield, I can't do anything to you?" Jiang Lushur said. "Too bad, today I will kill you." At these words, a murderous intent suddenly burst in Jiang Lushur's eyes. Han Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. Did Jiang Lushur still have confidence to fight him? Marksmanship? Jiang Lushur's shooting did seem dangerous, but Han Yuan was confident in his own strength. Psychics could sense imminent life or death danger. Han Yuan was confident he could avoid it with the army around him. Then what could Jiang Lushur do? At that moment, Han Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. A harsh hum of an engine suddenly sounded in his ear. Black smoke burst out from the rear of the minibus, rushing toward him. A single vehicle charging at a tank formation that was known as the Land Battle King. Is he crazy? Han Yuan could hardly believe it. "I thought you had some other tricks up your sleeve." Han Yuan shook his head in disappointment. The armored vehicle he was in began to back away, hiding behind the tank convoy. Han Yuan already knew that Jiang Liusher's greatest reliance was that minibus. And as for the tricks of the minibus, Han Yuan had already fully grasped them. Jiang Liusher wasn't qualified to challenge him. Accompanying Han Yuan on this mission was a tank company. Tanks were kings of land warfare. Although they were reluctant to fire on Jiang Liusher, these soldiers couldn't disobey orders and watch Jiang Liusher attack Han Yuan. "Captain Jiang, retreat while you still can." The tank company commander, a man in his early 30s with a hardened appearance, stared deeply at the oncoming minibus, thinking to himself. He was inside the command tank, and the 3 tank platoons, each with 3 Type 99 main battle tanks, were enough to form an ironclad defense line, impenetrable. Each tank's turret was ominously aimed at the minibus. When the turrets roared together, even a black hole would be torn apart. How could the minibus withstand that? If Han Yuan hadn't been worried about destroying the core along with it, the minibus would already have been torn to shreds by now. Just then, the minibus suddenly accelerated. Collision mode activated. The already short distance closed in an instant. Seeing the madly charging minibus, even the tank company commander's pupils contracted. For the minibus to crash into them like this, it was no different from an egg hitting a rock. Wei Feifei cried out and involuntarily closed her eyes, unable to watch. Wang Yiling, on the other hand, showed a pleased expression. She thought Jiang Liusher was making a final, futile stand. She hadn't expected such a mutual destruction stance. But just at the moment of impact, the minibus began to transform from the front, rapidly expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, a mining truck like a land-dominating beast emerged from thin air. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liusher looked down through the windshield at Han Yuan's stunned face. "How would you know how powerful my base vehicle really is?" Base vehicle, second form, mining truck mode, activated. A steel monster weighing over 150 tons, even the 50-ton Type 99 tanks were nothing more than oversized toys in comparison. And those armored vehicles, off-road cars? Pure toys. Utterly insignificant. Its weight alone was astonishing, let alone the fact that it was still in acceleration and collision mode. Even the ground trembled, as if a small earthquake had struck. At such close range, it was already too late to fire armor-piercing shells. Hearing the rumbling noise and seeing the behemoth crush its way forward, the tank soldiers were terrified. No one dared to meet it head-on. They scrambled to get out of the way. Han Yuan's expression turned to shock. The weapons mounted on the minibus were already formidable, but still within his expectations. After all, the military's weapons far exceeded those. But for a minibus to suddenly transform into such a giant truck, dominating the battlefield, that was beyond Han Yuan's comprehension. "Fire! Fire!" Han Yuan could no longer maintain his composure and shouted. He even personally shoved the driver aside and sharply turned the steering wheel to swerve away. The mining truck charged straight at him, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! A burst of fire suddenly exploded at the front of the mining truck, and its body violently shook. Through the thick smoke, Jiang Liusher saw Lu Tianlong on the shockwave truck, shouldering a rocket launcher aimed directly at the mining truck. Warning: tires damaged 30%, shell damaged 25%. Jiang Liusher acted as if he didn't hear the warning from the starseed system. After being sniped by Lu Tianlong, the mining truck's charge came to a sudden halt, slamming into an artificial hill, reducing it to dust in an instant. But the mining truck had stopped. Seeing this, Wang Yiling let out a breath of relief. Just moments ago, the mining truck seemed unstoppable. It even made her heart race. She really thought she might be crushed to death. Han Yuan's expression darkened. In order to stop this mining truck, they had to resort to live ammunition. Unless Jiang Liusher was dealt with first, the core couldn't be considered for now. Rat-a-tat. As soon as the mining truck stopped, a flurry of gunfire erupted. Warning: shell damaged 30%, 35%. Warning: windshield damaged 20%. Once the behemoth stopped, it became a sitting target. Wei Feifei's face turned pale as she watched the mining truck under a hail of bullets, her heart in turmoil. It ends here. Han Yuan's eyes turned cold. No matter how strong a vehicle's defense, it couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Bang! A loud bang suddenly came from one of the mining truck's massive tires. Warning: tire number 2 severely damaged, no longer operational. One of the tires had been blown out. The mining truck's body and tires had been upgraded and reinforced. But it still got blown out. They're finished now. Wang Yiling looked at the immobilized mining truck, feeling overjoyed. Through the shattered windshield, now like a spiderweb, Han Yuan stared at Jiang Liusher inside the truck. He raised his hand and signaled to cease fire. But the tank turrets and Lu Tianlong's rocket launcher still aimed at the mining truck. "Jiang Liusher, it's not too late to surrender. Hand over the core and your life will be spared. Otherwise, you'll be executed on the spot. Han Yuan returned to his calm demeanor, as if everything was under control. Even Jiang Liusher's fate could be decided with just one word from him. Jiang Liusher had reached the end of the road, no chance of turning the tide. The tank company commander sighed, and Wei Feifei's body lightly swayed. She stared at the now battered and broken mining truck. Captain Jiang, what will you do? Wei Feifei thought with a worried heart. If it were her, surrender would seem like the only option left. She also saw Jiang Liusher sitting motionless inside, seemingly out of ideas. But at that moment, she seemed to see a faint smile appear on Jiang Liusher's face. Then, his voice came from inside the vehicle, "That's what I should be saying to you. But even if you kneeled down and begged me now, it's already too late." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear to everyone around. The tank company commander shook his head with a bitter smile, while Han Yuan remained expressionless. Lu Tianlong sneered, "Talking tough at death's door just makes you look pathetic." Wei Feifei showed a look of pain. This was it. Jiang Liusher had refused to surrender. Next would be a focused attack on him. She silently raised her gun again, the pain in her eyes replaced by resolve. At a moment like this, she was too weak, but standing with Jiang Liusher was the only thing she could do. Jiang Liusher had saved her life twice, she would not abandon him now. Even if it meant standing against dozens of tanks and their terrifying barrels. At this moment, only Jiang Liusher's expression remained as calm as Han Yuan's. "You think you've seen my limit, but that's only because your perspective limits your imagination. You think I'm not qualified to negotiate with you. But in my eyes, you're not qualified to talk terms with me. Let alone ask me to surrender or hand over the core." In front of Jiang Liusher, the starseed control panel projected into the air. Right in the center of the panel was the base vehicle's upgrade progress bar. Progress, 99.99%. And then, 100%. Jiang Liusher suddenly looked up at Han Yuan. Base vehicle upgrade complete. Vehicle type, base vehicle, type 2, upgraded version, disguised as minibus, adjustable. Interior configuration, upgraded, awaiting selection. Weaponry, level 2 compressed air cannon, flamethrower. Power system, upgraded. Shell durability, class C. Power, all malfunctions, repaired. A flood of data and information flashed rapidly across the control panel. Jiang Liusher's gaze pierced through the semi-transparent display, locking onto Han Yuan. Han Yuan thought Jiang Liusher had run out of options, but didn't know that this steel monster was simply waiting to be reborn. "Ing!" Jiang Liusher called. Without a word, Ing slammed the accelerator, pedal to the metal. At that moment, the base vehicle began to transform from its mining truck form. A sleek, tech-heavy metal shell, a spearhead-like front, a gleaming battering ram now fused seamlessly with the vehicle. This was just the unformed base vehicle. But even so, it was enough. Still mid-transformation, the base vehicle let out a roar and thundered forward under a deafening engine blast. At twice its previous speed, with flames spraying like a blazing comet tail. At such close range, the base vehicle's speed exploded with unstoppable momentum. Bang! Bang! Even tanks were pushed aside by the battering ram. Rat-a-tat! Bullets couldn't stop the base vehicle. Lu Tianlong just aimed his rocket launcher, when a figure suddenly burst from behind the base vehicle, silent like a panther, lunging at him. A single strike. Zero's dagger instantly sliced Lu Tianlong's throat. This powerful psychic, a key aid to Han Yuan, was instantly killed before he could react. Bai Jiayan froze, alarmed. "Don't move," Zero's icy voice came from behind him. Bai Jiayan silently raised his hands. He didn't even know when the girl had left the minibus. The power of the Shadow Squad was far more than just the base vehicle. The base vehicle was the core, but the Shadow Squad that grew with it was equally formidable. A powerful psychic wave swept the field. All the soldiers in the tanks momentarily spaced out. When they snapped back, in less than a tenth of a second, the base vehicle had already slammed into Han Yuan's armored vehicle. Bulletproof steel was torn like paper. The entire vehicle was flipped and smashed heavily to the ground. One charge, one hit, Han Yuan's ride was done for. At that moment, Jiang Liusher, holding a gun, appeared in the command compartment of the base vehicle. His gaze was cold. He aimed into the smoke and without hesitation, fired. A figure rolled out of the smoke, covered in ash and battered. It was Han Yuan. At the last second, he had grabbed Wang Yiling and jumped, but Jiang Liusher had already locked on. Though he tried to dodge and was only grazed, a sniper round was no joke. His thigh gushed blood, flesh torn. "One more step and your head is gone." Jiang Liusher's icy voice rang in Han Yuan's ear. Han Yuan froze, truly afraid to move. He wasn't in the middle of a battlefield, but behind a steel wall of tanks, and yet, a survivor had a gun to his head. Han Yuan had a strong feeling that if he dared to move even slightly, Jiang Lushur would pull the trigger of his sniper rifle without hesitation. "Captain Jiang, please calm down." After all, Han Yuan was a big figure. Even at the brink of life and death, he could remain calm and show no fear. "Killing me won't do you any good. In the future, whether it's in the Jiangning safe zone or any other zone, you won't be able to gain a foothold. That means, you'll no longer be able to live in human society." Han Yuan spoke slowly. Even if Jiang Lushur didn't care, he still had family and friends. Would they all be willing to become rats on the run? Han Yuan believed his words would make Jiang Lushur hesitate. No matter how wild he was, he had to consider the consequences of openly killing a general. However, just as he finished speaking, bang! Without blinking, Jiang Lushur suddenly pulled the trigger. Ah! Although Han Yuan reacted immediately, his lower leg was still hit. Flesh exploded instantly, mixed with bone fragments, and his whole lower leg turned into a pile of shredded meat. The intense pain made it impossible for Han Yuan to remain calm, and he let out a miserable scream. This was Jiang Lushur deliberately sparing his life. Han Yuan's face turned pale, his lips trembling. The pain made him unable to speak for a moment. If he weren't a psychic, he would have collapsed on the ground waiting to die. He couldn't even stand. Jiang Lushur looked at Han Yuan with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Han Yuan dared to threaten him, then he had to bear the cost of doing so. "This time I broke one of your legs. Next time, it'll be the other one," Jiang Lushur said. Han Yuan stared at Jiang Lushur in disbelief. In that instant, he suddenly lost his sense of superiority. Han Yuan finally understood, his status as a general meant nothing in Jiang Lushur's eyes. "As for whether I can still live in human society, that's none of your business," Jiang Lushur said lightly. With the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur had his own safe zone. "But your target has always been the black hole, right? You formed a psychic assault team, gathered people and weapons, all for this core. To say it nicely, it's for the Jiangning safe zone, but in fact, it's just for your own selfish gain. Let me guess, how many people died for your goal? And you've long known the truth about the black hole, yet said nothing. Otherwise, the Jiangning safe zone could have made targeted preparations. How could we be so passive now?" Jiang Lushur spoke calmly, but every word cut like a knife, stripping away Han Yuan's hypocritical facade. Doing it for the hundreds of thousands in the safe zone, for humanity, that was all nonsense. Han Yuan sneered, just about to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Lushur's tone turned cold, and he said, "Secretary Wan, do I need to invite you out myself?" From behind the deformed armored vehicle, a woman covered in dirt with messy hair stumbled out. Wan Yiling's glasses were gone, her refined makeup was ruined, and her face showed a trace of fear. When the base vehicle charged over just now, she really thought she was going to die. That moment of terror still made her legs feel weak. She hid in the back and didn't show herself, but how could she escape Ran Shiyu sensing? "Weren't you just saying you'd have me executed? Why are you hiding from me now?" Jiang Lushur asked with a mocking smile. Wan Yiling shuddered. From Jiang Lushur's actions, she had already realized, he wasn't a forgiving person. Captain Jiang, Wan Yiling forced out a smile. Her uniform had been torn, and her stockings were ripped, faintly revealing her pale skin. I was just possessed for a moment. I can make it up to you, Captain Jiang." She gently tugged at her clothes, opening the neckline wider, revealing more of her deep, white chest. Underneath her conservative clothing, she had an unexpectedly curvy figure. Wan Yiling was usually reserved and proud, but she also knew, some men like this sort of thing. Seeing a once proud, high-status woman submit might give them even more pleasure. She occasionally used this as a way to get what she wanted. Seeing her act like this, Jiang Lushur openly looked her up and down, making Wan Yiling feel extremely uncomfortable, like she'd been stripped naked. She forced a smile, straightened her back to push her chest forward, while secretly sneering. Jiang Lushur might be ruthless, but in the end, he was still just a lecherous man. Then, Jiang Lushur suddenly shook his head and said disdainfully, "No way. You're too ugly." Wan Yiling's face froze. She knew she couldn't compare with Ran Shiyu, but she still considered herself an attractive, intellectual woman. To be called ugly to her face, it was more humiliating than a slap. "Captain Jiang." Wan Yiling's eyes flashed with malice. She raised her chin and said, "I heard there's a Miss Li Yusin in your vehicle. Her relatives still work at the Jiangning Safe Zones Research Institute. If you think they're completely safe there, then you're too naive." Before she finished, her body suddenly trembled, and the rest of her words got stuck in her throat. She saw the killing intent flash in Jiang Lushur's eyes, and it was like falling into an ice pit. Wan Yiling suddenly felt she had made a terrible mistake. She shouldn't have said that. If she hadn't spoken, maybe she'd live a bit longer. But it was already too late. In an instant, the cold gun barrel locked onto her. No! Bang! The gunshot cut off Wan Yiling's scream. Her body was torn apart like a rag doll by the sniper rifle bullet. Blood splattered everywhere. To threaten Li Yusin, and even use her family as leverage, this woman was already dead the moment she opened her mouth. Jiang Liusher's expression was icy. Wan Yiling's death sent a chill through everyone nearby. She was Han Yuan's personal secretary, and just like that, killed. But even Han Yuan had one of his legs blown off. What did a mere Wan Yiling count for? As Jiang Liusher moved his gun, Han Yuan suddenly shouted and tried to dash to the side. But in that instant, he felt like his head had been smashed with a hammer. Everything went black. When he came to, his other leg had been shot too. Both legs broken, Han Yuan could no longer stand. He fell hard to the ground, extremely embarrassed. He screamed uncontrollably, his pale face drenched in sweat. Not rolling in agony was already a major feat of endurance. His strong psychic body was a burden now, he had to endure the pain without passing out. I said, next time it would be your other leg, Jiang Liusher said coldly. Ah? Han Yuan howled in agony. I have a question for you, Jiang Liusher continued. If you don't want to answer, I'll break both your arms. Every single finger. You can try it. If not for this question, Jiang Liusher would have shot him dead already. Hearing this, Han Yuan was terrified. He had no doubt Jiang Liusher meant it. This wasn't a threat, he would actually do it. How much do you know about the black hole? Jiang Liusher asked. Black light energy, the core, these were terms the starseed had given Jiang Liusher, yet Han Yuan knew them too. But Han Yuan surely didn't know that the terrifying, all-devouring energy could be absorbed by the starseed and base vehicle. The starseed was one of a kind. Jiang Liusher didn't believe anyone else was like him. But that only made him more curious. Who had learned these things, and how? Or perhaps after the apocalypse, the government and military had uncovered secret knowledge. Before the apocalypse began, governments of major countries already knew it was coming and prepared in advance. So it wouldn't be surprising if they knew some inside info. Regardless, Jiang Liusher needed to find out, or he couldn't rest easy. Black holes threatened the starseed, and they could grow tremendously. This one had just been born. If it were already massive, Jiang Liusher wouldn't be devouring it, it would be devouring him. Of course, from the current situation, that kind of terrifying monster hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise, the safe zones would have issued warnings. To grow, a black hole needed to absorb a massive amount of energy. Jiang Liusher's words were directly transmitted into Han Yuan's mind via Ran Shiyu's psychic power. Han Yuan shuddered and looked at Jiang Liusher in shock. Commander, what should we do? A soldier asked. The tank company commander fell silent, his expression complicated. Then he waved his hand and said, let's wait and see. Don't you see General Han is in his hands? If we act rashly, won't that make things worse for him? The soldier opened his mouth. Would staying put really help General Han? Both his legs were already shot, things didn't look good at all. If they charged in now, they might give Han Yuan a chance to escape. Don't underestimate him, even with 2 broken legs, he might find a way to flee the gunpoint if given the chance. But in the end, the soldier didn't say it out loud. They weren't even Han Yuan's own troops. Jiang Liusher had turned the tide and saved countless lives. When Han Yuan gave the order earlier, they had no choice but to follow. But now Han Yuan couldn't even issue commands. And Jiang Liusher's words had already been heard by some sharp-minded people. The psychic assault team's actions, and the order to hold our position at that time, the tank commander's eyes flickered as he looked at Han Yuan, with growing doubt. During the operation, Han Yuan clearly cared more about keeping the core intact. But by doing so, he was putting the lives of the soldiers and psychics at risk. If Han Yuan had really used the entire Jiangning safe zone, then dying here might not be a bad thing. How do you know about black light energy? Han Yuan asked in shock. Jiang Liusher stared at him coldly and said, right now, I'm the one asking questions. The dark muzzle of the sniper rifle remained locked on Han Yuan. Han Yuan looked at Jiang Liusher with a complicated expression for a while and said, I don't know how you found out about these things, but since you know, then you should also understand that this core isn't something you can have. This core is the heart of the black hole. You've seen how terrifying the black hole is, so you should know how important this core is. Having this core is like having a super battery that can constantly recharge. Zombies, mutant beasts, even scrap metal, can all be absorbed and converted into energy. The development of energy is the history of human civilization. In the apocalypse, energy is extremely scarce. Having such an inexhaustible source of energy is like owning a massive oil field before the apocalypse, it's an unimaginably great fortune. The core is a good thing, but because it's too good, anyone without enough strength doesn't deserve to own it. Jiang Lushi, you're strong, but compared to them, you're still far behind. Han Yuan shook his head and sneered. Who are they? Jiang Lushi completely ignored Han Yuan's mockery. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a man about to die. But what Han Yuan said, they did catch his attention. The military? The government? Jiang Lushi asked. He wasn't clear about the situation in the Huaxia district, but all local safe zones were controlled by the military government. Huaxia should be no exception, right? After all, in the current apocalyptic state, only a large number of modern weapons can maintain the existence of a safe zone. If you want to put it that way, then yes. The people on our side I've come in contact with are all high-ranking military and government officials. Some of them hold great power and possess tremendous strength. You survivors would never have the chance to encounter them. As for who our big boss is, even I don't know. I only overheard someone mention the boss once. But their name, gender, everything is unknown. This boss is someone you're not even qualified to look up to. What they see is far beyond what we can see. They're on a completely different level. I can only tell you, we don't use code names. But whenever one of our own meets another, they'll know immediately. You can't guard against it, and it's hard to trace. As long as they know the core is in your hands, you won't live long. Your death will be 100 times, 1,000 times more miserable than mine. Han Yuan knew he was definitely going to die. He didn't care about telling Jiang Lushi all this. In fact, the more he said, the more excited he became, wanting Jiang Lushi to know how terrifying the power behind him was, so that Jiang Lushi would live in constant fear. Is that so? Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. Listening to you, this so-called secret organization sure casts a wide net. Han Yuan laughed. Now you're afraid, but it's already too late. So it seems they have a lot of resources too? Maybe they even have a core in their hands? Jiang Lushi showed a hint of interest. And I'm quite curious about your so-called big boss. Alright, enough nonsense. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Lushi's eyes. Han Yuan's face changed, and in desperation, he shouted, Jiang Lushi, you'll die a horrible death. You'll be hunted until you're dead. Even your family and friends will all. Bang bang bang. With Jiang Lushi's precise shooting, Han Yuan's hands exploded first, followed by his arms, then his shoulders. Finally, amidst Han Yuan's shrill screams, his head exploded too, his entire body turned into pieces. Jiang Lushi said he would break his hands, and he did. Seeing Han Yuan die so miserably, the people nearby felt a chill in their hearts. General Han, no, Han Yuan was despicable, but this Captain Jiang isn't soft-hearted either. The tank company commander looked at Jiang Lushi with a mix of emotions and fear. In full view, surrounded by tanks, Jiang Lushi gunned down Han Yuan. It was practically a public execution. This was originally the outcome Han Yuan wanted for Jiang Lushi. He never expected to end up suffering it himself. Yusin, Jiang Lushi asked, did you notice anything special about Han Yuan? Li Yusin gently shook her head. Nothing special. I see, Jiang Lushi nodded. Han Yuan said members of their group could recognize each other at a glance, but how did that work? From what Han Yuan said, this organization hid in the shadows, deeply rooted, already infiltrating the military and government. Han Yuan didn't even know who the big boss was, showing he wasn't a core figure. His rank of Major General was probably just a front, he was just a pawn. But for an ordinary survivor to suddenly become a Major General, this organization clearly had serious power. Of course, Jiang Lushi didn't fully believe everything Han Yuan said. That big boss, who knows who it is? But since I have the starseed, I have nothing to fear. As long as I grow fast enough, becoming powerful enough to go anywhere freely, no matter how strong the other side is, what can they really do to me? After all, this wasn't the pre-apocalypse era anymore, when personal strength couldn't compare to a country's power. And even if that boss developed their force further, they still couldn't unite a whole nation's strength. So although Jiang Lushi understood what kind of enemy he might face, he had no fear. In fact, he felt an intense fighting spirit. He couldn't plunder resources from safe zones, but if it was from this secret group, Jiang Lushi wouldn't hold back. But being in the Jiangning safe zone now, that's a bit tricky, Jiang Lushi thought. He looked at the surrounding tanks. Now that Han Yuan was dead, the hostage was gone. If the tanks attacked together, the base vehicle, only halfway through evolution, might not survive. Of course, if things got desperate, Jiang Lushi could break through. But in this unstable state, the base vehicle couldn't even switch to mining truck mode. It would have to charge in its current form. Also, this form couldn't be sustained long. The minibus's evolution had to be completed quickly. But others didn't know that. As Jiang Lusher quickly considered countermeasures, the tank company commander was also torn. Roar! A wave of howling and thundering footsteps approached rapidly from afar. In the blink of an eye, a large group of frenzied zombies appeared at the far end of the street. The explosions and gunfire had drawn them here. Seeing them, the tank company commander's eyes darkened. He suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Take care of the zombies first." Tank turrets immediately turned in another direction. Jiang Lusher glanced at the tank commander in surprise. He then climbed back into the minibus's combat room and said quickly, "We're leaving." V-room. The tank commander didn't look at the minibus again. Only after hearing the familiar engine noise fade away did a complex expression show on his face. "I personally, let a man who killed a general go," the tank commander sighed deeply, then shook his head. Before today, he wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. But if they really fought, he felt it would just end in mutual destruction. In this situation, it made more sense to deal with the zombies first. What was the point of humans slaughtering each other? That core, the tank commander thought of the vaguely seen black object, and his heart skipped a beat. His gaze flickered. But he instinctively felt, this matter was beyond him. Even Han Yuan, a major general, had died. A mere company commander like him had better stay as far away as possible.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.